So, good morning, good morning. Thank y'all for your patience. As I've told you on more than one occasion that sometimes I have to handle a few things before we get started so that will make our day go a lot smoother. So, there are several cases on this docket that I always have to try and address before we get started. So thank you for your patience. And we are, of course, back on the record. And cause number F1875401, Stalin State of Texas versus Billy Shamirmir. And where we ended yesterday was, it was still the state of Texas. It was their case in chief. And I will allow Mr. Fitzmartin to call his next witness.
We'll call Detective Sayers.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning, Judge.
Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can have a seat for me. And if you feel comfortable testifying with your mask off or on, it's up to you.
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Fitzmartin.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please introduce yourself and spell your last name?
Detective Scott Sayers, Dallas Police Department, Homicide Unit, Sayers.
Detective Sayers, you said you're in the homicide unit. How long have you been with the Dallas Police Department?
Been with the Dallas Police Department 26 years.
How long in the homicide unit?
Been in Homicide Unit 16 years.
So back on March 20th, 21st of 2018, you were in the homicide division at that time.
I was.
We heard from Detective Casey Shelton. He was also in the homicide unit at that time.
He was.
And there's the lead detective on this case is Brian Tabor, who was also in the homicide division at that time.
He was.
We've heard a little bit about how the homicide unit then, and I would say even now, kind of works as a team environment to investigate these cases.
It does. We even work more as a team now because of COVID than we did in the past.
Okay. And so back in March 21st of 2018, we've already heard that on March 20th, an arrest was made and the body of Luke T. Harris was found on March 20th. On March 21st, were you asked by Detective Tabor to do something in regards to the Billy Shamirmir case?
I was.
What were you asked to do?
To go back to the crime scene where her body was found and retrieve a receipt from a purse. And I believe I also got some keys and a garage door opener to give to family so that they could have access.
Commissioner approach?
You may.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 224. Is that the receipt that you went back to retrieve of Miss Harris's purse?
It is.
We'll offer State's Exhibit number 224.
No objection, no.
All right. State's Exhibit number 224 will be admitted.
Commissioner Publish.
You may.
So Detective Tabor up on the screens there, I'm sorry, Detective Sayers up on the screen there, you have State's Exhibit number 224. Is this the, what is this we're looking at?
This is the receipt that I just said was the one that I retrieved from her bag.
And this is for a Walmart store at 15757 Coit Road
Yes, sir.
in Dallas, Texas.
Yes, sir.
You know that to be at the corner of Coit and Arapahoe?
Yes, sir.
And then you can see the items that were purchased there. And if we look down, we see the date of March 20, 2018 at 15:27:41. So that'll be at around 3:27 if we were to put it at regular time.
Yes, sir.
All right. So based on this information that Ms. Harris has a receipt from Walmart at that time, did you do anything else regarding Walmart in this case?
I did.
What did you do?
In my past experience dealing with Walmart, their receipts are really important with how it's tuned into their video system. You can tell in which register they were at. There's a camera that coincides with that. And so what I did was I went to the Walmart, I checked in with their loss prevention office, which is usually at the front of the store, and told them what I was looking for. I was looking to identify Ms. Harris, see if I could see when she came in, and ultimately download a block of evidence a little bit before and after she left.
Of the surveillance videos.
That's correct.
And if you look up on, up here to the other side, on State's Exhibit 317, and we've got Walmart written up here. Is this Coit Road going north and south?
It is?
And then you have Arapahoe going in this direction, going east to west.
Yes, sir.
And it's right sitting on that corner.
Yes, sir.
And you know, Walmart's coming all shapes and sizes these days. Is this one of the smaller type stores with just a one-door entrance into it?
I think they're called a neighborhood Walmart, and they tend to be a little bit smaller.
Okay, and there's only
than the big ones.
one. There's two sets of doors, but just one entrance into the place.
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Okay. Some of those superstores, they have two entrances, that maybe the grocery side and then the home side,
One for retail, one for grocery.
but not this store. It just has one entry in it.
I remember this one having one entry.
So when you went out there to look at this block of video, were you able to find, okay, came back, your screen went off for a second there, but it's back up. Were you able to locate on the video Miss Harris?
I was.
And then searching beyond, before and after her, were you able to find Mr. Chimera?
I was.
And you knew how he looked at the time of his arrest.
Correct.
I'll show you what's been marked in the evidence as State's Exhibit 68. You see Mr. Chimera on March 20th, the shirt that he's wearing.
I do.
And then on State's Exhibit number 88, a picture of the hat that he was also in possession of at the time that he was arrested.
I do.
Now later, did we ask you a couple of months later, to reach out to Walmart to get a larger block of video spanning all the way back to, if we could, to January of 2018.
You did.
And did you send that request in?
I did. I wrote a search warrant. It was signed by Judge Birmingham, and I delivered it to, I believe, the manager at Walmart.
At Walmart. And then they responded with the data that is contained in State's Exhibit 227.
That's correct.
To show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 228. You had an opportunity to look at this disc and the clips of Walmart video that's on this disc.
I have.
And this is for March 20th of 2018, around this time that we're talking about.
This is the smaller version that I obtained.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We'll offer, well, you obtained all of it.
I did.
Okay.
This is the
This
first
is the-
initial clip before the
The
DA's
larger.
office decided to get the larger. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
We'll offer State's Exhibit 228, which we have already shown to defense counsel before.
That's correct, Judge, and I believe if what was submitted to us prior to, this is what that is, there are no objections.
All right, so State's Exhibit number 228 will be admitted.
Mr. Public Judge.
You may.
Okay. And Detective, there's the there's a bunch of cameras at Walmart.
That's
Is it?
correct.
Okay. And they all record at the same timestamps, just in whatever locations they're pointing.
That's correct.
And these cameras, the way the files are saved, are they like maybe 3.5 minute increments each file?
Depends on the settings, and how, when you request it, how their settings download it to whatever device you want.
And the way it came to us was in these little 3.5 minute increments.
That's correct.
But you can kind of take these and kind of walk through the events of that day in that certain amount of time.
That's correct. What we do is we go and try to find the person, the victim, and then we kind of go backwards from there. So it takes a little time, but eventually you get from start to finish.
Okay, so let's look at this first clip, and you see a car coming down. If we look at this, it's aisle 4 outside. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And this is at 2:40 p.m. on March 20th.
Yes, sir.
And that white car pulls into the handicap spot.
Yes, sir.
In the interest of time, I'm going to speed forward some of these to get to the relevant parts. You see the door opening
Yes, sir, I do.
and an individual exiting
Yes, sir.
and an individual walking in.
Yes, sir.
And now we're at 2:41 and change.
Yes, sir.
We're still at 2:41 and change from a different angle. This is now on the front door.
Yes, sir.
You see that same individual walking out.
I do.
We're still at 2:41:27,
Yes, sir.
and that individual walks in. Do you know that to be Lou T. Harris?
I do.
Over in that section, is that where maybe the grocery carts are?
Yes, sir. Loss prevention would have been to the right, cars to the, I'm sorry. Loss prevention would have been the opposite side of the cars.
Okay.
So when I went in, I went to the opposite side of the cars to talk with loss prevention.
And then this is Miss Harris. Looks like she's wiping down her car.
Yes, sir.
And she's in that red jacket.
Yes, sir.
And that's at 2:42:33, where that ends off there.
Yes, sir.
Now we're at 3:17:32. We're back outside. And you see a car approaching. This is now aisle 4. And Miss Harris's car is still there in the handicap parking.
That's correct.
And this car backs in.
Yes, sir.
We end that clip at 3:17:52. Pick up the next one, 3:17:57, and it's still backing in.
Yes, sir.
All the handicap parking for this store would be over to the left of this screen.
That's correct.
I'm gonna screen forward a little bit. That car's still backing in. You see that?
I did.
Now we see an individual emerging from that area.
That's correct.
It's at 3:19:08.
Yes, sir.
And this video is about to cut off here at 3:19:29, 30, 31.
Yes, sir.
We pick up that same angle at 3:19:17. You see
correct.
that individual walking outside that door walking in.
I did.
And that's Miss Harris's car right there.
It is.
In the center of the screen on the handicap parking.
Yes, sir.
You see the individual walking in with the baseball hat,
I do.
and that's at 31949.
That's correct.
32240. I want to direct your attention up here to this corner, up and to the right.
Yes, sir.
You see an individual with a red jacket?
I do.
That's Miss Harris.
Yes, sir. Yes, it is.
I can draw your attention to, in the ground, you see these white markers in the ground?
I do.
What do you believe those to be?
There are probably lights above the rows, so it indicates which row you can go down in between.
Like a reflection
A reflection.
of lights?
Yes, sir.
And she goes in between those two white markers.
That's
Do
correct.
you see that?
That's correct.
And that's at 32311 where she enters into, is that a checkout line?
It is. It would have coincided with the receipt.
That takes us, that clip to about 32327.
Yes, sir.
29. We pick up at 323, 36, 39, 40. I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom of the screen. Ms. Harris is still in her checkout line.
Yes, sir.
You see that individual with the baseball hat and that shirt.
I do.
As we look up, we still have those two markers, and that's at 323.57. He's walking up to those two marker areas.
Yes, sir.
He's in front of the marker areas.
Yes, sir.
Walks beyond the marker areas,
Yes, sir.
comes back, and now enters to an aisle this side of the marker areas, so this side of Miss Harris.
That's correct.
And Miss Harris is still in her checkout area. If you can look faintly up in that area, you can still see the red coat in that area.
That's correct.
Hold on, Mr. Fitzmartin,
Yeah.
it's like the TV's timed out.
Maybe the TVs are tied into the cooling system.
I will apologize for the heat in here today. We are working on it, believe me.
Okay, so pick up here at 324.41. Both individuals are in their respective checkout line.
That's correct.
You see the individual move up here.
I do.
You see that white movement right there?
Yes, sir.
So right behind, let me call you. Would you agree that that's Mr. Chimere right there?
I do.
Right behind him, you can see a white object moving. You see that?
I do.
That's at around 326.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chamir is checking out and moving over and stands in this area right over here. You see that?
I do.
And this is gonna cut off around 326, 50, maybe 327. Now we're at the exit for that area. That's 328, 15.
Yes, sir.
You see Mr. Chamir walking there,
I do.
and you see him carrying something in his bag right there.
I do.
What is that? What is that?
I had to guess at the eggs.
And you see that unique shirt that he was wearing at arrest,
I do.
and the hat with the white sunburn.
That's correct.
He walks out at 328.18.
That's correct.
And at 329.26, you see Miss Harris walking out.
I do.
You see that she's got a large amount of what looks like toilet paper in her deal that would be consistent with that white object that was moving around right behind being checked out.
It is.
And that ends around 329.32.
Yes, sir.
We're going to back up a little bit to 328.30. And you
Yes, sir.
see Mr. Chamir walking out.
I do.
Here to be looking over to the left.
He is.
Appears to be looking to the left or back.
Yes, sir.
Again, turning around.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm gonna object to the waiting.
Mr. Martin? Any response?
I'm just showing pointing out what the video is showing, Judge. I'm just laying foundation. I could ask him, I'll ask him what he sees, and
Okay,
we'll slow it down.
thank you.
What timestamp do you see down here at the bottom now?
3:29 and 28:29 seconds.
And where's Mr. Chamir at this time?
Still in the store.
In the store?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we on to the
This
next
is still the
video?
same video.
Same video.
Where did he just go?
So we're at the next video.
No. This is still here. Here he is.
Okay, there we go.
You see him at 328.50
Yes.
walking?
Yes, sir.
And then where does it appear for him to go?
He turns off to the right into where the cars are parked.
You remember back to where a car was backing up into a spot?
I do.
Is it close or near to the same location?
It is.
I'm gonna fast forward on this. Do you see an individual now walking out at 328.53?
I do. I see Miss Harris pushing her cart.
I believe that's 329. Sorry, I misspoke. Ms. Harris pushing the car?
Yes, sir.
And what is Ms. Harris doing?
She's putting her groceries into the back seat of her car. She's got her front door open as well.
All right. And now what is Ms. Harris doing?
She's left her driver's door open. It looks like she's returning her cart.
And that's at 321. And the car that up by the area of Mr. Chamir, what is it doing?
It is leaving, driving towards the store, and driving past Miss Harris.
At 331, does it appear to, what does it appear to do? Stall?
Stall, yeah.
Which direction does that car go?
It's going west.
Now we're at 328, 36. Oh, that's that same thing. You see the car having 331. Now we're just at, the other car has already left.
That's correct.
And we're just focusing on Miss Harris's car. At 333, 36, what's happening? Narrate what you see happening here.
Looks like her turn signal is on and she's backing out.
Is she going the same direction as the Chimera car?
That's correct. She's in the same direction as Jamaica.
At 332 on the dot, what do you see there?
Mr. Jamaica exiting or heading towards the exit of the parking lot, the south exit.
And what is that road that you would get out to?
That would be Arapahoe.
Can you tell what direction he turns?
It's going west.
And down to the west on Arapahoe, would that lead you straight down to 6609 Warm Breeze? Is that direction where the office location?
It would. It wasn't far from her house.
I'm gonna fast forward this clip. To 33417. Now who do we see in this clip?
See Miss Harris exiting the same direction as Mr. Jamaica. Heading westbound.
Thank you, Judge. I think that's all the clips I have.
Okay.
She was from Marks States Exhibits 229 and 230. Those clips from the videos we just saw showing Mr. Chimera leaving and Ms. Harris.
They are.
Law States Exhibits 229 and 230.
No objection, John.
All right, State's Exhibits 229 and 230 will be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
That's roughly where I'd stopped the video earlier, show Mr. Kramer leaving with his eggs, wearing the same hat, same shirt.
Yes, sir.
2:30, Ms. Harris leaving shortly thereafter.
That's correct.
Last one.
Okay, Mr. Moore, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Morning, Detective Sayers, how are you?
Good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm well, thank you. So let's jump right in. So Detective Sayers, when you were contacted to follow up with the investigation at Walmart, you went and, as you've already explained, you got quite a bit of data regarding the camera system from Walmart, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I want to just focus your concentration on March 20th, 2018, which the prosecutor was just showing you some pictures and some clips of, okay?
Yes, sir.
So, and to be fair, of the clips that you were shown and this jury just saw, but you've seen the majority of that you personally, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Of March 20, 2018, is that correct?
That's correct.
And one of your, well, I guess not one of, your job in regards to reviewing that video is to see, one, if you could locate Ms. Harris, which you were able to, is that right?
That's correct.
As well as locate Mr. Shamir, which you were also.
That's correct.
Now, isn't it true, Detective Sayers, that at no point are you able to see and show any direct communication between Ms. Harris and Mr. Shamir?
That's correct.
Even in regards to the, I'm not sure the clip number.
And, excuse me, you're referring to when they leave the facility?
I'm talking about that entire, on March 20th, 2018,
Uh-huh.
there, as you viewed the videos at Walmart, at no point at all do you see them have any direct communication, is that correct?
I don't remember seeing that. No, sir.
And at one point, Mr. Fitzmartin had showed you the clip when Ms. Harris was in her checkout line. You identified Mr. Shamir being in his checkout line, I believe it was 2 over from hers, is that correct?
I don't know if it was 1 or 2, but not the same line.
And at some point, it appears that Mr. Shamir walks over, looks in that line, and then walks back to the other line, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And even in that, there's no evidence of any kind of communication or conversation or anything, is that right?
Not that you can tell on video.
And just regarding the times, Ms. Harris actually arrived at the Walmart almost 40 minutes prior to Mr. Schmierman, is that correct?
If the timestamp states that, then it is correct.
I mean, in the pictures as well as the timestamps, you stated that basically your training and your experience in dealing with Walmart, like they have a pretty advanced system, is that correct?
It's always on time. They're a corporate company.
And I'm showing and documenting what the times were. It looks as though Ms. Harris arrived at 2:40 p.m. on March 20th, 2018, and Mr. Schmierman arrived at 3:17.
Sounds about right. I'm not going to argue the timestamps with the video. They are what they are.
Okay. And then it appears that, my first, Your Honor?
You may.
And I'm gonna show you what, State's Exhibits 229, excuse me, and 230, that's upstairs. And 229 is the photo of what?
So 229 is a photo of Mr. Schmierman exiting the Walmart.
Mr. Fitzmartin, can you put up 229 for me, please? Thank you.
Well, hang on. Oh, it's just that.
Oh, well, explain it to me and I'll put them up.
Yes, sir. So 229 is the first one where Schmierman is exiting prior to Ms. Harris. and 230 is Ms. Harris exiting after Mr. Schmidt.
Okay. And this is, states 229, Detective, like you just stated. It shows that when Mr. Schmiemer exits, it's 328:17, correct?
That's correct.
And this is states 230, and it shows where Ms. Harris leaves at 329:30 on that same day, is that correct?
That's correct.
And obviously that will be after Mr. Schmiemer, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then Mr. Schmiemer, as he exits first, he gets to his vehicle first, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then where Mr. Fitzmartin stated that it looks like he paused or stalled as he passed Ms. Harris's vehicle, but actually, if you recall, I mean, if necessary, we can put the clip back up, there was actually a pedestrian in front of Mr. Schmiemer as he was leaving, is that correct?
That's correct.
So he would yield to the pedestrian in the roadway, is that right?
Well, I can't speak to him, but the video is what it is.
Okay.
He stopped before the person with the car got out of the way, and then he exited.
And so at 3:31:34 is when Mr. Schmiemer actually leaves his parking spot and drives away, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then, and almost 2.5 minutes later, at 3:33:50 is when Ms. Harris leaves her parking spot.
That's correct.
And just following that same course, Mr. Schmiemer leaves and exits and turns out of the parking lot onto Arapahoe at 3:32 p.m.
That's correct.
And then almost a full almost 3 minutes later, Ms. Harris does the same, is that correct?
That's what the video shows, yes, sir.
And even in the parking lot or in the store, there was never any direct communication between Ms. Harris and Mr. Schmiemer, is that right?
Not that you can tell from the video, yes, sir.
Thank you, Detective.
No further questions?
All right, may this witness be released?
Yes, sir.
We just keep Mr. Detective Sayers on hold, please, Your Honor.
Okay, so you know how this works, Detective. You will be released subject to recall. Just make sure that all the parties have your contact information and you'll be available to return if needed.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have had quite a bit of information provided to us. I think now would be a good time for us to take a quick morning break. And once everyone gets back into the jury room, you know the routine, push the red button, and we'll come around. So, we are on break. Thank you.
All right.
the state of Texas was about to call their next witness. You may resume calling your witnesses, Mr. Fitzmartin.
Thank you, Judge. We'll call Detective Tabor.
Can you please raise your right hand for me, Detective? Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Have a seat, please.
Thank you.
Morning, Detective Tabor. Can you please
Morning.
introduce yourself and spell your last name?
My name is Brian Tabor, Tabor.
And we've already heard your name. Are you the lead detective on the case against Billy Jr.?
Yes, sir.
How are you currently employed?
As of 2.5, 3 weeks ago, I retired.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How long did you work for the Dallas Police Department?
I did 23 years.
How long were you in the homicide division?
A little bit over 13
Okay.
years.
And back on March 20th of 2018, were you working as a capacity as a homicide detective for the Dallas Police Department?
Yes, I was.
We had Detective Shelton come in here, we had Detective Sayers come in here. Are they two other individuals that were in the homicide unit with you at that time?
Yes, sir.
And we've talked to them a little bit about how you all work as a team, different roles, asking other people to kind of cover for you when you're doing one thing and they might go out and do something else with you.
Right.
But are you generally the hub, all the information that's kind of funnel through you and come to you in this case?
Yes, I can prepare the reports, yeah.
Okay. So on March 20th, when I believe you were off duty when this case came in.
I was, yes.
Were you the next up though?
I was up for the next case that came in, yes, sir.
Okay. And so how does that work? Do they contact you at your house or how does that work?
Well, yeah, basically we're working a batting order, so if you're up no matter what comes in, and you can be at home, like in this case, I was at home, and they called me and said they had a case, and I came in.
And where do you go? Do you go to the scene? Do you go to the office?
Typically, you go straight to the scene.
And what did you do?
On this side, I went straight to the scene.
And when you go to the scene, did you meet with the detectives and the people that are out there?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you get basic information of what's going on?
Yes, I did.
At this point in time, is this a unique case in that you had, that the suspect had already been apprehended?
Yes, sir. It's pretty unique for that to happen.
Okay. And so, where was Mr. Chamirmer at the time that you were you went to 6609 Warm Creek? Do you know where Mr. Chamirmer was?
At that point, I don't remember if he was already at our headquarters or, which I believe he was, yes.
Okay, but first he went to Plano,
Okay.
right? I mean, he first got arrested
Well,
by the
I got there several, they had already been there for a couple of hours, so at what point of transportation, I don't remember when I was there compared to when he was transported back.
Okay, fair enough. I guess what I'm saying is, I guess initially he's arrested by Plano and taken to the Plano Police Department or somewhere within.
Yes, sir.
And at some point in time, do you ask him, or someone asked for him to be transported to Dallas Police Department so that you can continue your investigation into this case?
Yes, we had him transported to our headquarters in Dallas.
All right. And so as part of your duties to go and try to talk to the individual to see if they want to talk to you.
Yes, it is.
And did you do that with Mr. Chamirmer?
I did.
Now, at the time you went to go talk to him, do you know a lot more about this case now than you did when you went in to go talk to him?
I was still learning as things came in, but yes, sir, I was able to, sit down, get a full scope of what's going on, and then interview him.
Okay. But there might be some details that you were unaware of at the time that you're now more aware of after your full investigation.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay. Permission to approach.
You may.
Now, Mr. Chamirmer was at your office for a long time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you talked to him, and then afterwards, the Plano Police Department, they went in to talk to him as well.
Yes, they did.
And so I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 302, 303, 304, 305, and 306. The length of his interview spanned over, to put them on discs, over 5 different discs to put the entirety of his, it's recorded there at your headquarters, right?
Right.
And so you just press record, and then it records everything that's going on inside that room from the time he's in there to the time he leaves.
Right.
Okay, and is that what's contained on State's Exhibits 302 to 306?
Yes, it is.
We'll offer the 302 to 306 for record purposes.
No objection, John.
All right, so State's Exhibit 302, 303, 304, 305, and 306 will be admitted for record purposes only.
And then Judge will offer State's Exhibit 307, which is a redacted form of those, of the full interview based on, and I've already showed the clips to the defense for them to also offer any edits that they feel necessary.
That's correct, Your Honor. No objection.
So is that one admitted for all purposes of record?
For all purposes.
All right, so State's Exhibit number 307 will be admitted for all purposes.
And then permission to publish State's Exhibit 307.
You may.
Say Billy or Bob? Good. Has that been liquid the whole time? It has? So you got LLY, is your name Billy or Willie? You got a middle name? J-I-P-J-O-R-I-R?
Judge, do you have controls to turn it up?
Yeah, I'm turning it up as far as I can. Let me try some more.
You got to do that a bunch of times.
It's this yellow button, it won't go any higher.
Yeah, it won't go any higher on mine either. What we have done in the past is if we've had to, if it's playing from your computer, we have kind of put the microphone. Yeah.
I think it's playing through up here.
Yeah, I have it coming amplified from up here so everybody can hear.
But he can't.
It's not coming through my speakers here.
Oh, it's not coming through there.
I guess you could choose, you want to change the output?
In my
And your date of birth?
December 8th, 72.
So makes you what? 30 or 45? 35 or 45? 45. All right. Where are you living, Billy?
I live 4500 Perry Drive.
You got an apartment number?
Yeah, 3110. Dallas, Texas. 75287.
Who do you live with?
I live with my, we've been living together at almost 5 years. We usually say my girlfriend, but now we usually say my wife.
Your wife? Okay. Y'all been together 5 years. What's her name?
I'm Margaret. Their name is O-N-G-E-R. A.
How old is she?
The same age.
45?
Yeah.
All right. What's your, you got a phone number?
Mine no.
Yours.
972 674 7527.
How long you had that number?
Almost 2 years.
2 years, okay. Anybody else ever use your phone other than you?
No.
How about Margaret, do you know her number?
Yeah. 214 483.
So Detective Taylor, he just gave you the phone number 972-674-7527,
Yes, sir.
and that nobody else uses that phone.
Right.
0878.
All right. Has she had that phone number for a while?
Actually, I haven't since I think 2000.
Okay, so 18 years, huh?
Yeah.
You working anywhere?
But
He told you he wasn't working anywhere.
Right.
yeah, so I've been just accepting so and I just buy things on Craigslist or offer up with this app called offer up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how I usually buy my stuff and buy and sell them online.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's all you do for a living, just buy and sell stuff?
Yeah, that's what I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
What kind of stuff are you buying and selling?
Most of the things I buy is like jewelry.
Okay.
They're not like they're just small things, but they worth it. Like buying a big car,
Right.
it's not worth it.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's telling you he's using OfferUp and platforms like that to buy and sell jewelry?
Yes, sir.
So that's most of the things I do. But before, I used to be a caregiver before my grandson was married.
Oh, okay. What kind of caregiver?
I was like caring, taking care of old people and in a nursing home. Or,
Okay. Did you work for anybody in particular, or
yeah, I work for an agency.
what was the name of that agency?
It was caring companion.
Care and Companion?
Yeah.
Where are they out of?
They're in North Dallas by Mount and Springville.
Now, is that like a retirement home or old folks
So
home?
no,
or-
it's like an agency, so they send you to people's home.
Oh, okay, so you actually travel?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
no, no.
Care and Companion.
Yes, if you pause it, please. Yes.
Okay. Now, Detective Tabor, at this time, when, I'm sorry, Judge, may I proceed?
You may.
Detective Tabor, while you're talking to him at this point in time, are you just getting background biographical information from him?
Yes, I am.
Later on, we find that some items on OfferUp are connected to to offenses, but you don't know that at that point in time.
I had no idea at that time, no, sir.
Okay. So he's just basically telling you his background information. Do you at some point in time, as we get forward in this, when you get into what you think is going to be more potentially incriminating, do you give him his Miranda warnings?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
All right. You know their phone number?
It's been a while. I can't remember that one.
How long did you work with them?
I worked with them for a while, almost 8 years.
3 years, okay. And how long ago was that?
So roughly 2-3 years ago, you haven't worked there in about 2 years, 2-3 years.
That was expired in 2015.
Okay.
So,
Now, did you have any kind of training for that?
you have to train me.
Okay,
Yeah, but before when I came to America, I used to take care of my dad in Africa.
okay.
So I started knowing about Kenya.
Okay, so where are you from in Africa? Oh, Kenya, okay. And how old were you when you came here?
I came in 2003.
Okay, so roughly 15 years ago.
Yeah.
All right. And did you go to college here? Any medical nursing training?
Oh, I'm sorry. I used to work as a security guard in downtown Dallas.
Okay, who was that for?
I worked for CBRE.
CBRE?
Yeah.
Okay.
And in the Town and Crow building.
Okay, what kind of security did you do?
It was just like in the lobby area and patrol and all that.
So you wore one of the blue blazers?
Yeah.
One of those guys?
Yeah.
Okay, how'd you like that?
It was good.
So Margaret, what did she do?
She was a caregiver too, but her license expired.
Her license, her driver's license or her caregiving license?
License expired, and she hadn't finished her immigration things, and a license for the agency, because she was a CNA, Certified Nurse Assistant.
Okay, is that what you were?
Yeah, I was the same thing.
Okay.
So, and I work permit too, so.
You did what?
The work permit.
The work permit?
So she had to renew, and she was going through this, married with this guy, but, her permit expired.
Okay.
So that's why she's not working now, so I'm the one, the sole proprietor, so,
Y'all have any children together?
yeah, we have a 3-year-old
3-year-old?
Yeah.
Okay. Boy or girl?
boy.
Okay, was he born here?
Yeah.
That's good, okay.
So he was telling you about his life situation. He's got a Margaret is someone that he lives with that he now calls his wife. Did you just hear him say who's the provides for everybody in the family?
He basically provides for everybody in the family, is what he told me.
As far as his wife doesn't really have a job at this point in time, or real high paying.
Yes, sir. What's his name?
Prince Chamirman.
Prince?
Yeah.
Shamirman. Shamirman.
Mirror.
Shamirman. Okay. All right. So, let's see, you got Prince. That's your only kid?
Yeah, one in and one in Africa.
That's it. You have one in Kenya?
Yeah.
Okay, with a different,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
You have a wife in Kenya or?
No, we used to live together, but after I came here, everything.
Right. I'm sure, you know, she didn't want to come over here?
No, she wanted to come, but it was really tough for her to get somebody here. So
Okay. How old is your son or daughter?
the only thing is the son is 18.
Oh, he's a girl.
Yeah.
Is he staying in Kenya or is he trying to come over here?
Yeah, the Kenya's trying to come over here in a university in Kenya right now.
Okay.
So, but this guy is trying to come.
What's he studying in Kenya?
In architecture.
Oh, really? Okay, that's good. You get to talk to him much?
Yeah. And yesterday he was at present. So,
Oh, really? Okay. All right. How about any brothers, sisters here
yeah, I have
in America?
yeah, I have a sister. Her name is Grace. Rivers,
How's,
like a river.
oh, River. Okay, okay. Grace River. Where does she live?
I think she lives in Coppell.
Coppell.
I
Okay.
can't remember the.
You ever go see her?
Yeah, I've been actually, we lost a brother a week ago. My brother was living here. I follow him, my brother.
What happened to him?
He had a pancreatic cancer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so he died like a week ago.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Was he older or younger than
Oh,
you?
yeah, he was older than me, so I followed him. He was older than me.
Okay, how old was he?
He was 50.
50? Okay.
His name was Roy. Chairman.
Roy?
Yeah.
Oh, Shamirman? Okay. Shamirman, I keep saying, want to say Shamirman. Okay. And where was he living?
He was living with my sister in Coppell.
Okay, so they live together. Is she married?
Grace?
Yeah, she was now, no, she was married, but now, no.
Yeah, do you know her phone number?
Let me just, I think it's 972-693-0113.
0113? Okay. Now, when you come over here, did you go to college or
No, I didn't,
know it?
because I didn't want to, before that, I had to, how would you say, I had to get my papers to be permanent resident before, so that I can be eligible for some stuff here.
Okay.
And then after that, my son in Kenya and was going to school, so I didn't have time to go to school. I was trying to find money to support me back home.
How far did you get in Kenya in school? Did you go to college?
Yeah, I went to the first grade.
Okay. So that was basically a high school?
High school level.
Yeah.
High school.
Yeah, do they teach you how to speak English in Kenya?
Yeah, they do, because Kenya was colonized by the British.
Okay, so it's basically English speaking?
Yeah, when you come here, you already know how to speak English. So,
Okay.
yeah, that's they teach us English there.
Okay, that's good. Now, since you've been here, have you had a chance to, do you have good friends here? Like who's your best friend?
I've got a lot of friends, a lot of Kenyan friends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody you talk to daily or anything like that?
No, once in a while. One of them his name is Tom Ondeng, Omdeng.
E-N-G?
Yeah.
Okay. Tom, okay. And he's just a friend from Kenya?
Yeah, friend.
Okay. All right. Well, do you have any idea why you're here?
They told me about
I got you.
yeah.
Okay, the reason I want to talk to you is about that, and also some, I guess when they arrested you, you had some jewelry or something?
That's right, that's right. That's when that told the officer was transporting me, that's what I do. I told him.
Yeah, and we didn't know that.
Yeah.
So that's why I need to talk to you about that, just to,
Oh, and also I forgot to tell you, I buy jewelry and also I buy antique things, like I think they found some $2 bills.
yeah, I haven't had a chance to look, I didn't even see any of that.
So I buy like those that bought themselves.
Okay, but, okay, I'm gonna talk to you about that. Before we talk about why you're here,
Okay.
I need to just inform you of your right. Read these to you. And you can read these with me, Billy, okay? This is your Miranda warning, okay? Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, I've had people saying that, so.
Okay, so if you have any questions during this, just stop and ask me, okay? And I'll explain it to you, and we can go into it further.
Okay.
It says you have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all. And any statement you make may be used against you at your trial, okay? Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning. If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have if you're unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning, and you have the right to terminate the interview at any time.
Okay.
You understand the rights that I've read to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about them?
No?
Okay. And you want to talk about the jewelry? You want to talk about why you're here?
Yeah, that's what you said.
Yes, yeah. So if you agree to that, just initial the card for me. Just put your initials on it.
Just anywhere?
Anywhere, yeah. That's the card I actually read to you. I'm going to put the date, it's the 21st. Okay, so let's go back to what you were saying about what you do on OfferUp.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Even, I don't know if they have my phone, I can show you, I have the app there, it's on my phone. I don't know if they have it here.
I don't know if we have it.
Yeah.
If I'm in your property, I'd have to go back out and look. But I've heard of OfferUp, I've seen
Yeah.
it in commercials of it.
Yeah.
I've looked at the other one, not OfferUp, 5 Mile. I've been on that one.
Oh,
Craigslist.
yeah, I will Craigslist too.
Okay, did you go on Craigslist?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So, you said you had money, $2 bills, like
Yeah.
antique money?
Yeah.
Okay, and is that, what do you get, when you sell that, what do you get it for? Like dollar for dollar, or
No,
do you
no,
get
no,
actually?
because they have the same face value,
Mhm.
so whoever buy it from, I buy it like $2.50, and then I go and sell like $3.
Okay, so you can take a $2 bill and sell it for how much?
$3.
$3, okay.
Because some people like collecting those antiques things.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got you. And where do you typically buy this stuff?
On offer up,
Okay,
yeah, somebody just say have something, and then you just go and buy it.
right.
Yeah.
What's your offer up username?
I think it's Zebra 44.
Zebra 44? Okay.
I know people don't put the real names.
Oh, okay, I got you. So when you log in, you put Zebra 44
Yeah,
to get in to actually post
yeah, yeah.
post
yeah,
stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. And if I were going to go look at what you've been selling, do you have a password that I would need?
Like my, no, like on, like.
Or are you already on
I'm
it?
already on it.
Okay, I got you. Okay. And did you, when's the last time you posted anything on OfferUp? Or Craigslist or any of them?
It was, when is it? 2 days ago.
2 days ago? Okay. All right.
So this is March 20th, maybe you're into you might be into the 21st, just depending on the timing of when y'all are starting to investigate this. He says 2 days ago, he posted something on OfferUp.
Right.
And he had talked to you about buying some antique things on there, $2 bills,
Yes, sir, the $2 bills.
and he's claiming those to be that buy them for $2.50, sell them for $3.
Correct.
Right, and you said you buy from OfferUp or all these websites as well?
Yeah, all this website.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what you had on you tonight, where did you get that? Or I guess,
Oh, the one that I had tonight?
when you were arrested for your
Yeah,
warrant.
when I was arrested, I just bought those like 20 minutes ago. There was this guy, he usually gets me jewelry, and you know, even if you don't want to know, he tells me it's by Spring Valley. So he told me I got a box of jewelry. I want you to come and see what you want, and then buy them. So he came to my apartment place, 20 minutes before I was arrested. So I got this box, I looked what I wanted to, I paid his money, and I got the other box, which I didn't want, I threw it in the trash.
Okay, so he met you at your apartment complex?
Yeah.
Okay, so what did he just tell you there?
He told me that he had met someone and bought the jewelry box. And then when he got to his place, he didn't want it, so he threw it away into the dumpster.
Okay. Does he come to your door?
No, he just come, no. He just in the complex, no, he doesn't come to my door.
Okay.
You don't go inside my house. So.
Oh, I got
He doesn't know even want me to know where he stays, or, and
So, but do you have to drive to where he is or anything like that, or does he come to you?
he comes to me.
Okay, so he came to you today?
Yeah, he comes to me.
Okay. Do you know the guy's name?
No, he doesn't tell you his name, that Mexican guy. But
Okay, Hispanic guy? All right. How old is this guy?
he's about 35. No, let's say 38, 40 today.
38 to 40? What kind of cars he drives?
It's a GMC or what? Yes, it's GMC or, I can't.
A pickup truck?
It's a pickup truck, yeah.
And is it a two-door or four-door truck?
I think it's a four-door.
Four-door truck. Now, how does he contact you? Does he, you said he calls you, or he just shows up, or?
No, like today, I just met him when I was coming home, and then he told me I've got something. I told him, okay, you bring it at my place.
Okay.
And then he brought it there.
Did you end up giving money for all this?
Yeah, I had, but by that time I had almost 1,500.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's how much you gave him?
No, I gave him, what was that, 700, 600, I think 700.
You gave him 700 for it?
Yeah.
So he's telling you about an interaction he had about 20 minutes before he got arrested. And you're asking him what kind of car, who this guy is. Is he firing back answers to you?
No, he's having to think about what he's gonna tell me, and it's not coming out very easily for him.
And you asked him how much.
Objection leading, Your Honor. The evidence speaks for itself.
Any response, Mr. Fitzmartin?
I don't really know. No, I don't really know how to respond. I don't think I wasn't legal. I'm asking questions.
That objection will be overruled. You may continue.
You asked him about an amount.
Yes, I did.
Did he know the exact amount that he spent 20 minutes before he got arrested?
He went back and forth between, I believe, 600 and 700.
Well, how do you know that when you get this stuff that it's not, that it's real?
That's what I'm,
How do you know that it's real when you get it?
because I've done it most of the time, and so I looked at it.
Okay,
So sometimes I guess you're true, sometimes it's not real.
right.
Yeah, sometimes it's real.
Because, I mean, $700 for a bunch of, what could
But
be costume jewelry, I mean, that'd be a big bust,
I
right?
know, but the two jewelry that I saw there, I saw they were real, and that's why I knew that I have.
Which jewelry was that? Which one did you know was real?
There was a diamond, two diamond rings.
Okay.
So those I knew there's money there.
And you can tell by naked eye that that's a real diamond and not the cubics or.
One that was not, the gold one was, I was not sure about that, but the other one I was sure.
You're pretty sure about it?
Yeah.
Okay. And did he also give you the antique money, the $2 bills?
No, this was some other guy at Baltimore.
Oh, you got those from Ghana for me?
Yeah.
When did
I
you
travel
get
around,
when did you get those?
those, I got those, what is today? Today's. I got those, today's Wednesday.
It is now, yeah.
Yeah, those Saturday.
You know, Saturday. And did you go to Fort Worth?
Most of the opera people want you to go to them.
Saturday you went to Fort Worth. What time was that, you think?
To around 2
2 p.m. or 8 a.m.?
p.m.
Okay.
Okay, so if we're talking about this being March 20th is a Tuesday.
Right.
March 19th would be a Monday.
Yes, sir, I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we can, let's not.
Yeah, that would
I don't
have
need you.
a calendar, but yes.
Let me go ahead and, I'll bring up my calendar here. Commissioner questions.
You may.
So, March 18th, 20th is a Tuesday,
Right. Okay.
19th is a Monday,
Right.
18th is a Sunday,
17th, being the second.
so the 17th will be a Saturday. And we've already heard evidence that his car, an Altima, had been wrecked out and is in the Dallas Pound on the 17th.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
But he just told you about, what did he tell you about those $2 bills on that happened on Saturday?
That he went to Fort Worth to pick him up.
Did you go by yourself?
Yeah, I don't travel with anybody.
Okay. Now you don't have a driver's license, so do you have a car? Do you own a car?
No, a friend of mine, the one I told you, my best friend, rented a car for me.
Is that Tom guy?
Yeah.
Okay, he rented a car for you.
Yeah.
Okay. And how long have you had that car?
2 days.
What kind of car is it?
It was Hyundai Sonata. He rented it on Walnut and the 75.
It's what?
He rented it on Walnut and 75. There's a rental place there.
Has he rented a car for you before that?
No.
Never before?
No.
Okay, so 2 days ago, did you have it? So Saturday was more than 2 days ago, so when did you drive to Fort Worth?
Yeah, because let me tell you something. I had a friend, I borrowed a friend a car.
So you didn't go by yourself?
Huh?
You did not go by yourself to Fort
No, I
Worth?
went by myself, but I borrowed a friend a car.
Okay,
But on Friday, I had an accident.
okay.
See, here, that's what I was telling you.
Oh, yeah.
I had an accident on Friday. So my car was totaled, was taken to the Dallas police impound.
Okay.
So I didn't
Whose
have,
car was that?
that was a car which also Tom had, went to finance it. He was financing this car, but he financed it for me.
Okay, so it wasn't a rental, it was actually like a leased?
That was a lease car, but this one was a rental because that Friday I had an accident.
Oh, I got you. So Friday you get to an accident, Saturday you borrow a friend's car and you go to Fort Worth.
Yeah.
Okay. You remember who you talked to in Fort Worth? Or who the guy was?
No, it was some guy from, I think it was from Jordan, a Muslim guy.
Okay, and would that number be on your phone?
No, they don't put numbers on the phone.
Then how do you talk to him?
It's just talking on WhatsApp.
On what?
On WhatsApp.
On WhatsApp?
Mm-hmm. And no.
Offer up. Okay. So you talk to him while an offer up and use you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got you. And what, you bought just money from him, or what did you get from him?
Yes, that's the money.
Okay, now, if you sell it for $3, a $2 bill for $3, what is he selling it to you for?
$2.50.
For $2.50?
Yeah. So it's just 50 cents that you difference of 50 cents.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many did you buy? How many $2 bills were there?
I think it was 400 of them.
400?
Yeah.
So $800 and,
That's right.
oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
So basically you can make,
You can make some money from most of it.
okay. It's not bad. It's not bad.
I know you can find almost anything on offer.
Right. So, how much money do you think you're making weekly off jewelry?
Because to find maybe a week, I can stay even maybe 2 weeks to get a deal because sometimes try to offer somebody this money they refuse. So it's not that easy. Yeah. It's not that, but when you get a good deal, you can make money. You can make
I guess.
about 500, but it depends. Because some people they say want this, and you try to offer them this, they say no.
Okay.
So.
Now, Billy, I know what you're telling me right here, okay? I get that. I know it's scary being in here talking to police and what happened to you earlier.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you.
But maybe, can I tell you something real fast?
Yeah.
So, the Plano Police Department who arrested you,
Mm-hmm.
you remember what those guys were wearing when they arrested you?
I'm sorry, yeah, they were like in gear and everything. And
Okay.
I thought it was like a movie.
Yeah, it almost is, because if you think about it, you had a public intoxication warrant, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what was in my mind.
Okay, so, that's just a misdemeanor, right? These guys do warrants, they do big time operations, right? And, you're not being 100% honest with me because they were following you all day. They've been following you all day, so they know where you've been. So you got to keep in mind these guys with these heavy vests, and a bunch of them aren't going to be jumping out on you for a public intoxication warrant. Okay?
Now, Detective Tabor, you said that in trying to engage Mr. Shamir, that those detectives, the Plano Police Department, had been following him all day.
Right.
Now, we all know they weren't really following him all day.
No, sir. I was just trying to ask him questions that he may not know that we know the answer to, and just taking the chance that it would help with the interview.
Okay. Your goal is to get him to admit to what he has done.
Correct, yes.
And you, do you try to employ different tactics in trying to do that?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they've been following you for the day, all right? And we know for a fact that you went to a house in Dallas. You remember that?
A house in Dallas?
Yeah. You don't remember going to a house in Dallas, in North Dallas? Okay, let's go ahead. Let's forget about this Hispanic guy you met, so we know that didn't happen. Okay? They had you on surveillance. They video surveillance. They knew all that. Okay? No guy ever came to your apartment. Okay? Honest? True?
This,
No?
okay, I'm gonna tell
Yes
you.
or no? Yes or no? Did a guy ever come to your apartment?
Yeah, but not where, it was not where it was before I read
No.
my
Billy,
real
Billy.
before I read my real bill, my
Okay.
yeah.
Billy, I know it's hard to talk about, okay?
Yeah.
Sometimes people do, or you think you're a bad guy?
No, I'm not.
You think you're a good guy, right?
Yeah.
As a good guy, you have to admit that even good people make mistakes, right?
I know, but I'm telling you what happened.
You, me, everybody. We all make mistakes. We all do things we regret. Okay? We all do things for different reasons. All right, but you tell me this when I already know 90% of the truth. You know that's hard to overcome, right?
I know, but
Billy, I'm just trying to give you your chance to tell me
that's what I told you.
what happened. I don't know if you went over that. Listen, you may have went over there for one reason. Maybe you were going over there to buy something. I don't know. Maybe somebody wanted to meet you there, and they went inside and you didn't know what was going on. But that's what I need to find out. Okay, just looking at you on the face of everything, you don't look like a bad guy. Okay.
I'm not.
And I can understand how people can get trapped up in these online scams, and you know, you don't necessarily have to live somewhere to go to a house, or you know, they can tell you to go anywhere, right? But we know you went to a house.
I didn't know.
Billy, you went to a house in North Dallas.
I didn't know.
Okay.
I didn't know.
So here's what's going to show you. Your phone's going to show you there.
Okay.
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 They're going to put you there.
Okay.
And the property that you had came out of that house. Okay?
Okay.
We know that. The box, you know, it had the big Jordan box that you told me about,
Mhm.
that you threw in the trash can.
Mm-hmm.
We know where that came from. Okay?
But
You can butt me all day. Billy, I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just coming at you honestly, right?
okay.
If you think I'm trying to trick you, I'm trying to trick you. I'm not. I'm just trying to tell you the God's honest truth that I know.
Okay. That's the deal. Let them put.
But I know where you were.
Let them put me there. I don't disagree. Let them put me there because I was not there.
Where were you?
No, I was not. I was talking. I go around. I go around trying to find the opera. You don't stay in one place. Somebody tells you there's this.
Well, I get that. So on today, or back up yesterday, I guess it would be now. Before you were arrested,
Mm-hmm.
how long have you been at your apartment that day?
My apartment. I left my apartment. Was it 10 in the morning?
At 10 in the morning.
Yeah.
Were you by yourself?
Yeah.
And where did you go?
The first place I went was where I went to. Where did I go? I did go to Walmart.
Which one?
The one on Arapahoe and Coit.
Where do you say you went?
The Walmart
Where?
on Arapahoe. Arapahoe and Coit.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you do at Walmart?
I went there. I went there and bought some eggs and something else. Bought some eggs and what? The one
Like a carton of eggs?
Yeah, I got some eggs and something.
Okay.
What was that? I can't.
Well,
Oh,
that's
and dish soap.
okay, so you go to Walmart, you buy eggs and dish soap, and then where do you go?
And then from there, from there, where did I go? I started driving around, I can't even remember,
Okay.
yeah,
So what time do you think you arrived back at your house?
what time was it, 5:30 or 6?
Yeah, right around there.
Because I had ordered some food, I had to get some food and diapers for the kids. Oh, and I went to Albertsons,
Okay.
and it was near my place, and get some baby diaper and I got baking salt.
Okay.
And then from there, I ordered some food, and there's this African place to get food called African Fusion. Went there, got inside, had a shot of Crown Royal, and then got the food, went to the next shop, I got wine, 2 bottles of wine, and that's when I came home, and then that's when I met the guy.
Okay. So, and he was the only guy you met on offer up
Yeah, yeah,
on that day?
yeah.
Okay. So when you made it to your apartment, did you ever make it inside?
No.
Okay. So where are the eggs and all that right now?
Doing the car, everything was in the car. I was trying to get out of the car.
Everything's still in the car?
No, sir, I was trying to get out of the car. To
Right.
get my stuff, that's when everybody came at me, said,
Right.
police. So everything was in the car. The eggs, the diapers, the food, yeah.
Okay. And so with all these guys that jumped out on you, how many do you think there were?
That's the one, man.
What do you take a guess?
I saw almost, about 6 cars or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, throughout the day, did you ever feel like you were being followed?
No.
No? All right, so they're good at what they do, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, I think how they got my warrant is when I got the accident, went to Plano, Presbyterian Plano,
Mm-hmm.
I think, and then I gave them my address. So that's what I was thinking, how they got me.
Yeah, but they're, again, given the way they are dressed, given the amount of them, you think that's normal for a public intoxication warrant?
I didn't know, that's what.
Right, right. So, again, Billy, we can go round and round about this. I just want to know what happened, because we know you were there in the house. Listen to me, we know that you had the property from the house, the jewelry, the box,
I did.
okay?
I did.
And you can say that, but at some point, the truth is going to come out, and all it's going to make it you look is like you're a bad guy, because we're gonna have all the evidence that you were there,
Okay.
and you're going to sit there and make up stories. How do you think that makes you look?
No, I'm saying, let them just put me there. I don't disagree.
But that's not what it's about, okay? We're not about just putting it there. We know what happened. We know where you were. But I just want to know from you.
I've told you where I was.
Well, but I'm also telling you where you were.
No,
Okay,
but
you're leaving a lot out.
So what?
You're leaving a lot out. Okay, and we know where you were. So what I'm getting at is you had this person's property.
No.
Okay, and that in itself, you can't produce this other guy you bought it from, right?
What I'm saying.
You're the one that had it.
No.
And
I
listen to me.
told you what happened.
And Billy, also the money,
Mhm.
the money that you said you bought from a different guy in Fort Worth,
Yeah.
also came out of the same house. So even the guy that you said you bought the jewelry from in the box, he had that. So how is it even possible that he would have the jewelry in the box? And you bought that from him for $700, and then 3 days before that, you went to Fort Worth and bought the money that came out of the same house.
No.
Yeah.
No, there's no money that came to, no, that's my money.
Billy, I know it's not.
And I had also some other bills, 100 bills, and not even those $200 bills. I had some cash too with me. Those.
Okay. All right. So this is the way you want to go. You want to deny everything you can.
Yeah.
Okay. So tonight,
Mhm.
you no longer have to worry about your public intoxication warrant. Okay?
Okay.
You can forget about that.
Okay.
All right? And it's gonna be a lot worse. It's gonna only get worse from here,
Okay.
okay? But I think there's a point where for you, you need to come out with the truth, okay?
I told you all the
And
truth.
let me see your hands. Let me see. No, turn over the other way.
This one, they were holding me down.
What, the knuckles?
Yeah, and they were cuffing me, and they arrested me.
Okay.
And they arrested me, they pushed me down to the ground.
Okay.
That's what it is.
All right. So, you think that's from?
Yeah, that's today. This is today. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're gonna go to jail for murder, okay?
What?
You're going to jail for murder.
Say, Mark?
Yeah, for murder. You have $1 million bond, and that's where you're going. You're going to our jail here in Dallas, okay?
Say jail tomorrow.
Yes, in jail for murder.
What I do?
Well, you know that. You know the answer because you were in the house. We know you were in the house.
I was not
Okay.
in that house.
So Bill, I'm trying to give you that option. If you met somebody in this house and you don't want to tell me about who you were there with,
No. I did not murder anybody, and I was not in that house. I did not.
well, you still have a warrant for murder, okay?
Okay, but I did not murder anybody, and I was not in that house.
Then why? So you're,
I can't believe this. Say murder?
yes, murder.
Oh, my goodness. Even I don't even, I just can't believe this. All of us from my family, where we come from, like I told you, I lost my brother a week ago. Even where I come from, our culture and tradition, I don't even think about that.
You don't.
No, I just came to see Mother here,
Okay.
a lot of Mother here.
Well, the person that you murdered, you had their property, okay? You had their money,
I
you
did
had their jewelry,
not,
and you had their jewelry box.
I did not murder anybody.
Then what happened?
I told you what happened. I bought this
Did you go into a house to break in and she just happened to be
No,
dead?
no, I did not break anybody's house. I did not. I did not break into anybody's house.
Okay, so how do you explain you being there?
That's what I'm saying. I was not there.
Have you been drinking during the day?
No, I told you I took a shot of Prandor when I went to get my food from this place.
Right.
Yeah. That's not it.
Well, that wouldn't get you drunk.
That's what I'm saying.
So how do you sit there and say you weren't there when we know you were there?
That's what I'm saying. I was not there.
Okay, like I said, we could go round and round about this all day
I was
long.
not there.
And it's not gonna change the fact that you're going to jail for murder, okay?
It's fine. It's fine for me to go, but I know I did not do it.
It's not fine for you to go.
Yeah, but I did not do it. I better go being king instead of going with something which I did not do.
Well, we have evidence against you, Philip.
No, that's what I'm saying. Just put me, I was in that house. You said there was surveillance. Put me, I was in that house. And then that should be it. But I know I was not there.
And I get it. I get it's hard to talk about either being involved in something this horrible. That it's horrible.
That's what I'm saying.
And to know that I'm sitting here across from a man who can sit here and keep a straight face and lie to me
No,
when I know the truth.
I did not. I did not. I'm sorry. I did not.
Well, then how do you account for everything?
I just told you my story. How I did.
So you're talking about 8 hours. So in 8 hours of when you left the house at 10 a.m., you go to Walmart
Yeah.
and buy dish soap and eggs.
Yeah, I
And
think.
then you later go buy some diapers.
Yeah.
And you go to an African restaurant and have food.
Yeah.
Okay, that doesn't account for a day. That accounts for maybe an hour.
But I tell you, I was driving around. I was just driving around and.
You already told me you hadn't met anybody else that day.
Yeah, I didn't
Until he came, what you're saying, he came to your apartment, which he didn't come to your apartment, we know that too.
he did, because what I'm saying, he did not come to my building. He did not meet in the same building where I was arrested. those people, I get it.
But I get that, but you gotta keep in mind that we didn't, but you had surveillance on you from another agency. Okay?
I know, what I'm saying is, I did not do that. I did not. We can say this all day, but I know I did not. I'm telling you what I do, that's my living. That's, even ask me, do you work? I say, I don't know because my person was suspended.
Okay. So, let's go into the future a little bit. So in a week from now, if we talk, and I put your phone records down in front of you, and show you that your phone even was in that neighborhood. Because you gotta keep in mind, there's a cell tower in Dallas about every mile.
I know,
Okay.
I know.
So if you're within half a mile of that house, it's gonna put you there.
Yeah.
And then Wi-Fi and all these houses that will pick up your data on your phone, which will even narrow you down even tighter, is gonna put you there. So when I come back to you in a week and show you that evidence, what are you gonna say?
I'm gonna accept what you say. If I was there, I'll tell you I was there. If I was not there,
But I'm telling you, when I get all your phone records and your phone says you were there, what are you gonna say to that?
There where? There where?
At the house, where the money came out of and where the jewelry came out of.
I won't disagree. Let me just say, I'll agree, but I don't know. I wouldn't, if I was there, then that's something else, but I don't know, I know I was not there.
Okay, so why don't we just start off telling me what happened?
I just told you what happened.
No, when you went to the door, when you went up to the house, what happened?
Which house?
The house in Dallas.
I did not go to any house in Dallas. I did not. I told you that again, I did not go there.
But I'm telling you, we have everything we need to put you there.
But I did not go there. I told you what happened.
You call that a coincidence?
Yeah.
Did you go to the wrong house tonight and just have a knock on a wrong
No,
door?
no. I don't go to people's.
So, one last thing that, we hadn't talked about is, there was a set of keys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what in the jewelry box.
The keys were in the jewelry box?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and they happened to go to the house. So what did you went to?
Huh?
Maybe not.
I didn't understand what you said.
The house that I'm talking about, there are the keys that unlock the door.
I don't even know that was in the jewelry box. I didn't know that those ones were two sets of keys, mine for Wednesday and those ones. And those were in the jewelry box.
Okay, you threw the jewelry box away, why did you keep the keys?
I don't even know why. I just when I was going through the stuff that I wanted, that's when I got the keys and put them there in the house. I didn't even, my head was even not thinking about that. Because if I knew those keys were from that house, I would have disposed them a long time ago. So that's what I'm doing. I didn't even know what the keys were for.
Why would you have disposed of them?
Huh?
Why would you have disposed of the keys?
That's what I'm saying. If you say that those keys were from where the jewelry box came from, if I knew they were from there, I wouldn't keep them. I would have disposed them to the jewelry box.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so this Hispanic male that's 38 to 40 years old that you bought it from, that you don't know his name, that drives a white pickup truck, sold you all this for $700. And the money, that we know came out of the same house, again, you say you bought it in Fort Worth 200 days before that, right? That's your story. So you're saying you bought the money from a guy in Fort Worth that came out of the same house that the jewelry came out of. That's your story.
No, that money did not come from that house. That's my money.
No, I'm talking about the $2 bills,
Yeah,
which I can go to the bank right now
yeah,
and go buy $2 bills for $2.
that's right.
Okay, I don't need to go buy them for $2.50 or $3. I can go to the bank and tell them I want $100 worth of $2 bills, and they'll give me $100 worth of $2 bills.
I know, but that's what I'm
It's
saying.
not an antique money. You can go get those anytime you want.
But there are people who collect money. I know, I've done that.
But I'm saying $2 bills are not an antique money. Anybody can get $2 bills. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I didn't know for you, but people buy them. The crazy people who buy it, they don't care. They buy anything.
Right, well, They can go to the bank and buy them for face value.
But they want to sell them for $250 and I want to sell them for $3. That's what I'm saying. That's what the deal comes to.
Okay, all right, Billy. That's what you want to stick to.
Yes, sir.
This is what you want to stick to. With all this mounting evidence against you, you want to stick to this.
No. Yeah, I'm going to stick to my story. Because I've never done this. That's what I'm saying, Mark, I was like,
Take the taper. I'm gonna show you real quick. This is one of the State's Exhibit 104, which is one of the rows of the $2 bills. You see the date, at least on this $2 bill came out from, you see the date on there?
2013?
2013. So we're not talking about some sort of vintage type money or anything like that.
No, sir.
I've never married. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I've never married.
So what do you call it?
Call what? I've never married anybody. And I don't even think,
When you take somebody's property, and while taking their property, or before taking the property, you take their life, what do you call that?
that's what I'm saying. I've never, I did not marry anybody. And I did not take anybody's property. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But you ended up with their property.
That was,
From some guy that you can never produce,
that's what I'm telling
that you
you.
can never give us a name to, of a person who we know wasn't there because Plano PD had surveillance on you. So that's what you want to stick with.
I'm going to stay with my point. Where the guy sold me is not where they caught me. That's what I'm saying. This building, we have phase 1 of this building and phase 2 of this building. So it's a big building. So that's what I'm trying to
All right, Bill, here's what you're gonna do. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like some more water?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna get some coffee.
Okay.
I want you to think about things for a little bit. All right.
I'm fine. I'm going to just take
And just think, well, if it's a story, you don't have to stick to it. Okay. If it's the truth, you don't have to stick to it.
But what I've told you is the truth to me.
Well, you haven't told me anything that even resembles the truth.
I have. I've told you from the beginning.
Matter of fact, your lies that you're telling me are almost better than the truth.
No, there's no lies I've told you.
Yeah, so when all this is, shown to a jury and, they can see what you've done and see how you act right here with no emotion, with
That's right.
with no remorse.
I have remorse.
That's on you, man.
No, what I'm saying is I can't believe you're telling me that.
Well, sometimes you gotta believe. I told you right from the get-go, I'm not trying to mess with you, I'm not trying to trick you, I'm not lying to you. It is what it is.
Okay.
And just sit here and think about it. I'll come back here in a little bit.
You take a little bit of break at this point in time.
Yes, I do.
This is also kind of part of your tactics, maybe just give them some time to think.
Yes, sir, yeah.
All right, and you had said there at the end, I'm not trying to trick you, I'm not trying to lie to you or anything like that. Obviously, we know now, you were telling them some untruths at that point in time, about surveillance and things of that nature.
I was, yes.
How you doing, Billy?
All right, there's 2 cameras inside that same room, is that right?
Right.
Is this just the other angle of that?
Yes, sir, it
Is
is.
this a continuation of that?
Okay.
You doing okay? You been thinking about what we've been talking about? What do you think about it?
Just want to stay what I told you. That's what I'm saying. I don't need a lawyer. I don't need nothing because I know I didn't do nothing. So I just want to stay like that. Yep.
So, just so I'm clear on your story, you said you were at your apartment this morning until 10 a.m. And I take it you spent the night there the night before?
Yeah.
Okay. So when the officers went to your house, your wife or girlfriend said you hadn't been there for a few days.
So I went to there for a few days.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she said?
That's what she said, yeah.
That's a lie. I was there this morning.
Huh?
I was there.
Why would she tell us that?
I was there. I got up this morning. I went to Albertsons. Got, what did I go to? Bread and sugar. This morning. Yeah. Can see me in Albertsons. If you go there, check the surveillance. I was there this morning because I asked her, what do you want? We don't have bread and sugar. I went to Albertsons, got the bread and sugar, came back home. I had breakfast until around 10:30. That's when I left. Yeah. Or why don't you all have a phone or wherever go 3 ways and then ask a question when she's there? Why didn't she say that I was not there? That's a lie. I was there.
Hey, that's between you and your wife.
That's what I'm saying. That's a lie. I think that she was trying to avoid that so that the cop don't say, why are you bringing him? Let him come here and you say he's not going to come stay here with you. Yeah, I think that's what she was trying to avoid. Yeah. I was there. I've been there the whole month.
The whole month?
Yeah.
Okay. Had you not been there before the month?
No, I've been there. What I'm saying for this month, that you say I've never been there, I've been there.
Right.
Yeah. I was there 2 days. That's all. I was there. Last night, spent the night there. Yeah.
So it was
Even
money.
before the cop arrested me about 4:40 there, I called her and asked her what I wanted to eat and all that. Because for dinner,
Mm-hmm.
that's what I said. I told her the food from the African place and go and get some wine. And I don't know actually I was not there, that's a lie. I was there.
That's fine, that's fine. Not too worried about that.
Yeah.
You know, it's all the other
And
things that I'm more concerned about,
yeah.
okay? You know, it's just, you know, it's one thing to say something,
Yeah.
and then it's another to be shown that you're not telling the truth, but to continue saying what you're saying. You know, to me, that just doesn't make sense. You know, there's an explanation for everything.
I know, but
And,
what I told
well,
her.
listen to me, there's an explanation for everything.
Okay.
And again, sometimes we do things or see things or are a part of things or just happen into the wrong place at the wrong time. You know, we can't really go into why things happen or what happened here. Now, if this is a common occurrence, if it's something that happens a lot, you know, with you or with people that you might know, and maybe, you know, if it's happening and you're not directly involved, but you just kind of turn a blind eye to it because it's profitable, I can't answer that. You know, it's something that only you would know. But, you know, again, I've already gone over what I have. Like I said, if you have a question for me, I'll answer it for you if I can.
I don't have any question.
You know, if you're concerned about anything, I'll answer that for you.
No.
You know, I have no issue with that. I'll tell you as much as I can because, you know, sitting here talking to you, you seem like an alright guy. But what's going on in that mind of yours, you know, I can't speak to that.
I'm telling you the truth. Right now we are morning. I told you most of that.
Why? I get that.
What I just told you is the truth. and I'm gonna stick with that. I don't need a lawyer, because why should I need a lawyer for something I did not do?
Okay, but again,
That's what I said.
you know, I'm just trying to, you know, say what you're telling me is the truth, okay? What can you offer me to prove, other than your word, any of it?
My phone.
Oh, we'll get that. Matter of fact, we'll play that by this, you know, in a few hours,
Yeah.
okay? And that's one of the things that I'm really good at, is analyzing phone records, okay? Now, people that are smart don't always take their phone with them, so I can understand that too. Or if you weren't using your phone, I can understand that as well, okay?
Yes.
Or if you turn it off at a certain time, you know, there's things that we can't always tell by a phone. So we don't rely just, so what I'm, you know, it just doesn't make any sense what you're telling me.
It has to me.
Well, because you want it to be the truth. No, but you know it's not the truth.
It is the truth.
I think you're the type of person, Billy, that, you know, you want to have this outward appearance of a good person,
I am a good person.
okay?
I told you that.
But internally,
No, I am.
you know, whether you're battling demons or
No, I'm not. No,
you're doing whatever you have to do to make ends meet,
no.
and you just don't have a conscience and you don't care about what happens to other people or how family members feel.
I do care.
You know, you said you're mourning, but, you know, so are other people,
I know. But I'm saying,
okay?
I'm very compassionate and very good. That's why I chose to be a caregiver. I'm a good-hearted person. I cannot harm anybody. Period.
How old was your father when he passed away?
104.
104, wow. How about your mother?
She was 71.
So he lived quite a while without her then.
Yeah. But my dad married 3 wives.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We had 26 children.
26?
Children.
You had 25 brothers and sisters?
Yeah. The first wife had 11, my mom 8, and the third wife 7.
Wow.
And the firstborn was born in 1924.
You what?
The first son of my dad was born in 1924,
Wow. And when was the last?
1982.
So 60 years of fathering children.
Yeah.
How much money are you sending home to your boy in Kenya?
So
How much money do you send home to your boy in Kenya?
like monthly, about $500 for rent and all that, and also the school fees, every fees,
How much are the fees?
and it is about $1,500 per semester.
A semester, okay. And then 500 monthly for rent,
Rent,
food.
food, and things.
Does he live on campus?
Yeah.
So what's gonna happen to him if you are able to provide money?
And that's the question of the day.
Well, that's one of the questions of the day.
Yeah. That's the question of the day.
One of the questions.
And the 3-year-old already here.
Okay, and your wife's not working, right?
She's not.
So who's paying rent?
I'm the one.
How much is that a month?
1,300.
$1,300 a month?
The 2-bedroom.
She have a car?
No.
So $1,300 a month, and then $500 for your boy in Kenya, $1,000 a semester tuition, food, diapers, formula, or not formula, he's past formula, but
Yeah, like clothes and food.
it adds up, don't it?
Yeah.
Puts a lot of pressure on you. How do you take that?
I'm just in shock. That's what I'm saying.
You're just talking about the pressure that you have to provide for your family?
Yeah.
You just feel like you don't get any help from them?
No, it's not that way, it's because, of my driver's license was expired, and I can't, you know.
You can't do anything.
Yeah, I can't do anything, so I think I was gonna renew one in July, and that was gonna expire, and, the 20
Have
years.
you tried to apply for anybody to get a job at, somewhere new, you can walk or take the bus, or have you applied for those jobs?
Tired, but nobody can employ on there.
Well, have you tried?
I have tried, even, I've tried many agencies actually, because of caregiving, that's my profession,
Mm-hmm.
but every time,
So, I mean, help me understand what that's like, trying to provide for a family and then a son in Kenya. I mean, how is it?
that's very tough. That's what I was trying to do.
So what's going to happen to your boy in Kenya if you don't give him money?
I don't know, maybe now, the families will have to take care of them.
Do you think they will?
I believe so, because, they'll have to save my land.
They will save your land? You have land in Kenya? How much?
I have, 200 acres. That's the only thing they'll do.
I mean, maybe sell the land and that'll get him through school.
Yeah.
How about your wife and your boy here? Prince?
I don't know, I guess the only thing they'll have to go back to Kenya. Because Kenya is easy to live than here. You have the
Cheaper.
It's cheaper, and also there's no bills, a lot of bills, everybody almost has a house there. And you have all of your families over there, so it's harder than, it's easier than here.
But in a way, it's a lot harder, otherwise you wouldn't want to be here.
And now, the only thing harder there is to get money in Kenya.
So medical treatment.
Yeah, and medical treatment and all those things.
Food.
Yeah, if you don't have money in Kenya, it's hard to, but most of the food is not an issue because there's a lot of farm, everybody farms. There's organic food there, that's a good thing. It's only money, there's no jobs.
What's your favorite thing about money?
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite thing about money? What do you like to buy?
Oh, when I don't buy things, I just, my money is just support my family and Kenya. Yeah, that's all in my mind. I don't gamble, I don't.
You drink?
I drink.
Yeah.
But once in a while.
Okay.
Not all the time. Even I ran road today because I had, like, you can hear my voice.
Mhm.
Like I was coughing and all that, so I say, when people say, take a shot, it'll clear that. That's why.
Right. So, I can almost understand doing things that you wouldn't typically do to provide for your family. I get that. I really do. I mean, if you're in a situation where you can't do anything and you've tried every right way of doing things and it's just not paying, it's just not cutting it, I can understand, doing what you have to do to make ends meet. I mean, you have a family to feed, you have a kid to take care of in another country. I mean, I can understand the mounting pressure you have. But it's also, it's just one of those fine lines you gotta, decide between poverty, homelessness. I mean, how would you even get back to Kenya if you wanted to go there, right? Short of, just hurting yourself into immigration or, that's something you don't want to do with a 4-year-old or 3-year-old kid, right?
No.
Who's an American citizen.
Yeah.
And, really, in a way, I almost get it. I almost get it. That you have to do what you gotta do.
Yeah, that's why I decided that the only way is just to, for whatever credit try to find.
I know that that's not paying the bills either.
Yeah, it does.
Well, I guess it does pay the bills when you don't have to pay for what you're selling, right?
I didn't understand you.
So it pays, it's profitable if what you're selling and offer up
Yeah.
is free to you. And you know what I mean by that, right?
It says free to me.
It's free to you and you sell it because you're able to take it from other people and sell and offer up.
Yeah, I buy from other people.
Well, no,
I don't take, I buy.
you take from other people and you sell them. And again, I'm not judging you for it. I'm not judging you, Billy. I'm just saying
That's what I'm saying.
you have so much pressure, riding on your shoulders. Nobody else in your family is having to put up with what you have to put up with, right?
Yeah.
This is all on you and nobody else. And I understand those pressures, and I do. You having a baby is stressful in itself, and then having to worry about whether you can feed that kid.
Yeah.
I understand that pressure. But I think also that you're the type of man that wants to teach your children to do right.
That's what you were told. You were grown up like that.
You want to teach your children right. You want
Yeah.
to raise Prince to be a good citizen.
That's right. That's right. And that's what I try.
So in order to do that, you're doing what you have to do to give him the life that he deserves. Correct?
Yeah. Do my household around and that's what I do.
Right.
Yeah.
But when you're teaching one thing, and that's to be respectable,
Yeah.
okay, and to respect other people,
That's right.
you're teaching that. But you're having to go against those values in order to provide that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I don't go against anybody. I don't go against anybody.
But again, Billy, I think it goes against your nature to sit here and not be truthful. I think that's actually probably harder for you to do than what you're doing, because you're the type of guy that you want to be right. You want to do right.
But
It's just hard to, and I get it. It's just hard. Billy, I get it.
I know.
You have so much pressure on you. It's hard to talk about.
No, well, I don't have any, the pressure is on my family, but that.
But you understand,
What you're telling
Billy, you understand you're going to jail for killing someone.
You just told me that, and that's what I said. I better go enter in jail for something I did not do, instead of just saying I did something that I did not do. That's what I was trying to tell you.
But that's not the normal response.
Yeah, that's a very normal response.
No, it's
Because there's
not.
nothing else I can tell you. I just told you everything, and you're trying to tell me that I'm not telling you the truth.
So it's that hard
Now,
for you.
what else do you want me to tell you?
I want you to just tell me the truth.
I just
That's
told
all I care about is the
That's
truth.
what I just told you the truth.
But
There's nothing
you're
else.
not, because, look, if I'm looking at this and I say that's a white cup,
Yeah.
and you can sit there and tell me the whole time, that cup's blue. And I can show you the cup, and it's white.
I've been telling.
And that's what I'm doing here. I have all the evidence. I'm telling you what I have. I'm not tricking you. I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you the God's honest truth of what we have on you. And I just want to hear it from you, because there has to be a reason.
I've just.
Something goes wrong. Something went wrong when you went in there. Maybe you had somebody else with you. Maybe they did it and you just wanted to get out of there. I don't know.
No, I did not go to anybody's house. That I just told you. I did not.
But that's not the truth.
That's not the truth.
That's not the truth.
That it is. That's the truth. And that's what I'm going to.
I'm telling you, well, I get that. But it's hard for me to sit here and believe that you're that cold of a man.
No. I told you I'm very
That you're
human.
that.
I'm compassionate, I'm human.
No, that's being cold.
No.
You're not compassionate. That's cold.
No, I am.
I think you're a good man because you want to provide for your family.
I think you're a good man because you want to do things right by them. I think you make mistakes because you have to go against your values to do what you got to do for your family.
I don't do mistakes. I don't go against my values. And that's all it is.
But if you're doing that kind of thing, if you're making up lies and you're telling me
What
that
lies?
some 40-year-old Hispanic male in a white truck came to your apartment, which we know didn't happen.
It did, and it did.
It did not happen.
It did.
It did not happen.
It did, 20 minutes before.
I mean, it's surprising to me because you're sitting here telling me this, and you and I both know that.
And this is not the first time he sold me the jewelry. He sold me before.
But he didn't call you and tell you he was coming. He just showed up.
No. Not today?
Yeah.
No, today we met.
You just met.
Yeah.
He didn't call you. He just showed up. How did you even know to be there?
To be where?
To where he was.
I saw him on my way when I was coming on Spring Valley. And I think what was this? I was coming and then what happened? I saw him. And then one day he told me, hey, I got something. I said, okay, you bring it at my place.
And when was this?
This today.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I told him, bring it at my place. I'm going to go and get the food from the African Fusion.
And you talked to him like in,
Yeah.
where'd you talk to him at?
The Spring Valley.
On the side of the street, in a parking lot?
Yeah, on the side of the street.
You just pulled over on Spring Valley and talked to him.
Yeah. Because I saw his car when I was coming. I saw his car.
Were y'all side by side? Did y'all pass each other?
No, we didn't pass each other. It was parked and then I saw his car. I went there and then we talked.
He was just parked on the side of the road
Yeah, on the side of the street.
by himself with nobody around, just like he's broke down or something?
It was not like on the street, the range on the street. It was just like, what can I say, on the entrance of an apartment.
Oh, that was an apartment. Which apartments?
Those on,
That's one thing I love about apartments. They have to have cameras.
yeah.
You know, it's the law. They gotta have cameras.
What do they call this? It's on Spring Valley and, never went right on Spring Valley. Then I don't know, they go press on something, press on you or something.
Spring Valley and what?
Before Rich Manford, behind on the right.
Off Richmond?
Yeah. I don't know what they call here.
Okay.
So,
Is there a gate that he was behind or no gate?
No, they don't have gates over there.
So, does he live there?
That's what I said. I don't know where he is.
Have you ever seen him there before?
No, never seen him.
Can I have
What is
this?
so distinctive about his truck to where you would know, hey, that's his truck?
All right, I wanted to take this time right now. We are straight up at 12 noon. I would like to go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. We will continue when we come back from lunch at this exact spot. So we will be recessed until, let's take a lunch break until 1:15. So we will be on lunch break until 1:15. When we come back from lunch, hit the red button and we'll start again when you're ready.
All right.
we are, welcome back, jurors, welcome back, welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. We are now back on the record in cause number F1875401, which is the state of Texas versus Billy Shamir. Where we left off was the state of Texas was during their case in chief, and they were cross-examining Detective Brian Tabor, who is still on the stand. Mr. Tabor, you're the person who was previously sworn in prior to the vote, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may continue, Mr. Martin.
All right, thank you, Judge. Okay, we'll just go ahead and pick up right where we left off on this video, okay?
Because there's a lot of white Ford Chevy, or a lot of white Chevys out there.
Even I didn't know it was him. I guess I looked and I saw. I said that looks like that guy's truck.
What was so distinctive about it to make you think that that was his and not some other?
Because of, he said he told me that he lives in that area. So that's.
Well, you said you didn't think he lived there.
No, I told he told me he lives in Spring Valley, but that's what I said. He said somewhere in Spring Valley.
So he'll tell you where he lives, but what did he tell you his name was?
Huh?
What was his name?
He didn't tell me exactly where he lived. He told me I live somewhere in Spring Valley. That's what I'm saying.
But he never told you his name?
Never told me his name. Yeah.
Never gave you a phone number?
No. That's what I'm saying.
So every time, how did you meet this guy?
How did I meet him? This has been a long time ago. I met him when he sold me a ring.
And that was when? How many months ago, years ago?
This is like 1.5 years ago. Yeah.
And when, before he came over and sold you your account of selling you the jewelry tonight or yesterday, when was the time you saw him before that?
No, I saw him, that's when I found fourth time.
No, I'm saying, other than this time, when was the last time you actually saw him?
Oh, I saw him, this was about 3 months ago.
3 months ago. How long you been living over there in the Pear Ridge?
Once a year.
Almost a year. How many times has he been over there?
Him,
Yeah.
once today.
Today was his first time. And how did he know how to go there?
What, to prepare it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I told him I live on Carriage. I told him to come to Carriage Apartments. That's what I told him.
That's what you told him. Is he by himself?
Yeah.
And just, for you taking all this in, I mean, do you think that I believe it when you're telling me?
Yeah.
You think I believe what you're telling me?
Yeah, I want you to believe it, but I'm telling you the truth.
I think you're compromising the truth.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
true.
Because right now, for somebody who's so caring about his own family, you're not really having any other cares for anybody else.
Yeah, I don't care about people.
You may care about your people,
I don't care about them.
your family, but not other people.
I do.
Well, if you do, what happened wouldn't have happened.
All right. Just want to tell you, I was not in anybody's house to the way you're trying to tell me. I did not take anybody's jewelry. I bought that jewelry today. The jewelry.
And he bought the money,
Yeah.
who was owned by the same person as the jewelry,
No.
from a Jordanian guy in Fort Worth,
Yeah.
from OfferUp.
And I travel a lot.
So when I go to your OfferUp account, you're gonna have a transaction on there for $3 bill, or $2 bills.
You going to check?
I will go check it. But I don't think that you're gonna be that surprised when it's not on
It's there.
there. No, it's not gonna be there.
It's there. Because, you know, sometimes.
If I were to have your phone right now, would you,
Yeah.
let me ask you this, in order to speed things up a little bit, will you give me consent for your phone?
Yeah.
You give me consent?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
Detective David, when you're asking for consent for the phone, what are you wanting at that point in time?
I'm asking for his permission to get into his cell phone and extract the information from it.
Is this your phone, Billy? Right here?
Yeah.
That's your phone? Is that your only phone, or do you have multiple phones? Huh?
Only laptop.
Okay. Are you doing okay? Are you hungry or anything?
No, it's fine. Just cold.
I know, let me see how I find you a blanket.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Spell your last name again.
CHE-MIR. MIR.
And 12/8/70. Ever heard of this type of phone?
Yeah, the new
Is that
Metro PCS.
Alcatel?
Yeah.
What's the phone number to this?
972-674-7527.
All right, Billy, I'm gonna read this to you. It says, Billy, sure remember?
Yeah.
Close enough?
Yeah.
Good. Having been informed by Brian Tabor, a police officer of the Dallas Police Department, City of Dallas, Dallas County, Texas, of my constitutional right not to have a search made, exemplars taken, or evidence seized from me without a search warrant. And having been told my right to refuse such a search or seizure, hereby authorize the above named officers to do the following acts. Search your Alcatel cell phone, phone number 972-674-7527. These officers are authorized by me to take any stolen property, implements of a crime, instrumentalities, or other property which may have been used, obtained, or possessed in violations of the laws of Texas, any other states, or of the United States. Any physical evidence which they believe to be evidence of a suspected criminal offense, or any items which they believe to be relevant to the investigation of a suspected criminal offense. This written permission is being given by me to the above named officers voluntarily and without threats or promises of any kind, and is given without full and free consent. You agree to that?
Yeah.
Do you agree to us searching your phone? Sign right there. Yeah, is there a password?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what that is?
Excuse me?
Can you tell me what the password is?
Yeah.
What is it?
8686.
What is it?
8686.
All right. You sure you did anything? Just a blanket?
Yeah.
I'll look, let's see if we have one.
Commissioner approach.
You know,
I'll show you what's from Marshall State's Exhibits 136. It's already been placed in the evidence. Is that same phone that you were just talking to him about?
Yes, sir, it is.
State Exhibit number 318. Is this a copy of that consent search form that you just filled out with him?
Yes, sir.
And then we're going to see on another series of videos later on, does Detective Martino of the Plano Police Department add to this document later on?
Yes, he does.
Okay. The 318 has in the blue writing in here, that's all the stuff that you did with
Correct.
with Mr. Jones. And then you leave the room there, you then go and have this phone, what we call an extraction done to it.
Yes, I did.
And what is an extraction?
An extraction is where they pull basically your call detail records, your text messages, photographs, videos, and anything that can be taken off your phone and stored on our programs.
Okay, so it's basically taking a picture of everything or a copy of everything that's on the phone.
Yes, it is.
Is that what's contained in State's Exhibits 296?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer State's Exhibit 318 and 296 in the evidence.
No objection.
All right. State Exhibit number 318 and State Exhibit 296 will be admitted into evidence.
Excuse me, the lights can come back up.
Okay.
Now, Detective Tabor, does that end your portion of talking to Mr. Chamir at that time?
Yes, it does.
He had mentioned to you that he was cold and he wanted a blanket.
Right.
Did you have a blanket to give to him?
I did look, and we did not have any that night.
I think when we start, eventually Detective Martinez of the Plano Police Department go in with another detective to talk to Mr. Chamir.
Right. Yeah.
If he's dressed in a different outfit, what did you give him to help him with him being cold?
Well, we gave him a jumpsuit, a white jumpsuit, and booties, and that was also for his clothes, yeah.
So he changes out of his clothes and jumps into this jumpsuit that has long sleeves and some booties for his feet.
Yes, sir, yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did he also indicate to you that he was hungry? Or that he wanted something to eat?
Yeah, I do believe he did, yes.
And did you offer him and give him what you could find there in the police station to give
Yeah, I
him?
found him some donuts or a honey bun or something like that, yeah.
Now, as the lead detective in this case and familiar with the other parts of the investigation, we didn't, in Ms. Harris's case, we did not find any of Mr. Chamir's DNA or anything like that linked him to Ms. Harris's case.
No, we did not.
We didn't have any fingerprints that linked him to Ms. Harris's case.
No, sir.
We canvassed the area and looked for home video cameras or anything like that, security cameras to try to link Mr. Chamir or or for that matter, Ms. Harris's car coming or going, and we weren't able to find anything.
Yes, sir, we did. Multiple times went out to the neighborhood trying to find video cameras and weren't able to.
And you did an extensive investigation in trying to link as many things as we could to Mr. Chamir or to rule him out if that were the case.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you're talking to him, I think it was kind of obvious in your tone with him, the story that he was giving you, did you buy any of that story at all?
I did not believe anything that he was telling me, especially, just his timeline between what he did and how he met people. I never believed that the people existed that he's bringing up. The accounts that he was going back to, he was struggling with giving any kind of details, and that would have been from earlier in the day. So, yeah, of course, I didn't believe anything he was saying.
Commissioner Approach? So, as we look on State's Exhibit 317, and you're aware that he and Ms. Harris are leaving at 328, around 328, 329 from the Walmart store.
Yes, sir.
And their cars exit out into Arapahoe around, I think the latest one is around 342, something like that, somewhere around that neighborhood.
Right.
Okay? And his apartment is up here at 4500 Pier Ridge.
Yes, sir.
Spring Valley is south of Arapahoe. Is that right?
Yeah.
that he is saying that he would have to run into this individual would be south of this Arapahoe, down, closer down towards 635, than up closer to President Court.
Correct, yes.
And Spring Valley's south of Beltline.
I'd have to look at the map, but it's pretty far south from that location.
And so Detective Martinez, he was the lead detective on the Mary Bartell case for Plano, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did they arrive down there and get invited and say, hey, do you want to go talk to them about your case? You're more than welcome.
Yes, we had him come down as well, yeah.
I'll pass. Oh, do you see Mr. Tremere in the courtroom today?
I do. He's at the left of, and wear the suit and the mask.
Okay. I think.
Well, the zebra color tie.
Okay, thank you.
It's hard to see from this angle in front of him, so.
Okay. Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Moore, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Afternoon, Detective, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. So, Tom Oding, he exists, doesn't he?
Repeat that?
Tom Oding, doesn't he exist?
Right, the friend.
Right, but you stated to Mr. Fitzmartin that the people that he gave you, you stated that you didn't believe that they existed, correct?
Well, the ones that he's talking about that he met up, I know that Tom's a real person. He had phone numbers, he had actual physical evidence the guy existed. The other ones were just, in my opinion, figments of his imagination.
Okay. And then, as the lead detective, and Mr. Fitzmartin went over, and, you know, obviously you and I have known each other for quite some time. You've been with homicide for what, about 16 years, is that correct?
About 13, yes, or over 13.
Okay. And have handled, as lead detective, approximately what?
100 or so cases.
Okay. And that big book we're buying in front of you, what do you call that? What is that?
It's just our murder book.
Okay. And for each case that you're assigned to as the lead detective, you compile that information, is that right?
Right.
And any and all information regarding a case that you're the lead detective on comes to and through you, is that right?
Right.
Okay. And in this situation, especially when Mr. Jameer was arrested in connection or in conjunction with the Plano Police Department and Dallas Police Department, did you also receive those reports? As well?
I did, yes.
Okay. Did you happen to see the inventory that was done on that Hyundai?
The inventory?
Yes, sir.
I would imagine it's in our case, in the case file, not necessarily in our book, but on the K drive. I would imagine it would be.
May I approach him?
You may.
I'm showing you a supplemental report from the Plano Police Department. Take a look at that one.
Okay.
And this specifically on page 3. You see items where it's a list located in the vehicle, which would be the picture of the Hyundai.
So you're talking about a picture of it?
Yes, sir, as well as the items that were recovered.
Right. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, and are you familiar with, have you seen that before?
I'm sure I read it back in when we were first on the case.
Okay, and basically my point is, in the itemized list, it shows the paper bag containing, can you read number 1?
Paper bag containing some sort of takeout food was located behind the driver's seat.
And Mr. Schmiermeyer, in the interview you had with him, he told you that he had stopped and bought food for his family from, I think it was, African Fusion.
African Fusion, yes, sir. Yeah.
And that number 1 would be consistent with that, is that correct?
Well, without knowing when that takeout food was bought, I couldn't say whether or not it was the same.
But it was takeout recovered that was on the front seat of that vehicle, is that right?
Right, well, yes, there was a bag there, but I just can't say when the bag was put there.
Gotcha. And number 2 states that what?
Plastic bag containing 2 bottles of wine was located on the back seat.
And in your interview, you also told me they had stopped and bought a couple of
Right.
wines, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And number 6 states what?
Albertson's plastic bag containing a package of diapers was located in the front seat, passenger seat.
And he also told he had stopped and picked up diapers for his grandson Prince, is that correct?
Correct.
And then it also number 7?
A Walmart plastic bag containing a carton of eggs was located in the front passenger forecourt.
And also number 8.
Walmart plastic bag with a bottle of Dawn liquid soap in the front passenger forecourt.
And those 2 items were also something that he had told you during his interview that he had stopped to pick up, is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay. Detective Tabor, you stated that you had been in homicide prior to your retirement for about 13 years. You've done approximately 100 or so cases, whereas that's as lead detective too, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, that's not even including the ones where you assisted on and done other things but weren't the lead, is that right?
Correct,
That
yes.
was, explanate that number quite a bit, right?
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Fitzmartin asked you earlier in regards to some of the tactics that you use in an interview, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, for instance, so this room where you interviewed Mr. Shamir, where's that located?
That's located at our police headquarters, the Jack Evans building.
And what's a common term or phrase that's used to describe this room, the area where you guys interviewed?
The common term headquarters.
Well, I mean, like a layperson's term, like people in the community that may say, have you ever heard the term the first 48 room?
Oh, the first 48 building, yes,
Okay.
yeah.
And what is that referring to?
The A&E series, first 48, that's the homicide documentary.
Okay. And so the tactics that Mr. Fitzmartin had asked you about earlier, what exactly are those tactics that you use in an interview?
Well, it's hard to explain any tactic that you use in general. When you go in and you start talking to someone, you see where that interview goes. And, when we're talking to someone, we don't have to tell them the truth. You know the term bluffing. Sometimes we do try to give them some information that we may not necessarily have, but want to convince them that we do. And that's just one of the tactics that I use in this.
Right. And the law allows you to do that, correct?
Right.
So you can bluff, you can lie, you can trick if necessary to see what
Yeah.
information that can be elicited from that person you're interviewing, correct?
Yes, sir.
And those are all the things that you told Mr. Shamir that you weren't doing, you actually were doing.
Of course, yes.
Okay. And throughout all that, what was the total length of this interview with Mr. Shamir?
I couldn't tell you the entire length, maybe around 2.5, 3 hours.
Okay. And that's actual speaking time between yourself and Mr. Shamir?
Possibly, yes.
Do you know the length of time that Mr. Shamir was being held in that room then?
I'd have to go back and look at the video to see when it started and ended, but it was a while.
Okay, and basically, like I said, you and I, we've done this several times, and typically how it works is individuals held a little bit before, or not even a little bit, normally it's an hour or so before, then you guys come in, do the interview, and then maybe held after that fact. So it's normally greater than the length of time of actual conversation, correct?
Are you asking like the time frame between when he got put in
Yes.
and the time that we actually talked to him?
Yes, sir.
That can vary from case to case. There's no set time when you get to interview somebody. Really, you get to interview them when you get to it. I mean, sometimes you can't always get to them right away and interview them.
Right, but there's
And-
normally, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Take
But
it.
I'm saying, you want to be as up to date on the case as you can. You want to make sure you have all the information possible before you go in there and talk to them. So, so you can't make that statement that it's an hour or 30 minutes before or 4 hours. It's different.
And it can vary, so sometimes it can be as short as half an hour, and sometimes it's been as long as 3 or 4, correct?
Sometimes it can be immediate, yes.
Okay. Is another tactic that you've used, or that maybe used widely between you and your colleagues during an interview, is it to make it, to develop some sort of rapport with the person that you're interviewing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that could be making, feigning, liking that person, or trying to make it personal to get that person open up to you. Is that right?
Well, I think just talking to anybody in general, you try to be at least polite to them and be genuine in that aspect that, you're talking about. I was never disrespectful to him. Just wanted to talk to him like he was just a guy across from me that I'm talking to. and didn't want to make it uncomfortable for him or myself.
And sometimes a tactic that has been used is to get close to the person and kind of shorten the personal space between you and the individual. Isn't that correct, Detective?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what I'm getting at, Detective Tabor, is that throughout all these several hours of Mr. Shamir being in that interview room, throughout the several hours that you interviewed him and questioned him repeatedly about the same things over and over again, the one thing that he was, or the two things he was continually consistent about was that he didn't kill anyone and he didn't rob anyone. Isn't that correct?
He kept saying that he was going to stick to his original story and go from there, yes.
Thank you, Detective. I'll ask what you're on.
Any further questions, Mr. Fitzmartin?
Briefly, so he knew exactly that he bought Dawn, that he bought diapers, that he bought eggs, that he was at Albertsons, that he was at Walmart. All the things that are legal to do, he had good detail and knew exactly those things. Went to African Fusion, got some food, all those, he knew all those details, right?
Yes, sir, yeah.
When it came down to the illegal stuff, how he got into possession of some property that he was arrested with, that became a lot more foggy as far as, I met a guy in Spring Valley, don't know his name, white truck, whatever.
Well, yeah, he struggled for the details of who he met, how much he paid for the jewelry box to begin with, whether it was $600, I think he later stuck to $700, but he went back and forth on that. So the details were not sharp as they should have been for that moment.
I'll pass with.
Anything further, Mr. Moore?
No, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be released?
No objection.
I just want to keep him on hold.
Okay.
Thank you.
You know how this goes, Detective Tabor. You are going to be released subject to recall. Make sure all the parties have your contact information, and if you are available to come back to testify if needed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're released. And Mr. Fitzmartin, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. We'll call Detective Martinez.
Hello, Detective. If you please raise your right hand for me. You so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can be seated. You are welcome to testify in your mask, or you can take it off and testify since you have that barrier.
Okay. I'll take that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
May I proceed?
You may.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Detective Martinez.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for me?
Paul Martinez, Martinez.
And how are you employed?
I'm a police officer with the city of Plano.
How long have you been with the city of Plano?
25 years.
And what division are you assigned to?
Crimes against persons
And how long have you been in crimes against persons?
since 2013.
And in the Crimes Against Persons Division of the Plano Police Department, do you have an occasion to investigate homicides or other offenses that occur against individuals?
That is correct.
Were you in this, working in that capacity back in March of 2018?
I was.
And did you, were you the lead detective in the case dealing with the attack on Mary Bartell?
Yes, I was.
I want to direct your attention back to that date. Do you remember how you were notified about Mrs. Bartell's attack?
I recall correctly, my sergeant told me about a call for service at the ER.
At the hospital?
Correct.
And did you go to the ER?
I did.
Did you have an occasion to speak with Ms. Bartell and to see the injury that she had?
I did.
When you went to, where did you go after speaking with her?
After speaking with her, I went to her apartment.
And was there a team there that was investigating her apartment?
That's correct.
And we've seen some pictures from her apartment, and we heard from Miss Bartell herself in her deposition. There was a question about one of the doors that lead out to the side patio area leading to the grassy area. Do you know if that door was locked or unlocked?
I believe it was unlocked.
Okay, and so as you all are trying to find out based on the information that Ms. Bartell had given you and talking to the, I'm assuming you had the information from the paramedics that had shown up and what they had told you?
Correct.
And Officer Kemp had gone and spoken to her, and I believe he had briefed you as well, the information that she had told him.
Yes.
Okay. Did y'all start looking for the suspect in this case?
We started investigating the offense.
Okay. And at some point in time, was a license plate given to y'all from Preston Place, the home that Ms. Bartell lived in?
Yes, that's correct.
And that license plate, was that given to Detective Johnson in the Intel Division in order to try to investigate that?
That is correct.
Okay. And as the lead detective in this, are you aware of all of these things happening as they're going?
Most of it.
Okay. And we've heard from the Dallas Police Department about how they investigate as a team. Is it similar up in Plano where there's a lot of detectives that might be doing different things at different times?
Oh, yes. Especially something as big as this one was, yes, we delegated.
Okay. And so at some point in time, were you aware of the arrest of Mr. Chimera?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Chimera in the courtroom today?
I see somebody that could be, with the court's permission, could he take his mask off? Yes. The individual to my right with the blue mask that you pulled down with the glasses, I believe is Billy Schmierman.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect the defendant has let the record reflect the witness as a defendant, identify the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect that the defendant has been identified in open court.
Thank you, Judge. All right. So after the arrest of Mr. Chimera, were you aware that there was a address developed in Dallas?
Yes.
Were you part of the group that went down to that address in Dallas of 6609 Warren Cruz?
I was.
And were you part of the discussions with the Dallas police officers as well as the Plano police officers about what you all had at that point in time and relaying that information to the Dallas officers?
Yes, that's correct.
Later, maybe into the next morning, because that's the 20th, going into the next morning, did you have an occasion to go to the Dallas Police Department where Mr. Chimera had been brought?
Yes.
And did you conduct a interview along with another detective of Mr. Chimera?
That is correct.
And who's that other detective?
Detective Triviate?
And has he since retired from the Plano Police Department?
That is correct.
And you two as partners went in to talk to Mr. Chimera?
Correct.
Now the full interview, may I approach?
You may.
The full interview of Mr. Chimera was put in for record purposes. States Exhibits 302, 303, 304, 305, and 306. We have a redacted version of the interview with Mr. Martinez that we have shown to the defense previously. We would offer at this time States Exhibit 308 for all purposes.
No objection, John.
All right, State's Exhibit number 308 will be admitted into evidence.
Motion to publish.
You may.
How you doing, sir? Doing all right, about you? I'm doing well. Good. Detective Triviate. Running police.
Yeah, Martinez.
You got some water?
No.
You good? Yeah. Detective Martinez. Okay. And, been a busy night, hasn't it?
It is.
It is. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Good.
Yeah.
Get something to eat, something to drink?
I've already eaten some donuts.
Okay. I guess there was a detective in here, Detective Brian?
Yeah.
And did Detective Brian explain to you your rights and you understood them?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you want to answer a few questions or ask me a few questions? Do you want to continue talking to me?
No, you just, you continue talking.
Okay, I mean, but you do want to talk to me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
You understand those rights?
You understand those rights? Okay, as long as you understand, that's cool. Okay, so let's get down to this. So, I guess you know that there's probably several people following you yesterday.
Yeah, that's what you told me.
Okay, well, let's not go with just go. Tell me what happened when you pulled into your apartment complex.
I pulled in and I was
Judge.
ready to get my groceries out.
We approach the bench.
Yes.
Is it okay if I continue?
Yes, I didn't know we wanted to wait till
They can,
something's happening over
they
there.
can
Okay.
do their stuff.
All right, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
I bought diapers for my kids and some food. And I was getting out, and the next thing I opened the door, I see guns on the door.
Wow.
I was like, is this real or is this a movie? It was like, I was reading and I'm like, I stood there like 3 seconds before I realized it was real. They pulled me out, they left me down on the ground, see this, put me down and cried. That was it. And I was like, what's going on? They told me, you have a warrant.
So, before, I'm sorry, I want to say something.
No,
So-
it's smoke detector or something.
Before you, well, when you got into the apartment complex, did you do anything else before you got to the complex? When you got into the complex, did you do anything in the parking lot?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Before I came to our building area, because there's phase 1 and phase 2.
Mm-hmm.
So there was this Mexican guy of mine who was a jewelry box. And I met him earlier on Spring Valley. And he told me, because he told me before.
Well, we're at Spring Valley.
It's, I can't, it's before Manford, but the apartments on the right, I know it's called Bristol View or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's not gated, it's just, I was parked there by the gate going inside.
Mm-hmm.
So I recognize this car because he had told me, before, I usually buy jewelry online on OfferUp.
Mm-hmm.
So I went there, he told me, I have a jewelry box, do you want it? I said, yeah, you do this, you come to my address, because I'm running to get food. Bring the box there, and I'll see what I want. What I don't want, then I'm going to try the box. So I went there, he gave me the box, the jewelry box. He opened it. I went through, I got the rings because I know what I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
The rings, the triangles, and all that. So the other thing, the stones, I don't, it's not me. So I took the jewelry. So that's and then he left. I gave him $700. He left. I drove past my parking lot. I went to the dumpster.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I threw away what I didn't want.
So you put the stuff in the dumpster?
Yeah, in the dumpster.
Okay.
So I came back to my pocket. So that's when, boom. Yeah.
Please. Okay. Well, so what did you do before you started selling rings? or jewelry?
Yeah, before that, I used to be a security officer, or since security guard at me on Trumbull Crow building.
Okay.
After security, and then after that, I worked with as a caregiver. I was CNA certified nurse assistant,
Mm-hmm.
taking care of the elderly people.
Elderly people?
Yeah,
How long did you do that?
I did that almost for about 4 years.
Okay.
Yes.
During what time?
That's around 2011 until 2015. But like security was early, like 2005 to 2000 and yeah, around 11, 12.
That's when you were doing the security?
Yeah.
And where were you doing this security? What locations?
Yeah, I told you, Trumbull Crow building.
Chemical?
Yeah. I think there one and one I was doing was waiting security. I used to work on thing. Also, I was patrolling all foods on Forest Lane and Preston.
Okay. And then you were caregiver.
Yeah.
Where were you doing caregiving?
This was an agency. They used to send us different places. They had an office, so they would send you maybe Plano, send you Louisville, wherever there's a client that matches you.
So you were all over the Dallas
Yeah,
Fort
yeah,
area?
yeah, all.
Okay. For those 4 years?
Yeah. So,
Okay. So you didn't offer up in the
Craigslist. Yeah.
Craigslist, but where are you getting the jewelry? Where's the jewelry coming from?
People sell them on offer up. They have department for jewelry.
And you would buy it?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then what would you do once you buy it?
You sell it.
Resell it?
You sell it. Yeah. You can buy it like $500. Go and sell it maybe $600. So.
What's your
Username.
username for OfferUp?
Zebra 44.
Zebra
44.
44?
Yeah.
And that's your OfferUp?
Yeah.
And how about on your, any other sites, do you have a deal for Craigslist or?
Yeah, but it's not much on Craigslist. It's most of the time it's cover up.
Okay, so you really do a lot on
Yeah,
OfferUp?
on Craigslist I used to buy cars and sell on Craigslist.
Was it buy sell cars? Okay.
Yeah.
What's your username?
No, there's no username on Craigslist.
You use a phone number, I think?
No, yeah, we could use the phone number.
What did you use though?
The 972-674-7527.
Say that again, 972?
674-7527.
Is that the phone that you currently have now?
Yeah.
Phone number?
Yeah.
How long have you-
But before, I can't remember the other number, but the one that was I used to use for credit was long. I changed the number. Yeah, I think that number was 214-900 7253.
7253?
Yeah.
That's an older number?
Yeah, that's an older number.
How old?
It's been old maybe 2 years.
2 years ago?
2 years, yeah.
So the phone that the officers, that you had on your person yesterday?
Yeah.
How long have you had that phone?
About a year.
About a year?
About a year and a half, yeah.
Okay. Now, I know you may have used another phone or a device, but the number, how long have you had the number?
That's what I'm saying, about a year and a half.
Okay. So,
And that's that 972-674?
Yeah.
7527?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I was just.
No, it's good.
confirm that.
yeah. So, we're from Plano.
Okay.
Okay. You know we're from Plano. And you have 15, 20 guys following you from Plano
Okay.
while you're in Dallas, or looking for you while you're in Dallas. Do you think that the PI warrants that big of a deal that we would send 20 Plano police officers?
I don't know. That's a question of the day. That's
Right. So why do you think Plano would be watching
because on Friday I
Mhm.
had an accident.
you? Okay.
So I went to Plano Presbyterian Hospital.
Friday?
Yeah, Friday night.
Okay.
So Friday night, Saturday morning?
Yeah, Saturday, I go Saturday morning. So when I was there, officer asked me my address.
Mm-hmm.
So I gave him the address where I'm living now.
Did you give him the correct
Yeah,
address?
correct address.
Okay.
So that's why when I saw the officers there, then I recalled, okay, now they got me because I was running. Because I gave them the correct address, maybe they were coming to make sure I live in that address. That's why they found me.
Okay.
Yeah, that was also in my mind.
So so you remember the accident?
Yeah,
Okay. The accident was on what day?
that Friday night.
Friday going into Saturday morning?
Yeah.
So that's gonna be,
Was it, you remember what time it was? No, early in the morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was around 1 in the morning.
Yeah.
3 in the morning?
okay.
In the morning.
And so what were you doing out at that time?
No, there was I was from the African club that's there.
Mm-hmm.
It's only like 2 minutes to where I live, so I was going home.
Okay.
That's when I actually happened.
And what was the car you were driving again?
It was a Nissan Altima.
Nissan Altima? Okay. And that car, is that your car?
No, that's a friend financed it for me.
He financed it for you?
Yeah.
You know his name?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Tom and Dan.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so he bought the car for you?
Yeah, but it was charged off, so they didn't count it to the police.
Right, up in the crash,
Yeah.
right, okay. But Tom, what name did you give Tom for you? Did Tom, what does Tom know you by? What name does he know you by?
He knows me by Benjamin.
Benjamin?
Yeah.
But your name is Billy.
Yeah.
By Benjamin.
Yeah, because there was this case I got privately. I got privately. So and when he came here, he knew me as Benjamin.
Okay.
So I didn't want him to know me as Billy. So I gave him this case, and I got the case as Benjamin. So I didn't want him to know me as Billy. So that's how it happened.
Okay, did you give him another fake last name or just
No.
just Benjamin?
Yeah.
Okay. When did he buy that car for you, or finance that car for you?
It's about 3 months.
3 months ago?
Yeah.
So 3 months is about first of the year?
Yeah.
Was it in December, or you think it was in January?
Somewhere like around there. I can't remember.
Okay, so roughly 3 months you've had that car. Okay. And then you got in the accident.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you the only one that drives that Nissan Altima?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then you got.
And my girlfriend, when she goes to work, she works at downtown Dallas at night, so she drives at night.
Did she live at your apartment?
Yeah.
Was it 3110?
Yeah.
Okay. What's her name? I'm sorry.
Margaret.
Margaret? Okay. So it would only be you or her that uses that car?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you got in a crash?
Yeah.
And then you got another car?
And then, when on that Monday,
Okay.
we went to town, the same guy, to Enterprise.
You went to Tom? Okay, went to Enterprise?
Yeah, he rented a car for me, because I told him I need a car to go go like, to do errands and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't save a car. So he agreed, and then I got a car for me.
Okay, which Enterprise did y'all go to?
Down on Walnut and 75.
Walnut 75.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that. Is it east side, west side, you know? Or
Going north, it's gonna be, after Walnut going north on South Road, it's there on the right side.
The right side? Okay. And so you were with Tom?
Yeah.
But what time did y'all go there?
We went there, around 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 o'clock on Monday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we went there around 1 o'clock, and then told us, we had to get many things. We needed to have the insurance, so we used our insurance, but if we didn't have our insurance, we used theirs. It's gonna be $30 a day, so we had to go back Tom to his insurance place to get his insurance, bring it back.
Okay.
So roughly, that's how we did that, getting out of there was around I think 4:30 that.
Okay. So Monday would be the 19th.
Yeah.
Does that sound about right? So that's when you rented the car,
Yeah.
or he rented the car?
Yeah.
And it was Tom, was anybody else with you?
No.
Just you and him? Okay, and then, so then tell me, what did you do during the day before, what y'all do that morning? Or what did you do that morning? Prior to going to get a rental car?
That morning. Oh, that morning I went to meet this guy on, I had a ring, one jewelry, and to sell to this guy. On, there on 75 and Cody. There's a Starbucks there.
Okay,
Yeah. But, yeah, on Oparab, and then this guy told him to meet me there. I saw him at you.
and what, by what time?
That was around 12.
12?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then that's when around 1 o'clock, that's when I called Tom and told him to meet me there. And from there, we proceeded down there.
Okay. What kind of ring did you try to sell?
It was a diamond ring.
What did it look like? Do you remember?
It's a silver gold. It was, yeah, it was just silver, it's not the gold, silver type.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what kind of stones did it have on it?
Not just a real stone, not big.
Just one stone? Did it have multiple stones?
No, it has a small, big one, and then a couple of small ones. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where'd you get that ring from? Where'd you get that ring from?
I bought it on Oparab.
When did you buy it on offer up?
What do you mean? What?
When did you purchase it?
Oh, that one I did like, I was there last week.
Where'd you get it from? Where'd you meet the guy?
Met this guy where was that, this was, kind of on the street, so, from Garland, can't remember the street, it's called the street. but-
North of Garland? So you were in Plano?
Huh?
You were in Plano?
Not Piano Garland, going to be just on the other side.
Okay. Where did you meet him?
It's a residential area.
Oh, you met him in a residential area?
Yeah.
So, we can go to his house?
That's what I said, but I don't recall the area very much.
Well, how did you know to go to that residential area?
Huh?
How did you know to go to that residential area?
Actually, this guy was really alcoholic, but
He was really what?
it was like he was trying to call me or something. He told me, come to this place, come to this. I got lost all over the area. And even how I got there, it was just a mess.
Okay.
Okay, so Detective Martinez, I just want to kind of talk about what you were talking to him about, or you and Detective Toriaki had talked to him about. You know that a ring is missing from Miss Bartell, is that right?
That's correct.
A couple of rings are missing, right? And you know, and you're trying to pin down where, just so we know where we're going, that ring gets sold later that day on the 19th, is that right?
That's correct.
And you know about that at this point in time, when you're in there? Or you know that ring's missing?
Correct.
Okay. And you're trying with the other detective to pinpoint, he says he bought that ring from some other individual.
Correct.
And you're trying to find out who this other individual is.
Correct.
And does he have any details of how to locate this other individual?
No.
Now, the Enterprise, did he have details on how he got that car at Enterprise?
He did.
And going to Coit and Starbucks, the Starbucks in Coit Road down by 635, did he have details about that?
He does.
So, you're in a crash,
Yeah.
and we know that you were in a crash because we saw the accident report, okay? And we reviewed it, Dallas worked the accident, and basically it was from Friday into Saturday morning. So Friday, we know, do you know what you did Friday? Friday. Do you remember what you did Friday, which would have been the 16th?
I guess Friday, I was home on Friday.
You were home all day? Okay. So, the 15th of, let's say Thursday, okay? Thursday's the 15th. Were you in Plano? Yeah.
That's Thursday.
Thursday, the 15th.
Why is Thursday the 15th that morning significant to you all?
That's the day we got the license plate.
Okay, from Richard Plank?
Correct.
That's Thursday.
Less than a week ago.
Look at me. Look at me. Were you in Plano Thursday?
That's what I'm trying to recall.
You were still driving the Altima because you're the only one that drives it other than your wife or your girlfriend. Were you in Plano Thursday? Look at me. Were you in Plano Thursday?
That's what I'm trying to recall.
Okay, recall while you look at me because I want you to understand what I'm asking. Okay. Were you in Plano Thursday, March 15th? It's real simple, real simple. You remember if you were there or not.
Yeah, I think I was in Whole Foods in Plano.
Whole Foods, which one?
Yeah, I think that was Thursday or one on Park and Bristol.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So, what if I tell you I have someone that puts you in a senior living center off of Preston?
Senior living?
Mm-hmm. Elderly people live there. You know, you've worked in the medical field, you know.
Yeah.
You ever heard of Old Shepherd
Yeah.
Place?
Yeah.
So you know where Old Shepherd Place is?
Yeah.
And do you know the Preston Place? It's basically adult living center. You know that place?
Yeah.
You do know that facility?
Yeah. The girlfriend used to work there.
Your girlfriend used to work there? Okay, cool. So, what did she do there for him?
But this is a long time.
That's fine, long time ago.
She used to take care of an elderly lady.
An elderly lady. And, did you ever go with her there?
And I used to take food for her there.
You used to take food?
Yeah.
What was this lady's name? I know you remember. I mean, you're very compassionate. I think you care about the people. If you're in this business.
The lady who she was, no,
Okay, so let's not go there. So were you there at the apartments Thursday, the 15th?
Yeah.
Okay. What were you doing
I was just want to make my girlfriend doesn't have a job.
there? Okay. You don't have a job, you don't have a job.
And see, maybe I can find somebody.
Find somebody what?
Find that, maybe ask if anybody needed a caregiver.
Oh, okay, so you were soliciting work, you were looking for work. Did you talk to some elderly people?
Nah, I didn't even see anybody there. So
No, look at me.
Yeah. No,
No, let me finish my question.
Okay.
Did you talk to any of the elderly people? Let me finish my question.
Okay.
I'm gonna start over.
Okay.
Did you talk to any of the elderly people on the property on Thursday, March 15th?
No, I didn't.
You did.
No.
Were you in your Altima that day?
Yeah.
Were you well dressed?
Yeah.
What were you wearing? You remember?
I was wearing a suit. Yeah, I think it was yellow, black suit and a yellow tie on that.
Black suit, yellow tie? Okay. Maybe, what color was your shirt?
White.
So, we know you were at Old Shepherd.
Yeah.
We know that your girlfriend used to work there.
Yeah.
We know that you're there soliciting or looking for work. You're telling me you didn't contact anyone?
No, I didn't.
Can I ask you one more time?
Yeah.
Did you contact anyone?
No, I didn't.
I'm gonna ask you one more time so that you understand my question.
Yes, sir.
Did you, at any time, talk to any of the elderly people looking for work?
I did not.
You did not, okay. You were by yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. How long were you there?
I didn't even stay that long.
What's that long? Not that long?
Maybe around 30 minutes.
Okay.
30, maybe not 30 minutes, 1 hour, but that's what happened.
What time did you get there?
I don't remember the time.
Okay, so let me put it this way. Do you think it was in the morning when you got there, or in the afternoon that you got there?
I feel like coming.
In the afternoon, okay. What if I tell you that I spoke to an individual, a man?
Mhm.
Do you remember a man talking to you?
Yes.
Okay, and what did that man say?
Oh, no, I now recall the man. I thought you were saying about, I didn't talk to any woman, any lady.
Oh, so,
Any,
let me rephrase that,
Okay.
Did you talk to anyone?
Yeah, I talked to a guy, another, it's not that elderly who was taking, this guy came and asked me.
Mm-hmm.
I took my mom and he was still here in the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need some help?
Mm-hmm.
And then I told him, yes, I'm waiting for somebody, and because I didn't want to tell him that.
Okay.
Yes.
So, you said you were there 30 minutes.
Yeah. But
And
it was
hang on.
Yeah.
And he was saying you were there earlier, and then he saw you later, or what? Because you said he told you something. What exactly did he tell you?
He told me that, hey, do you need some help? I just left here and I came back and they were still here.
Mm-hmm. How long ago was that, you think?
And now we call it about an hour.
How about if I tell you it's longer than that?
That's what.
It's not possible?
No.
It's not possible?
No, nothing of that. Maybe an hour.
Okay. What if, okay, so this Good Samaritan, this person that doesn't know you from anyone else, contacts me and says, I talked to this guy, and he was there from, let's say, 10 till 1 o'clock. Would that be fair? No, wouldn't be fair? It wouldn't be right? Okay.
But now I remember.
You do remember talking to him now?
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were asking me if I went and talked to the residents. No, I didn't. But,
Well,
So Detective Martinez, this is the encounter with Mr. Flynn, is that right?
Correct.
And you heard Mr. Chamir saying, well, I was at this Preston place up there in Old Shepherd looking to see if anybody needed help for his services as a caregiver.
Correct.
And then Mr. Flink comes and talks to him and asks him what's he doing, and what is his response?
I forgot what his response was, but he was just there waiting.
Waiting for something.
Yeah.
Okay, so although he's there to try to solicit work, someone comes up and asks him, he doesn't engage him about, hey, does your mom need any help or anything like that. He just says, I just didn't want anybody to know why I was there.
Correct.
well, let me ask you this. Did you talk to any of the residents?
no, I did not.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you did talk to this man?
This guy, he
So-
came to me.
Yeah. So the man that gave me a written statement,
Mhm.
that told me everything
Yeah.
that he talked to you about, the description of the car,
Yeah.
the license plate, what you were wearing,
Yeah.
what you were doing, what he saw.
Yeah.
I-
That's fair.
That's fair?
I don't disagree.
Okay.
Yeah, that's-
So at any time, did you leave the parking lot?
No.
I'm gonna ask you one more time. So if this is the parking lot,
Mhm.
and this is the buildings where people live,
Okay.
did you ever maybe walk through there?
No.
No, you stayed in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Never left?
No.
Okay. Did you ever move your car?
Yeah, I moved it to once.
You moved it once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I moved it once.
So let me ask you again. whenever you were in the parking lot,
Mhm.
did you ever walk into the area where people lived?
No,
Could you explain if we had video that saw you in the buildings?
no, I did not.
So you're saying that if we had video, that wouldn't have been you?
No,
Okay.
no, no.
Well, who would it be?
Nah,
We have somebody, we have you going inside an apartment talking to somebody.
inside apartment?
Yes. Tell us about that.
No, I haven't gone to talk to anybody in an apartment.
Look,
No, I didn't.
you did what?
You say I went to talk to somebody in an apartment, I did not. Yeah.
But you first said you weren't in that apartment complex, and then you're saying you're there, then you didn't move it, and then you did.
I didn't say I didn't say that I was not in that apartment complex. I said I was.
Initially, you said you weren't, you were at Whole Foods. He had to tell you you were at that apartment complex.
Yeah, they told me then, yeah, that's what I said.
So listen to him again.
Mhm.
With regards to that apartment, you went and talked to somebody.
No, I did not.
Tell us about it.
No, I talked to this guy you're saying about, but I did not talk to any of the residents. Yeah.
Well, how are you gonna solicit work if you're not talking to residents?
That's what I'm saying. I was waiting and see anybody passing by. That's what I was gonna.
Well, people were seeing you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why didn't you ask for work?
No, nobody.
Nobody saw you?
Uh-uh.
Well, how did I get information of people seeing you there?
Which people?
People
Residents?
there.
No.
So they're liars?
I'm not saying that loud, but what I'm saying, I did not talk to any of the residents there.
Okay, but what I'm telling you is that people could have seen you there.
That's
Because
right.
I'm getting statements that put you there,
That's right.
put your vehicle there,
That's right.
put your license plate there,
That's right.
put you there, your description, you walking around.
I did not walk around.
Oh, so you stayed at your car? You never moved out of your car?
I moved my car, but I did not.
Okay, did you move away from your car, or did you sit in your car?
I just sat in my car.
You never got out of your car?
Mhm.
How did the guy talk to you then?
He came to me after I moved my car. He came straight to me. He asked him. I opened the window and he asked me, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yes." I said, I just took my mom and we came back and was still here. That's the one who mentioned it. Okay. I told him I'm okay. And then that's when I told him I'm waiting for somebody else because I didn't want him to know that I'm soliciting work. And then as they were leaving, we left with him together at the same time, I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you worried the police were coming?
Huh?
Were you worried the police might come?
Yeah, that's something like.
And then on Thursday, March 15th, 2018, you wake up in the morning and you just go, you know what? I'm going to go to Old Shepherd Place over there by that senior living center. Is that what popped into your head?
Yeah, because
I thought you sold jewelry.
I told you I was looking for my wife, my girlfriend. I was trying to find, I want to try to find out job.
Okay, well, why plan?
Because she used to work there and I was like, maybe if I go there, maybe find somebody, if I tell them my girlfriend will be working.
But you didn't do any of those things.
That's right, because I was, I was scared. You go there and then.
Why are you scared?
Because of like maybe they find me soliciting, so I'm thinking, if I do this, can I do this? Do this, don't do this. So it goes like that.
But what isn't, because, I'm probably not gonna ask you a question if I don't know the answer. So I'm having difficulty, and I don't know if Detective Martinez would agree with me or not, but because specifically he has,
He just said he can't speak for you. Were you having difficulty following him as well?
Yes.
All right.
he has an individual, a lady. Would you want to touch on that, Paul?
Let's go back before we touch on that. How long ago did your girlfriend work at Old Shepherd? Margaret?
Oh, that's been like a while. It's been like 2012.
2012?
Yeah.
And that was the last time she worked there?
That's what, yeah, that's,
How long did she work there?
I don't know because that's when we started dating. And
Okay.
she was working there already, so I didn't know how long she was
What
there.
did she do there?
She would take care of and put her as a lady.
Okay, so she wasn't part of the management?
No.
She just worked for
She was a
another
caregiver,
lady?
yeah, she was okay, she was
Just caregiver?
yeah.
Just for that one resident?
That's one resident.
Okay. How often have you been going to Old Shepherd since 2012?
Then I've gone there maybe 3 times,
3 times?
yeah.
When was the last 3 times?
The last, that house they're saying,
Thursday the 15th.
yeah, and maybe a week from that time. It's been almost, in a month, 3 times.
3 times?
Yeah, but before that, I've never.
Okay. Do you remember, if we show you a calendar or something, do you remember the dates that you were there earlier?
Will it help?
No,
Will it help refresh your memory?
it would, but,
Do you remember if it was a particular day of the week, if it was a Tuesday, you know, that you were there?
This is the day the gentleman sees you. This is the night that you're out. You're out at 3 in the morning, you have a wreck on the 17th, which is Saturday. So we know you're there on the 15th.
yeah,
And you said you've been there,
You were there a week before,
yeah.
which would put you there on what?
Maybe around there, it's 7 to 8, 7 to 9.
Do you remember what you did on the 7th there?
Yeah, the same thing.
So did you talk to anyone?
No, I didn't.
let's go back. Monday. Okay, Monday, you rented a car. Prior to that, tell me what you were doing.
Monday before we rented
This Monday, you rented a car.
Mhm.
Tell me what you were doing all that morning.
I was home all that morning. And then I told you, that I spoke with that guy, offer up, I told him to meet me in Starbucks.
Starbucks
Yeah,
at 75 and Court?
yeah.
Okay, so what were you doing prior to Starbucks, 75 and Court?
I was home, that's what I'm telling you.
You at home?
Yeah.
Well, like he said,
I didn't have a car that day.
but you were at Old Shepherd again.
No,
Tell us why you were at Old Shepherd again.
I was not at Old Shepherd that day. I was using Uber.
You were using Uber.
Yeah, I was not in Old Shepherd.
Did Uber take you to Old Shepherd?
No, Uber took me to Starbucks.
Well, but your phone is telling us that you're there
No,
too.
I was not. I'm sorry, I was not.
Okay.
Yeah. I was not. Came from home, straight to Starbucks, and I told the guy, it's going to take me 10 minutes to reach there. 10 to 15 minutes. I came with a lady, that's a white Toyota Camry. Took me from Ridge to there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have the Uber app on your phone?
Yeah.
Okay, so does it have a transaction on there?
Yeah.
Okay, and I think the detectives here have your phone. I don't know, did you give them consent to?
Yeah,
look at your
I
phone?
did.
Okay, so they can look at your phone and we can see if there's any transaction
Yeah.
that's gonna support that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay. Now, you said you went to Starbucks to sell a ring,
Yeah.
okay? We were looking up on some of the social media. You said it was, describe that ring you sold at Starbucks?
Yeah, just a small silver.
Mm-hmm. Is this the one that you sold and posted?
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Looks like that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's about like that.
Okay. Well, that's off the person at Old Shepherd.
What?
Where you were at Old Shepherd on Monday, that was her ring.
Who?
What were you showing him there was that your phone? picture of Mary Bartell's ring?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit number 45, you all had already received a picture of her ring from her hand,
Yes,
and you showed him that picture right there, and that's the ring that he said he was selling.
that's correct.
State's Exhibit number 45, that picture was provided to you by the family of Miss Bartell, and you used that, and he confirmed that's the same ring.
That's correct.
The person you contacted on Monday, that's what I want you to tell me. Tell me about that contact. You contacted a resident at Old Shepherd
Monday?
this Monday. We know you were there.
I was not there.
We know you were there.
I was not.
We know you were there. You're just told me you sold that ring. That ring was hers. We know you were there. Just
I
tell us.
said, the ring looks like that, but I don't know if it's that way. It looks almost like that, but not, I don't know if it's that way.
Well,
But I contacted the lady Monday.
yes.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
You're not being truthful.
I am.
You're not.
Bring my phone. Let's look at the app.
Or you did look at your phone. Your phone says you were at Old Shepherd.
No.
Yes, it does.
So when you're talking about, we looked at your phone, did you already have at this point in time, cell phone data come back into the Plano Police Department with location data on it?
I did not.
But did someone from your department already have
I believe Detective Johnson may have had that information.
How can I be okay, but I don't have a car and I was using Uber?
Because you're not being truthful.
No, that's what I'm saying. Bring my phone. Let's check the Uber.
We understand that.
No, there is there. It is there. I have my Uber transaction. Yeah. I was not.
You all were able to confirm he goes from 4500 Pier Ridge to the Diamond and Gold Exchange or down to that Starbucks area by Uber. He actually did take an Uber
Correct.
after the whole incident with Mary Bartell.
Correct.
I told Shepard on Monday. I was not. No. I came straight to Starbucks. Then from Starbucks, we went down to 75 to get the car. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
I'm telling you, just as he said, we know the answers to
No.
the questions, and you're not being truthful.
I am.
No,
I am.
you're not.
What I'm saying is, why don't we check the transaction and then we go from there? I was not there. I was not. I told you about nothing. Really, I was not. I was not.
Okay, well,
So we've established that you're admitting to be at Old Shepherd at least 3 times. So you were there on the 15th,
Yeah.
and you said the week before,
Maybe we can have.
week and a half before,
Yeah.
and when else?
And maybe another week before. Yeah. Yeah, I'm being the truth with that. I've never contacted anybody there. And just that guy, even if you could have reminded me about that guy, I would have remembered him. Yeah. Yeah.
so let's go next year, last year.
No.
Never been at
No.
27th?
But we got your phone telling us that you were there too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just like you're not being truthful. We're just asking you to tell us what's going on. Give us a reasonable explanation for your being there.
I've never been there since then. 2017, no.
You were saying you've never been in Old Shepherd in 2017?
No.
Okay. Have you solicited other locations?
Mm-hmm.
Never.
Yeah.
What about?
But I used to work near Old Shepherd down the street called this street called something white, something, but I think that was 2016.
2016, you were,
I used to work for an agency.
what agency?
This agency was called Greasewald.
Sorry?
Greasewald.
Grease World?
Wald, yeah.
Word? W-O-R?
Wald.
World?
Yeah.
Grease World. What does that do?
It's an agency too that sends people to people's,
For caretaking?
yeah.
Okay. And then, what, they send you to the Old Shepherd address?
No. Down, you have to cross Old Shepherd going down inside some.
You have to pass Old Shepherd?
Yeah, you have to pass Old Shepherd.
But you were never given any assignments
No.
inside there?
No.
In the complex?
No.
Okay.
So when your girlfriend would go to Old Shepherd, would you ever go with her in the apartment?
No.
Or would you go when she was working?
Say what?
When you were there with her, she would obviously go take care of someone.
When I used to go there to take up, she to call me and say, bring me some food. So I'll just go meet her at the parking lot. Give her the food. She goes in and
Oh, then you're gone.
Yeah.
And your girlfriend didn't work at that complex
No.
in 2017?
No.
Okay. Did she work there in 2016?
No.
Okay.
I think it was, the last time I think was 2012.
2012? And specifically, just so that I'm clear, when you, just to make sure, you have not been to the complex but 3 times, and it was maybe 2.5 weeks from,
Yeah.
roughly, approximately.
Yeah.
And if anything else were to show that you were there, you're telling me that your phone stays with you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
No one else has that phone?
No.
Okay.
And you had that phone, would you say, a year and a half?
Yeah.
That phone number?
No.
Okay. Do you have any issue providing us your DNA so that we can use it and see if you're involved in this or not?
No, I'm okay.
You're okay with that? We have Dallas PD come in here and take swab samples of your inside of your mouth.
Yeah.
You're voluntarily giving that up?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll mention that to them.
Yeah.
Are you a religious man?
So
Are you a religious man?
yeah,
You believe in God?
I'm Catholic.
Okay.
Catholic.
So you understand that, you know, it's important to tell the truth.
I know, that's what I was telling the other officer. I said, I'm gonna stand with what I told you, that's what I'm saying, sir.
I'm not saying stand on what you said. I want the truth.
That's what I'm saying, I'm gonna say the truth. And I told him, I don't even need a lawyer. It was worked for, and I did not do any wrong. I told him that. I'm just gonna say what I say. I don't need a lawyer, I don't need nothing. Yeah.
All right, well, we're gonna go look at some stuff. We'll see if we can find, I've already seen your phone records, but I'll talk to the other detective who met with you first and see if we can find anything in your phone yet, and then we can come back and visit with you. One of us, all 3 of us, something like that, we may visit you. Are you okay right now?
Yeah.
Do you need anything else, something to drink, eat? You need to use the restroom or anything?
Yeah, we just.
Okay, we'll let them know and see, because this is not my building, so we'll find out what the restrooms are, see if we can get you taken care of with that. Besides that, anything else?
No.
Okay. Any questions thus far that I can answer for you? Okay. All right, well, I appreciate it. Give us a few minutes and then we'll come back and visit with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe Detective Brian originally talked to you, you got consent for the phone.
Yeah.
So what we're gonna do is, because you're allowing us to get a buccal swab for the DNA, are you allowing us to get the buccal swab?
Okay, okay with that, voluntarily giving that to us?
Sure.
Okay, what we're gonna do is use the same consent form that you signed already.
Okay.
He's just gonna mark on it that we're also asking you for consent, and he's gonna ask you to initial it and sign it again, and he's gonna witness it again. So we don't have multiple warrants, we do it all on the same
That's
board.
right.
And make sure you're okay with that.
I am ready. Anything in there, fingerprints, that is,
Okay, and what they're doing is they're calling their crime scene people to do that stuff.
Yeah.
And so as soon as they get here, then we're gonna come in here with them, and then they'll come do that real quick with you.
That's right.
So this is, I'm gonna show you, so this is my name that I put up here, and then we're gonna get saliva, and so we're gonna get it's a buccal swab, and this will be you.
So Detective, we already have that in evidence, and that's just him giving consent to the buckle, is that right?
That's correct.
And a buckle is something so that you can go and compare his DNA to any possible DNA that might be found in any crime scene.
Correct. The bathroom and see where the crime scene is, and get that going, and then,
Sure.
and then we're trying to look at the Uber thing you talked about, so we're gonna look at that again.
And to confirm, you rented the car
What day did you rent the car?
Monday.
This past Monday?
Yes, Monday.
3 days ago?
Yes.
Okay.
You're 100%.
Just call them right now, just even call them.
Okay.
Call.
That was Tom?
Yeah, Tom on that.
Okay. Does Tom go by any other names?
No, Tom, with his last name on that. On that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have blackmail or?
Yeah, do that.
Okay.
It's from Kenya.
Oh, it's from Kenya as well? Okay. Where does he live?
He lives, I think now he lives, he used to live in McKellen, but now he told me he moved with his girlfriend on Bellevue in Preston.
Belline, okay. But it's not too far from you.
No.
Okay. And, I'm sure we'll get it, when we come back, I'll bring my notepad, one of us, and make sure we have his cell phone number. Or it's probably in his, in your phone,
It's in my phone.
what is he listed under that name?
Yeah.
Okay, it's the first and last name?
No, on my cell phone it says Tom Caregiver.
Caregiver?
Yeah, Tom Caregiver, so because we used to work together, so I wanted to know which
So
one.
he's in care, he
Yeah,
does home health also?
yeah, he was doing one else, but now he's doing with, what do you call this, Uber.
Oh, he's in Uber.
Yeah.
But he was your Uber driver on Monday?
No, on Monday he was in his car. He was using his car as Volvo, he had a Volvo.
Okay, but that's not who took you to sell the ring at 75 and Coy?
No. There's a lady who was driving a white Camry who picked me from home.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
But Tom, is that his only job right now, is being an Uber driver?
Yeah, but I think from Monday he was not doing Uber because it's, when your insurance expires, Uber passes automatically.
Oh,
So you cannot buy it. So that month, that's when we were going to do the insurance thing, everything, so that I can get the rental car and also he can start his Uber. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
Let's go here.
okay, let me see what our status is on that.
It's on battery.
Yeah, low battery, isn't it?
Those people scared me yesterday, the officers was like, but I thought that looked like a movie, and I was like, is that real?
Oh, it's
I
real.
know, and when I saw them with all the gear, I'm like, I can't believe this. And I'm like, oh my goodness. That's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying, that's what I was asking my mind. If it was only for public intoxication, I thought only 2 officers could have come, and if it was that child, it was like, Oh, these people make this sound bigger.
Oh, there's something else around that.
That's what I was saying. And I lost a brother last week and we're still mourning.
You lost a brother?
Yeah, for the family.
Does he live here in Texas?
Yeah, he used to live
Where at?
in Cochran.
Where did he live? In a house or
Yeah, he lived with us to stay in our townhouse.
in a townhouse? What was wrong?
Pancreatic cancer.
Cancer?
Yeah.
Sounds like you've got a lot going in your life right now.
I know, it's terrible. It's terrible.
I mean, like, you're really hitting some tough
I
times.
know, it is. It is. And, the funeral is on Friday, and all this is here now, and it's terrible.
Was he a close brother?
Yeah, it's so
He was older than you? Was he helping you out?
once in a while,
Yeah.
but he helped me when, he came here first before me.
Okay.
So when I came here after, so he helped me until when I was on my feet.
You have a lot of brothers and sisters, right?
Yeah, 26.
26.
Three different ones.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How many children do you have?
Two. I have a 3-year-old now here and 18-year-old in Africa.
What's your son's name in Africa?
Kevin,
Kevin?
the one here, and 3-year-old is Prince.
Prince? Are you making a good, decent living with the ring sales?
It depends, you know, sometimes you can offer somebody this, they don't accept it. So it may take a while, maybe a week you may get one, or maybe not, maybe. But when you get, you may, if it's a good ring, you get one. Yeah.
How can you afford to buy so many rings? How can you afford to buy so many rings if you don't have like a full-time job?
Like that one, like the one I bought yesterday, this guy, I think he needed just quick money.
Do you think that the items are stolen?
That was what I was thinking, because of the, like, why is he bringing all this, the box with everything? And I was like, So I told him, let me see what I want. What I don't want, I'm gonna dispose. So I got,
Why would you dispose of it?
because I didn't, no, I got all the things I want, the things that I wanted, I should have money in it.
But why would you dispose of those other items?
Because they were, I can't sell them, even if, they don't have money.
You couldn't sell them to somebody for $2, $3?
No, I don't want, I don't have time for $2 to $3.
Well, if you don't have any money, $2 or $3 is better than nothing.
Yeah, but somebody even wouldn't buy that. Somebody wouldn't drive to come and, or for you to drive to take somebody for $2.
You maybe sell it to somebody on the street.
You know, you can find somebody in the street.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. But it's really a hassle. I used to sell cars to upgrade. Buy and sell, but before you sell a car, it takes almost a month.
Okay. Is that a long process?
Yeah.
Does your girlfriend still work?
No.
So you're the only provider?
Yeah.
So what's gonna happen now?
That's what I was telling the officer.
What's gonna happen?
And they'll have to go back to Africa.
Is she from Africa?
Yeah, she's from Kenya too.
Kenya. Did y'all meet here or in Africa?
Yeah.
So do you have a wife in Africa?
No,
No?
she left. My son is staying with my sister.
Okay. So where's your ex-wife?
She's in Kenya somewhere, I don't know where.
Okay. Did you just, but you only had one child with her?
Yeah.
What's your girlfriend's name?
Margaret.
Margaret, yeah. Margaret hasn't been doing any home health in the last year?
No, she used to. No, she has a part-time job. She goes at night.
Where to?
Downtown Dallas. To go to put somebody into bed.
Oh, really?
Only now, but they pay her $60.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's what she does for now.
Do you ever go with her there?
No, when she doesn't go, I go.
Oh, so you go.
Yeah, but she goes to there.
What's the address?
It's on Gillespie. On Gillespie. And,
Gypsy?
Gypsy or Gillespie.
Gillespie.
Something.
Is it a man or a lady?
It's a man.
Man.
Yeah. So you have to have.
Does he not have family?
No, he has a wife.
Oh, but you go and help?
Yeah, we go in there and help. Put on the bathroom chain and help him to the bed. That's all. It takes about 30 minutes. But they pay good, they pay $60, so.
You know all that? Was there quite a bit of jewelry at your house?
No, I don't have any jewelry in my house.
There was no jewelry at your apartment? None? Okay.
Okay. I checked your Uber, and yes, you did use Uber. You did use the Uber that morning. Okay. So you're being truthful. Okay. But the thing is, your phone also says you were at Old Shepherd prior to taking Uber. So you're not being truthful. Just tell us what's going on.
No, I was not there.
Then who was?
I was not the Old Shepherd.
Okay. If you weren't, then who was?
Huh?
Then who was?
I don't know, because that day I didn't have a car. I couldn't leave that.
But this is your phone.
That's right.
You always keep it with you,
Yeah.
and no one else had the phone, just you. Okay. Well, then you were there. You're not being truthful.
I am.
Then you contacted somebody at Old Shepherd. On Old Shepherd Place, the senior living there, just like you said you were there 3 times, you were actually there 4 times, and you were there Monday.
I was not there on Monday.
Well, then how can your phone tell me you were there, and every other time you were there as well? You told us, I was there the 7th, the 8th, the 9th.
I was not there on Monday. I don't know what was happening, but I was not there on Monday.
Well,
I was home until I called Uber. I didn't have any means of getting out on Monday.
right,
Yeah.
Well,
Until I called Uber. So
yeah.
I really don't know.
Okay. Well, I looked at the enterprise contract. The enterprise contract was in the car you were using.
Yeah.
The Hyundai?
Yeah.
Right, that's what you rented?
Yeah. On the
Okay. It was rented on Saturday, the 17th, not Monday.
Monday.
Well,
I swear to God, it's Monday.
I'm telling you what the contract says.
No.
And it says the 17th. And You're saying it's Monday, so I got proof right there that you're not telling the truth. I got your cell phone saying you were there and you're denying it, so, you know.
What I'm just saying, why don't you guys just call them, ask them, when did Tom Monday come and get the car? It's just simple. It was on Monday the 19th, and he was supposed to return it on Friday. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not the 17th.
I get you.
Yeah.
I get you.
Yeah. It's Monday. Trust me. I won't lie with that. Yeah.
Well,
Or just call them.
I'm just telling you, we're being truthful.
Yeah.
You are being somewhat truthful. I don't think you're being totally truthful.
I
I think you're only telling us what you want us to hear.
No, I am. I swear to God, just call them.
We'll take care of that.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you right now, you're not being truthful with us.
I am.
No, you're not.
I am.
No,
I am.
no.
I am.
Well, we can argue back and forth all day long, but you're not, okay? And if you're not gonna be truthful, then you're gonna pay the consequences for it, okay?
I am truthful. I am truthful. Why don't you call this guy Tom and then ask him where he found me that day? I was there.
I'm not saying we're not going to, but I'm telling you what we have right now. You're not telling
I
us.
am.
Okay.
Just real quick, so did Tom, you said Tom's not doing any more home health?
No.
He's doing all over?
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all ever work together?
Yeah, in home health, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time y'all done any work together?
It was last year when he president Northwest Iowa.
Hillcrest in Northwest Iowa,
Yeah.
where was that at?
He was in this kind of condominium, so taking care of this old man to rent.
Okay. Is that in Dallas?
Yeah, Northwest and Hillcrest.
Okay, I apologize, I'm not that
Okay,
familiar
yeah.
with Dallas.
And
Is it, what's the name of the facility?
it's not a facility, it's somebody, it's called.
Oh, someone's condo.
Okay, Judge, thank you.
All right.
So Detective Martinez, right there at the last part, he's pretty adamant about getting that car and to go to Enterprise and talk to Enterprise. They'll tell you I was there on Monday to get the car, right?
Correct.
And it's true. He actually did get that car on Monday.
Correct.
So the paperwork that you're saying that you saw was from maybe a previous, someone who you did have some paperwork that's in the 17th.
Correct.
But that might have been from the previous renter or someone like that was just left over in the car.
Exactly.
Okay. But he said, go there, and then there again, it's not an illegal activity. He says, go to that detailed information, and you'll find it there. And y'all did that, and you found that he did actually rent that car on Monday, or Tom only.
Correct.
Later, do y'all look into his phone and look to see things that were captured on his phone?
Correct.
State's Exhibit number 46. You can see that's a picture of his phone. Is that right?
Correct.
You see the black mark there, the outline of the phone? And that is a
Yes.
picture of Miss Bartel's ring on his phone.
Correct.
State's Exhibit number 47. This was shown to Ms. Bartel by you on April 2nd, is that right?
Correct.
And there's that same State's Exhibit number 47 that I just showed you of a picture on his phone that she identified as saying, that is my ring.
Correct.
State's Exhibit, the third page of State's Exhibit number 47 is the offer up page for Zeb 4 selling that ring.
Correct.
Commissioner Approach,
You may.
show you State's Exhibit number 309. Did you take a picture of his phone with that same offer up account of Zeb 4?
Yes, I did.
And that was contained in 309.
Yes.
We'll offer State's Exhibit number 309.
Okay.
All right. State's Exhibit number 309 will be admitted.
As that we're seeing here in Stacy's number 309, his phone with that offer up account is 774.
Correct.
He had given you another name of Zebra 44, but we have found out that at least one of his accounts is 774.
Correct.
Ms. Bartella told you, or had indicated that the man that came in had gloves on,
Yes.
and so you didn't find any DNA or any fingerprints inside in the investigation of Ms. Bartella's case.
Correct.
I'll pass it with.
Mr. Warren, any questions?
No questions, John.
All right, thank you. May this witness be excused?
No objection.
No objection.
All right, detective, you are free to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge.
State, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. It's called Tom Holmgren.
You're good, you're good. You're fine right there. All right. Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can have a seat for me. I will tell you, I am allowing the witnesses, you can either testify with your mask on, or you can take it off because we have that protective barrier for you, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Mr. Fitzmartin?
Thank you, Judge. Can you please introduce yourself and spell your last name?
My name is Tom Frederick Ondeng, Ondeng.
And you live here in the Dallas area.
Yeah,
Do you know an individual who you later learned his name is Billy Chimera, but you might have known him as Benjamin Quitola?
yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Oh, right here.
Okay, right there? All right. And you're pointing to the gentleman here with the black and white tie?
Yes.
Well, let the record reflect, the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record was so reflected.
Okay, how did you meet Mr. Chimera?
I was looking for a job, and when I got interviewed, I was told that I'm gonna go. We were doing home health, so I was told I was gonna help a gentleman who was working almost 16 hours a day. So I was gonna take home some hours from here. So that's how I went in.
Okay, so he was helping a gentleman, and then you would come in to relieve him and do some other hours with that same gentleman.
Yes.
And so on the days that you were overlapping each other, you'd see, he'd wait till you got there, or you'd wait till he got there,
Yeah.
and you'd see each other there.
Yeah.
Okay, did you ever see each other socially outside, like go to a dinner or clubs or anything like that?
No, we did not. But I remember once or twice we met at a common club.
At the what club?
At a common club.
Can you spell that?
I'm saying just at a common club.
Oh, a common club.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought there was a name of a club. Okay. At a common club, out social.
Yeah.
Did you all become sort of friends?
Oh, well, when you're working with somebody, you know.
Okay. Was he, when he was out at clubs, did you see him spending a lot of money?
We actually did not sit at the same table. Usually when I go out with my wife, and you know, we just have our privacy.
Okay, but my question's still the same. Did you see him spending a lot of money? Would he tip people?
At the club,
Yes.
I cannot be sure about that.
Okay. Did you tell me before he did?
Sorry?
Have you told me before?
Yeah, this.
Did you see him?
No. The DJ, who is a friend of mine, told me that he was.
Judge, I'm gonna object to hearsay.
That will be sustained.
All So let's talk about in late 2017, early 2018, did Mr. Chmiemer talk to you about needing a car?
Yes.
And what did he tell you he needed a car for?
To come to work and, you know, to do some family stuff.
Okay. And did he ask you for help to get that car?
Yes, it did.
What did you think you were going to go do?
I thought I was gonna be a consignee, but when we got there, you know,
What happened?
he gave me the money, so the car, actually, I was the one buying the car. Yeah,
And what type of a car was that?
I believe it was Altima,
A Nissan Altima?
Nissan Altima.
So you were the registered owner of that Nissan Altima.
Yes, sir.
Who was driving that Nissan Altima though?
Him, all the way.
Okay. Did you ever drive that Nissan Altima?
No, never.
Did he, was there a financial benefit for you though? Was he giving you money in order to do this transaction? Did you get a little extra for financing the car?
Oh, yeah. He gave me some money.
Now on 3/17, January 17th, did you get a call from Mr. Chmiemer about him being in an accident?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What happened?
He called me very early in the morning and he told me he was in the hospital.
It's the defendant's own statement. This is something that Mr. Chmiemer had told you?
Yeah, he called me.
Okay.
It will be overruled. You may continue.
And if I had said January, I meant to say March 17th. Okay, March 17th of 2018, that's the date we're talking about with the
Yeah.
accident. Tell me, he called you and what did he say?
He told me he was in the hospital and he got into an accident and he needed a ride home.
And did you go and give him a ride home?
Yeah.
Had you ever been to his house before?
No, I have never been.
And did he tell you how to get to his house?
Yeah.
Where was that located?
Near Dallas Tollway, somewhere.
Close to the North Dallas Tollway? Off of like Frankfurt of the Tollway?
Yeah.
Okay. And you dropped him off at his house?
Yeah.
Later that morning, did you realize that you had something of his?
Yeah. When I got home, I found that he had dropped his phone in my car. So there was no way of me, not unless I drive back, even though, you know, so I just waited for him to probably use another phone to call me. Yeah.
Okay, and did you get another call from him and realize that you need to return that phone?
Yes.
So when did you return the phone to him?
I can't remember exactly, but I did, I think the same day. Yeah.
Okay. Later that morning?
Yeah, in the afternoon.
Okay. And so, did you then get a call from Mr. Chmiemer again on the 19th, on Monday? That was Saturday, March 19th.
Yeah, we needed a rental car. Yeah.
And did y'all make a financial arrangement for you to help him get a rental car?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And where did you take it? Did you go and pick him up?
No, I found him off 635 in Court.
635 in Court. Where did you find him down there?
At a shopping center outside a cell phone shop.
Okay. And at 635 in Court, you picked him up, and where do you all go?
We went to the bank, which was across Wells Fargo, I believe. Yeah, he withdrew some money, and then he gave me what he promised me, and then we headed to the Enterprise car rental, which is off 75.
75 in Walnut Hill area?
Yeah.
And how much did you get to do this job?
I can't remember exactly, but maybe between $200 and $300.
And did you in fact rent a car for him at Enterprise?
Yes, we did.
And was that a Sonata?
Yeah.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Show you State's Exhibit number 233. Is that a copy of the contract that you filled out with Enterprise?
Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit number 231 and 232. These pictures of you and Mr. Chamir that day at Enterprise.
Yes.
Mark State's Exhibits 233, 232, 231.
No objection, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibits number 231, 232, and 233 will be admitted.
So 231, is that you and the what? Who's who in this picture? What are you wearing?
The white t-shirt.
Okay, and then following behind you, is that Mr. Chamir in the greenish colored jacket?
Yes, sir.
232, is this you inside the you and he inside the Enterprise running the car?
Yeah.
And that's the timestamp on that is 1,500 hours. Being around 3 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And then 233, this is the contract that you filled out with Enterprise.
Yes, sir.
That's just a small version of that same picture.
Yes.
You said that you were down at the Enterprise. It's down at Walnut Hill and 75.
Yeah.
That's all I have, Judge. I'll pass it with us.
All right. Mr. Warren, any questions?
No question, Judge.
All right, may this witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
No objection.
All right, thank you so much. You may step down.
Thank you.
Can I see the lawyers up here real quick? All right, State, you may call your next witness.
Okay. Call Detective Jennifer Chapman.
All right. Will you please raise your right hand for me? Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? All right, you may be seated. You will have the opportunity to either testify in your mask or you can take it off and testify, whichever you prefer to do, okay? All right, thank you. Mr. Fitzmartin?
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Jennifer Chapman, C-H-A-P-M-A-N.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the City of Plano as a police officer.
And what are your current duties right now?
Currently, I'm with the neighborhood units, and I do problem-oriented policing.
Okay. Back in 2018, around March 2018, what was your role at that time?
So then I was on light duty. I was assigned to the general assignments where I investigated theft cases.
Okay. And did you have an occasion to help out in the investigation of Mr. Chamir?
I did.
In the capacity of working on this case, did you do some work as far as some of the technical background and looking at things like offer-up records and phone extractions?
Yeah, I looked at a lot of data and just kind of sorted out things that were priority.
Okay. We have already, the offer-up records are, well, let me do this first. The phone extractions are already in evidence. I want to show you, this is exhibit 295. These portions of the phone extraction for Mr. Chamir's phone.
Yes.
We'll offer State's Exhibit 295, which is a PowerPoint.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 295 will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
All right, can you see it up there?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so the phone extraction, phone extraction, we've already heard from Detective Tabor, who basically told us that this is the workings of the phone and the data that's contained on the phone.
Correct.
And this is the phone that was taken from Mr. Chamir on his arrest. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we can look at a few things in here, but you can see this. What's the phone number that this phone extraction is connected to?
The 972 674 7527.
Okay, and so that's contained on this first page of the extraction, showing that this is the phone of Mr. Chamir.
Correct.
Now, there was a photo taken by that phone,
Yes.
and whenever a phone is taken, it's then saved in the, what happens to it on the phone? Is it saved on the images?
It's saved in the images as well as it could have been in the text messages or anything like that, but this particular photo was just saved in the images.
And then there is metadata that goes along with that picture, is that right?
That's correct.
And is it given a name?
So it's given a name, it's basically the date and the time that it was taken, the size of it, and its storage path.
So when we see the name of it here, we see that it's from March 19th of 2018?
Yes.
And is this the time that it was taken at 10:29?
Yes. And 47?
45? I see 45, I don't know.
No. Well, it's 10:29:47.
Okay, all right. Oh, I see down here, okay, the 10:29:47, you see the time it's created. Is that right? Is that what you're
Yes.
looking at?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, does it also give you the latitude and longitude of where the photo was taken?
On this photo, it sure did.
Okay.
Which is down.
And so when you map that, well, is this the actual photo then that's on that phone?
Yes, it has the same title.
And you know this to be Mary Bartell's ring.
I do.
And when we look at this, the ring itself as a descriptor, there's what's on the side of the solitaire in the middle?
I guess that's like a flow of diamonds.
Okay. And then, if you look closely at it, you see the 4 points there, are those the posts that are holding it into place?
Yeah, it has the singular solitaire in the middle.
And then this is the latitude and longitude where that photo was taken.
Yes.
And then when we plot that, is that right there at Pier Ridge, where his apartment is located?
It's close to it, yes.
We have this photograph, it's a small version of what's marked as State's Exhibit number 46. That's a small copy of it that's taken at his apartment, or near his apartment at 4500 Pier Ridge
That's good.
that morning of the 19th. Now, did you also look into the offer up records? Oh, one more thing about his phone. Did you also find a picture on his phone taken on March 6th of 2018
Yes.
at around close to 10 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
And that picture is dealing with a Nissan Altima,
That's correct.
which we know him to have been driving at that time.
Yes.
These are already evidence, but State's Exhibit number 312, that's the offer up records for 2 accounts of Mr. Chimera. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
So when these offer records come back, they're actually in like a PDF format that you can then scroll down through, is that right?
Right.
So we look at this first account. Yeah, 1 second, Judge. Okay. So as we look at these records, I think we're on to page 3 here. This billchim@gmail.com, did you learn this to be a email address for Mr. Chimera?
Yes, there's 1 or 2.
And then we see over here ZebZeb4.
Somebody has username?
So when you create an offer of account, can you put whatever name you want to in there?
Yes.
And so we've already seen, Detective Martinez showed us that this ZebZeb4 was on his phone as an offer of account name.
Okay.
Now, as you scroll down through, there's different buying messages, selling messages, and then items down below.
Correct.
And so there's a block of buying messages, a block of selling messages, and a block of messages down below of the items that they're talking about.
Right.
So each item has its own unique number to it.
Yes.
That's safe to say?
Yeah.
And then you can communicate, much like you can on texting, through this from buyers to sellers.
Right.
And so you don't have to give out your actual phone number if you don't want to.
Right, you don't have to, but then you have to meet up at some point, so.
Okay. So on the buying messages, we can see different areas, like on page 6 here. Do you see that phone number that's associated with Billy Chimera?
Yeah, so basically ZZ4 sent it to KRE.
So ZZ4 tells KRE, this is my phone number.
Right.
Page 23, there again, ZZ4 is contacting whatever this person is on Facebook and giving the name, the phone number, and then again, his name gives the name Billy. And that's the same phone number that we've been talking about in this phone extraction.
Yes.
Page 24, there he gives an address, ZZ4 gives an address, which, do we know that to be his address?
It is not.
So although we don't have Billy Chimera's name in this, are we finding identifiers that say, this is Billy Chimera communicating about this?
Yeah, I would assume so.
One thing I want to point out on this account, because we're going to be talking about two separate accounts. When we go back to page 5, and it goes, so the lower the page number, the later in date we go. Okay?
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah, you can see it.
So when you, and the times are in UTC time. What does that mean?
So UTC is basically like a universal time, so that everybody's on the same page. And then depending on the time of year, you would subtract whatever time zone there, whatever, so.
And this time of year, do we subtract 5 hours
That's
in
right.
order to get us to what the actual time is?
If we're talking about March?
March.
Yes, 5 hours.
Okay. So in March at 3, so the last time there's a buying message. So this is the time that Mr. Chimera would be trying to purchase something. The last date we have is 3/12 of 2018.
That's correct.
So page 117 of this starts selling messages at that time. Is that right?
Yeah.
One thing I did want to point out on pages 5 to 7 on the buying messages, he doesn't buy a ring at any time on those buying messages on pages 5 or 7. Anytime around this time, he doesn't buy a ring on that account.
No.
Also, there are no $2 bills being purchased
No, I didn't see that at all.
through offer. Okay. So here are the selling messages that start. These are the things that he wants to actually sell on this account.
Correct.
Page 149. Is this where the items start to be sold?
Yeah, and then they have like their own link and.
Okay, so we have, I want to draw your attention. So there's, on page 151, there's this number here. It's kind of hard for everybody to see, but you see a BBE FC55E thereafter?
Yeah.
And that's described as a white gold diamond ring? Is that right?
Yes.
And then the sale time, or the time it's posted, what date and time is that?
3/19/2018 at 15:31 UTC time.
So that would be 12/31?
Right. Minus some 5, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, 10/31.
10/31, we're both wrong.
Oh, we're both wrong. It's been a long day. Okay.
I was trying.
Okay.
Everyone's like,
All right, so I want you to keep in mind that BBE FC,
yes.
okay? We'll go down to page 154. So now these are the URLs. And tell us what that means when we talk about URLs.
URL is just like its own link to where it's trying to go to.
Okay, so if, you see how my pointer changes from an arrow down to a finger.
Right.
So if I click on this BBE FC55E,
It's a hyperlink.
and that's a hyperlink to that, that ring.
Right. Matches the same picture that we.
And that comes from, OfferUp. Like this is their link that when I
Yes.
click on it, it goes automatically to them.
Correct.
So that would be about 2 minutes after the photo was taken, that we have up there on his phone.
Yes.
Okay, so if we go back up, and these are all password protected. So if we go back to the selling messages to we focus on this 3/19 date. So on 3/19, at that 15:31, let's see, 15/19, 16/24, the white gold diamond ring, that BBE, do you see that BBE?
Yeah, it's the same.
Okay, that's that second line down. And it looks like there is someone contacting him by the name of Mike Cousin
Yes.
to ZebZeb4.
Correct.
Can you meet today?
Yes.
All right, and then what's the response from ZebZeb4?
Yes. When? Or where?
Where?
Yes, where?
Okay, all right. And then we have to scroll up to go forward in time. Mike Cousins sends a message to him that says,
Do you have a number?
and then ZebZeb4 says to Mike Cousin,
Can you meet cost in 635?
and then he corrects it to something else to,
Wait in 635?
all right, and then there's automatic responses that come in from OfferUp that kind of tell you, hey, be careful about making arrangements.
Yeah, there's probably some bot in there listening to you.
So then, but Mike Cousins responds, yes,
Yes.
all right, and then Mr. Chamir says, what time? And then is there a response time?
At 1 p.m.
And do they say where they want to meet or what place?
Starbucks on the corner.
And then if we go to 16:24, so we're at 11:28, you would say headed there right now. Is that what Mr. Chamir says?
Yes, I'm heading there right now to a gold diamond place, need money ASAP.
Need money ASAP. So, right, you know that right next to that Starbucks, right next door, is a diamond and gold exchange.
There is
Okay, there's also a Metro PCS store in that same shopping.
Subway.
Okay. So, my cousin says I can meet you right now. And then my cousin says, what, I have cash?
Yeah.
My cousin then says,
If I like it, they give you $1,400.
okay. He responds,
Okay, we'll let you know when I'm on my way.
and then there's more response.
I'm on my way in 10 minutes.
And then he says back.
Me too.
Now we jump to 17:05, so now we're at 12:05.
Yeah.
And then ZebZeb4 says,
I'm here outside Starbucks.
and then Mike Cousin,
I'll be there in 2 minutes.
and there's an okay. And then there's, But I'm Inside from my cousin.
True, but I'm inside.
All right. And then Mr. Schmimmer says, I'm outside the door with the green coat.
Yes.
All right. And then there's another request about that ring, saying it's still for sale by some Johnny.
Yeah, just John.
Some Johnny. Okay. All right. So that I think contains all the information offer up about this ring. I do want to ask you about another item inside this offer up, okay? Okay, so below the items that we were just talking about there starts the URLs, and then it starts there's another account for Mr. Chamir, is that right?
Correct.
And so this account now has a different email address of morninglaw@gmail.com.
That's correct.
And did you learn that to be an email associated with Mr. Chamir?
Yes, I did.
Do you see Mr. Chamir in the courtroom?
I see him.
Okay, can you describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing glasses and he's pulled his mask down.
Okay. Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
All right, the record will so reflect.
All right, and then he's now got the name of Zebraline for this account.
Correct.
And on this one, he actually put in his own phone number of 972-674-7527.
Yes.
Do you see that on January 31st of 2018,
Yes.
there's a very nice diamond engagement ring being posted in the items
Yes.
with the unique number of 395D3E? You see that?
I see that.
And if we go down to the URLs, you see that same number, that 395D3E?
Yes.
And when we click on that URL, we see that very nice diamond engagement ring.
Yes.
Do you know that ring to be associated with a homicide that occurred in Richardson?
I do.
I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Warren, any questions?
No question, John.
All right, thank you. Will the witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
No question.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this will be a good time for us to take, I would say, our afternoon break. So we will go ahead and take at least a 15, 20-minute break for you to stretch your legs. Whenever y'all get back and are situated, push the red button, we'll come get you.
All right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the record in cause number F1875401, and it was still the state's case in chief. Mr. Fitzmartin, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. Call Adele Soleil.
Mr. Soleil, will you raise your right hand for me? Do you so solemnly,
I know. Listen.
you're the interpreter, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, can you, please, you have your right hand up, thank you. Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to interpret from what,
Arabic to English.
from Arabic to English and from English to Arabic to the best of your ability?
I will.
And what is your full name?
J. Hamden,
And can you spell that for my court report?
Jayhamdan,
And can you please give us your license number?
387.
All right, thank you so much. And if you would, please help me translate for Mr. Selena. Would you please raise your right hand for me? Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
So
Your
help you
Honor.
God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Fitzmartin, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please introduce yourself and spell your name?
Saleh Abdel Qadir.
We'll get the spelling later on, Judge. I think I've already turned it into the court
Thank you.
report. Okay.
My nickname is Mike.
Your nickname's Mike. Okay, good. Now, how do you want me to refer to you, as Mike or as, how do you like to be?
Anyone you like.
Okay. You speak English, some.
Yes.
You and I have had conversations in English.
Yes.
And but you feel more comfortable in an official setting like this to have an interpreter.
Yes, 100%.
Okay. What is your native language?
Arabic.
Arabic. Where are you from?
Jerusalem.
And how do you make a living? What do you do for a living?
I look through Facebook and see where someone wants to sell jewelry and I buy it.
And you also
I make offers. And there's another app, it's called OfferUp.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention back to March 19th of 2018. Did you purchase a ring on that day?
Yes.
And on the offer up is you know how to set up those accounts, is that right?
Yes.
And the name that you chose to put in to offer up, is it Cousin Mike?
Yes.
And where did you purchase this ring?
From a black male.
Okay, where did you purchase it?
Inside Starbucks.
Is that a Starbucks at like at 635 in Coit?
Yes.
And you said you purchased it from a black male.
Yes.
Had you ever dealt?
Star. He has a scar. He has a scar on his forehead.
No, that's for it. Okay. Had you ever seen this individual before that?
Never.
I'm going to ask you to look around the courtroom and see if you see the individual that you saw, that you bought that ring from.
The one who took his glasses off?
Yes? That's the individual you bought the ring from?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach.
You may.
I'll let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It will so reflect.
show you State's Exhibit number 234. Is that the Starbucks and that you bought this thing?
Yes.
Page number 280, is that a picture of the ring that you purchased?
Yes.
Along for State's Exhibits 234 and 280.
No objection, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit number 234 and 280 will be admitted.
So I'm gonna, on the offer up paperwork that's already in evidence, when I click on that, that's that same ring at in State's Exhibit 280.
Yes.
Now, did I come out and show you the offer up account information and the paperwork?
Do what you can. Okay.
Did I come out and show you the paperwork?
No.
Do you remember going through and looking at the transactions and the wording of the, you communicated through offer up with Mr. Chamir?
Yes.
If you can look over to your right, you see there, there's Mike Cousin is communicating with a ZebZeb4 about this ring. You see that?
Yes, I see it. Can you meet me today? I see that.
Okay, and that's you commenting saying you want to buy this ring that we're talking about.
Yes, exactly.
And then you arrange to meet at the Starbucks there at Coit and 635.
Yes.
And you meet up basically right around noon that day.
Exactly.
Did you go there with anyone?
My cousin.
I'll show you State's Exhibit number 235. Is this you and your cousin going into the Starbucks?
Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 236. Is that the man that you, on the top picture, the man that you bought the ring from?
Yes.
Okay, and then in the bottom picture, is that you outside the Starbucks buying the ring?
Yes, exactly.
Well, for State's Exhibits 235 and 236.
No objection, John.
All right, State's Exhibit number 235 and 236 will be admitted.
Mr. Publish?
You may.
So we couldn't make this out. We wouldn't be able to see who this is, but you know who these two individuals are.
Yes, 100%. That's me and that's my cousin.
The top one is you and the bottom one is your cousin.
And that's my hat.
You still have your hat with you today. Okay. When I came out to see you, you were wearing that hat too, right? You were.
I can't use it in the court.
Okay, that's fine. And then here's the man that you, Mr. Chamir, in Starbucks.
Yes.
And then that, did y'all,
He came, it was very nice. Gentlemen and everything else. Very nice.
Okay. And so you met outside to do this, this sale,
Yes, yes.
okay? And, how much, do you remember exactly how much you paid for it?
380.
$380, okay? And did you, what did you do with that ring when you got it back to your shop?
I took the diamonds out and melted it.
Okay, is that common practice that you,
Yes, every day.
and you do this on offer up often, to buy things in a different way?
With this hoe? Yes. I can show you.
That's okay.
Pictures.
So, State's Exhibit 280, that's a little version of that same ring. And on March 19th, you purchased that ring right by Kuwait and 635. From that man right over there, Billy
From
Junior.
that man. Yes.
That's witness.
Is there any questions, Mr. Moore?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
Objection, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in, you may be released, thank you. And you may call your next witness.
Call Detective Pagel.
There, the protective paper comes in, we would just renew our previous objections
Okay,
regarding that training.
all right, so noted.
Adjourn.
Hello, Detective. If you would please raise your right hand for me. Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may have a seat. And you are welcome to testify in your mask or take it off if you want to.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
All right, thank you. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Hi, my name is Kelly Pagel, and I am a sergeant with the Richardson Police Department. My last name is spelled Pagel, P-A-G-E-L.
You just mentioned that you're from the Richardson Police Department.
Yes, sir.
We've already heard from the Plano Police Department, we've heard from the Dallas Police Department. Back in March of 2018, what division were you assigned to then?
I was a detective in the Crimes Against Persons Unit.
Now you said you're now a sergeant, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what do you do now?
Now I work in patrol, and I supervise the officers that respond when you call 911.
Okay, and
And
so.
Detective Pagel, can you turn that mic around so that they can hear you clearly? Yeah, there we go. Sorry,
Yes,
Mr. Fitzmartin. There we go, much better.
All right, thank you, Judge. Okay, so you said you're a sergeant in patrol. Do you actually go out and drive in patrol in the streets of Richardson?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so if I live in Richardson, I call 911 and you're closest by, you might be the person that comes and knocks on my door to help me out.
Yes, sir.
Back in March of 2018, was it your job to investigate crimes against people, assaults, homicides, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And were you made aware of an arrest and an investigation going on with a Billy Chimera?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, were you asked to look at the death of an individual by the name of Mary Brooks that had happened January 30th or 31st of 2018?
Yes, sir.
She was found on the 31st.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And through your investigation, were you able to make a determination and file a case on Mr. Chimera for homicide of Mrs. Brooks?
Yes, sir.
Do you, Mrs. Brooks was found on the 31st?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who found her?
Her grandson.
Is that David Cudahy?
Yes, sir.
And when do you know that she was last known to be alive?
On the 30th,
And where was that?
at Walmart.
Which Walmart is that?
It's at Arapahoe and Coit in Dallas.
Okay, I think we're kind of familiar with that Walmart as well. That's the same, you're familiar with the investigation into the death of Lou T. Harris as well?
Yes, sir.
And is that the exact same Walmart that Lou T. Harris was last seen alive at as well?
Yes, sir, it was.
So on January 30th, was there a receipt from Walmart from around 11:45, 11:46 on January 30th?
Yes, sir.
And did, at the time when she's found on the 31st, was there anything suspicious about her death on the night she was found?
No, sir.
And when you have those types of situations, when elderly, she was an elderly woman,
Yes, sir.
when you have an elderly individual who dies like that, sometimes are those cases treated as naturals if there's nothing to detect some sort of foul play.
Yes, sir, they are.
Now, the next day, on February 1st, did you all get indications that things were missing from Mrs. Brooks?
Yes, sir, we did.
And is that why back later on in time in March, you come back to this case because there's missing jewelry?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Did you have an occasion to go back and look at video from Walmart?
Yes, sir, I did.
From the time that Mrs. Brooks is at the Walmart?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner approach.
You know?
She was marked as State's Exhibit number 298. Are those clips from that Walmart video for January 30th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer State's Exhibit number 298 in evidence.
No objection.
Okay. 298 will be admitted.
Judge, can I have the lights, please?
Yes.
Okay. Detective Pagel. Oh, it's my, no, it's me. Okay. Okay, we're a little bit familiar with this system at Walmart because we've already seen it in this trial. But as we look out, we're looking at aisle 3 of the parking lot for that Walmart. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the time we have is 10:49:19. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
You see a car driving in up here at the top.
Yes, sir.
And what is that car doing now?
Parking, sir.
Did we later learn that to be Mary Brooks' car?
Yes, sir, we did.
And you know these clips to be about 3.5 minutes long?
Yes, sir.
We're now at 10:51:06,
Yes, sir.
and we still have that white car right there. Do you see movement?
Yes, sir.
And that's kind of in that, I don't know if that's a handicap spot, but it's kind of in the handicap area.
Yes, sir.
And you still see movement up here in the top corner of the street.
Yes, sir.
Now we're gonna look out the front door. And what time do we see here?
10:51 a.m.
So basically that same time frame, just a little bit further on.
Yes, sir.
And you see an individual walking in,
Yes.
pushing a cart?
Yes, sir.
And who is that individual?
That's Mrs. Brooks.
She's wearing a blue coat, scarf,
Yes,
with
sir.
her cane.
Yes, sir.
So that's 10:52:03, and she enters the Walmart. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So now at 11:38:40, we see a car. This is in aisle 2, so the next aisle over from where we were.
Yes, sir.
We're now at 11:38:39.
Yes, sir.
And what is that car doing? This car right here?
Driving by?
Okay, and turning to the left?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize that car?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what kind of car is that?
It's a silver Altima.
Nissan Altima?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware of the type of car that Mr. Chimera was driving at that time?
Yes, sir. It
And
was
what
that.
kind? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, it was that same model vehicle.
Okay. So that, what time does that clip end?
11:39:14 a.m.
So what time are we picking this one up at?
11:39:19 a.m.
And then what do we see in this
This-
video?
I'm sorry, the same silver Altima.
Now, you see my arrows pointing at a car right here?
Yes, sir.
And what is that car right there?
That's Mrs. Brooks's vehicle.
And that silver Altima, where does it go?
Parks next to Mrs. Brooks's vehicle.
And that is at what time?
11:39:49 a.m.
Now, you've watched this exhibit with me before,
Yes, sir.
all right? And we could sit here and let this roll all the way through. But did I have you look at that location this entire time? And see that there is no movement from that silver Altima while it sits there?
Yes, sir, you did.
In fact, we do not have video of Mr. Chimera at Walmart on video that day, other than this silver Altima.
That is correct, sir.
Alright, so I'm gonna, in the interest of time, just speed through this, and we can keep our eye up there, and if anything comes or goes from that same spot where Mrs. Brooks is, her car, and that silver Altima. We're now at 11:43:17.
Yes, sir.
There's a car that leaves. A car that pulls in. Now, I want to direct your attention to 147:47. And we're looking at what here?
It looks like the entrance exit for the Walmart.
And who do we see exiting there?
Mrs. Brooks.
We pick her up going out there again, is that her?
Yes, sir, it is.
It's 11:48:07.
Yes, sir.
And now we jump back in time just to finish up the scene of the white car and the silver Altima up there, and that we can still show that no one's coming or going, except for right there. You can see in the top right corner,
Yes, sir.
and who is that?
Mrs. Brooks.
And what does she do?
She's loading up her vehicle.
I'm kind of fast forwarding it there along, but you can see that activity happening. And then she, what does it look like she's doing there? Putting up,
Putting up her cart, sir.
okay. 11:51:17, what do we see happening?
She's starting to back up.
And when we look beyond her car, what do we see there?
The silver Altima.
And she turns going in a easterly direction?
Yes, sir.
And what happens with the silver Altima?
It starts to pull out as well.
That's 11:51:58.
Yes, sir.
And then what do we see here?
The Altima going in the same direction as Mrs. Brooks.
This is on aisle 2 at 11:51:49. Who do we see there?
Mrs. Brooks.
And then 11:52:09.
The silver Altima.
Now we're at aisle 1. Same thing.
Mrs. Brooks.
And what's there?
The silver Altima again.
Now, if we were to go around the side of the building of Walmart, if we're looking at this scene here, what's to the right of the screen? What's
Coit, I'm sorry, Coit Road.
okay. And you just saw a white car?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Mrs. Brooks.
And who's right behind?
The silver Altima, Mr. Schneerman.
Objection, there's no evidence that Mr. Chimmermer's in that vehicle. Silver Altima, yes, but not Mr. Chimmermer.
You may continue, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Your Honor, could I get a ruling, please?
Any response, Mr. Fitzgerald?
I don't know what his objection is. You just said we don't know if Mr. Chimera is in the vehicle.
What's your legal objection?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought she said it was Mr. Chimmermer.
Yeah, she did.
She said Mr. Chimera's car, and I asked, what's your legal objection?
My objection is that she doesn't know if it's Mr. Chimmermer. It's consistent with his car, but she doesn't know if it's, may I take the witness on voir dire?
You may.
Detective, do you know if Mr. Chimmermer was in that car?
No, sir.
Ask the jury to disregard the previous statement that was Billy Chimmermer's car.
I believe your question was, did she know if he was in the car? And she said
Okay.
she didn't know if he was in the car.
Ask the jury to instruct the jury, ask the court to instruct the jury to disregard that was Billy Tremurmer in the vehicle.
All right. So that objection will be sustained. Jury, you have heard the evidence and testimony thus far. The witness has said that she is not aware if it is Mr. Shamimer in the car. Mr. Fitzmartin?
Thank you, Judge. Are you aware that Mr. Tremere has told the police department that he's the only one that drives that car unless his wife takes it at night for work?
Yes, sir, I am.
Did I also ask you to look at some clips of March 15th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 297. Are those the clips from March 15th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer State's Exhibit 297 in the evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit number 297 will be admitted.
So of the video that we just saw from January 30th, are these still shots from that clip?
Yes, sir.
Those clips? So the Altima and this Brooks?
Yes, sir.
Permission to publish 297? I'm sorry.
Okay, you may.
Yeah, Detective Pagel, are we looking again at that Walmart parking lot?
Yes, sir, we are.
And what time and what's the date and time of this?
March 15th, 2018, 2:55:58 PM.
And what do we see entering the screen at the left-hand side?
A silver Altima.
And where do we see that car doing?
Parking.
And it parks around, what time, 2:56?
Yes, sir.
4123?
Yes, sir.
We pick it up on this next clip at 2:57:09.
Yes, sir.
You see an individual emerging,
Yes, sir.
walking in. See this individual in a pair of pants, white shirt, and a tie?
Yes, sir.
And this clip ends at approximately what time there? It's about to end. 2:57 and
Probably it looks like 2:57:42 PM.
and does this next clip pick up at that same, around that same time?
Yes, sir, it does.
Do you see an individual outside the door?
Yes, sir, I do.
Appear like he may be on the phone,
Yes, sir, it does.
and then walking in.
Yes, sir.
And what time are we at now?
2:58:26 PM.
Different angle, same person?
I believe so, sir.
And now, what time are we at?
3 o'clock.
Can you identify this individual with the yellow tie and the white shirt?
I believe it is Mr. Tamirmir.
Do you see Mr. Tremere in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you describe article of clothing that he's wearing?
A dark colored suit,
Okay, and does he have a, what color shirt does he have on?
white.
The record reflect the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
So on March 15th, he's in a white shirt, yellow tie at the Walmart at 3 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Different angle, same individual?
Yes, sir.
And what time are we at now?
3 o'clock, 18 p.m.
So basically, he went into the Walmart for maybe about a minute and a half, 2 minutes, and then now he's just standing right here.
Yes, sir.
.302, where does he go?
Out front.
This clip ends at
3:02:34 p.m.
You pick him up here on this next clip.
Yes, sir.
Returning back to that silver Altima.
Yes, sir.
And I guess if he returns to that silver Altima at around 3:03.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This clip ends at
3:04:04 p.m.
we go another clip that with no movement from that Altima.
Yes, sir.
We're now at 3:08.
Yes, sir.
do you see happening now?
Car starting to back out,
At what time?
30857.
Turning?
Yes, sir.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Shooting States Exhibit 300. Those, and States Exhibit 299. Those, a PowerPoint with clips from both of those Walmart videos that we just made.
Yes, sir.
We'll offer States Exhibits 299 and 300.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 299 and 300 will be admitted.
So Detective Pagel, if you look up at your screen, January 30th, we did not have video of Mr. Chamirmir entering or leaving the Walmart, but we have a silver Altima that's parking, but on March 15th, we did have video of him coming in and out of that Altima, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And do those appear to be the exact same car to you?
Yes, sir, they do.
There again, January 30th on the left and March 15th on the right. January 30th and March 15th.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't look like there's anybody else in those cars, does it?
No, sir, it does not.
Are you familiar with OfferUp?
Yes, sir.
And did you go through the OfferUp records for Mr. Chamirmir in regards to this case?
I did.
We had Detective Chapman come up here and talk to you about a ring that's contained in the OfferUp records out of a Richardson case. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 237. Are you familiar with this ring?
Yes, sir.
And how are you familiar with this ring?
It belonged to Mrs. Brooks.
And this is the picture that was contained in the OfferUp account for Billy Chamirmir that was posted on January 31st.
Yes, sir, it was.
We'll offer State's Exhibit 237.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 237 is admitted.
State's Exhibit 237 is this very nice diamond engagement type ring that he posted on OfferUp on January 31st.
Yes, sir.
And you met with the members of the Brooks family, Ann Brooks?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did she bring you some appraisals of some jewelry that was missing out of her mother's house?
Yes, sir, she did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 280, 281, 282, 283, and 284. Did she bring these appraisals to your, to the police department and you held on to them since she brought them to you?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer State's Exhibits 281, 282, 283, 284 for record purposes.
No objections to these for record purposes, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 281, 282, and 283 will be admitted for record purposes only.
And 283 is dealing with the actual ring that we're talking about for the an appraisal set that matches.
Yes, sir.
talking about 315, you have clip stills from that, from Mr. Tremere walking out and the silver.
Yes, sir.
And they were at, that's from Walmart in front of the hotel.
Yes, sir.
On this January 30th board, you see the Walmart there at Coit and Arapahoe,
Yes, sir.
and 777 Custer Road. What is the significance of that?
That was where Mrs. Brooks lived.
Okay, and is that in Dallas County, the state of Texas?
Yes, sir, it is.
And to get there, you would come, most logical route would be to come down Arapahoe.
Yes, sir.
Was there also information about a safe missing out of the closet of Miss Brooks' house as well?
Yes, sir, there was.
And in this case, there wasn't any kind of DNA or fingerprints that connected back to Billy Chimera.
No, sir, there was not.
I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Warren, any questions?
Just a few, Your Honor, thank you. Afternoon, Sergeant. Is it Peggy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. I just have a few questions for you. My name is Kobe Warren, I represent Mr. Shamir in these proceedings, okay?
Yes, sir.
So I want to take you back specifically to January 30th of 2018, and some of the information that you provided to Mr. Fitzmartin. So on that day, if he asked you and you answered appropriately, there's nothing on January 30th, 2018 that is able to have you identify Billy Shamir as being at that Walmart. That's correct, right?
The cell phone is the only thing.
I'm talking about in regards to the video.
The video, no, sir.
Okay. You stated you're in patrol now, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're a supervisor for patrol?
Yes, sir.
And part of the patrol, obviously, is patrolling the roadways and enforcing the traffic laws, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How common of a vehicle is a Nissan Altima?
They're common.
Extremely common vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on that day, on the clips, the videos, whatever Mr. Fitzmartin showed you regarding January 30th, 2018, you can't even identify the race of a driver or the sex of a driver in that vehicle, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And so earlier, and maybe it was a slip of the tongue when you stated that was Mr. Shamir in that Nissan Altima, you don't know that, correct?
That is correct.
You just know that there was a silver Nissan Altima and you knew that Mr. Shamir drove one, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Sergeant.
Sergeant, you said in response to a question, he was asking, you don't know if Billy Chimera was there, and you wanted to talk about phone. You do know that there's phone evidence in this case.
Objection, Your Honor, that hasn't been admitted.
Come on, Judge, I don't know which lawyer.
Hold on. So, first and foremost, I did not hear the actual entire question before you objected, Mr. Watson, and typically, we usually have one person from defense counsel that will be doing the objecting. However, the court has shown much leeway in allowing both you and Mr. Warren object. So, first of all, who will be doing the objections from the defense table?
I'll let Mr. Warren keep doing it.
Okay, thank you. And, Mr. Warren, is there an objection you would like to make?
Well, I was waiting for completion of the question.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fitzmartin, you may continue.
In response to Mr. Warren's question to you about there is nothing, I think he asked, you don't know if that's Mr. Chamirmir in that car. And the response that you gave me, it said about phones.
Yes, sir.
In response to his question. And my question to you is, are you aware of phone evidence in this case?
Yes, sir, I am.
And are you aware, do you know that we will have another individual come in to testify about Mr. Chamirmir's phone and where it places it?
Yes, sir.
That's all I have, Judge. That's all.
And actually, Sergeant, what you'll be aware of, if that testimony and evidence comes in, is that you'd be aware of where the phone was, not actually Mr. Schmierman, correct?
I'm not a phone expert, sir, but
And that's my point. Thank you, Sergeant. That's perfect.
Nothing wrong.
All right, may this witness be released?
Yes, sir.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you so much.
thank you, ma'am.
And Mr. Fitzmartin, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. Call David Cudahy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you please raise your right hand for me. Do you so solemnly swear affirm to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, and you already see you can either testify with or without your mask.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Fitzmartin?
Thank you, Judge. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is David Cudahy. I'm the grandson of Sue Brooks.
Okay, Sue Brooks, you know her as Sue?
Yes, I know his grandmother, yeah.
You know his grandmother, okay. Sue Brooks, is her official name Mary Brooks?
Mary Sue Brooks, yes.
We would refer to her as Mary Brooks all along, so I just want to clear that up. Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you Stacy exhibit number 285. Is that your grandmother?
Yes.
Mary Brooks. We'll offer Stacy exhibit number 285.
No objection.
All right, State's exhibit number 285 will be admitted.
Where, back in March of 2018, where were you living?
I was living in the same complex as my grandmother.
And about where is that?
Like Custer and Arapahoe.
Okay, 777
Oh,
Custer
yes,
Road?
777 Custer Road.
And what type of a house type community is that?
It's a unit of condos, triplexes and quadplexes.
And how long, do you know how long she had lived there approximately?
Approximately 4 or 5 years.
And then did you move into that complex?
I did.
How did you get to move into that complex?
So the agreement after my aunt passed away, the agreement was that I move in with my wife while I go back to attend school. Meanwhile, I keep an eye on my grandmother, make sure that she's, mentally sound and making good judgment, just staying in good health.
Okay. So in this complex, your grandmother lived there?
Yes.
And you had an aunt that also your grandmother purchased a unit for as well?
Correct.
And what became of your aunt that moved in there?
She passed away with cancer.
And so and she was close to your mother, or your grandmother as well?
Very much.
And who's your mom?
Ann Brooks.
And in fact, is your whole family quite close?
Very close.
All right. How many aunts and uncles did you have?
2 aunts, 2 uncles, and my mother.
And one of your aunts has passed away?
Correct.
All right. So you move in with your wife. Do you have any kids?
I do.
How many kids do you have?
I have 2 kids, a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old.
Back then, did you have any kids?
No, we were expecting, very, very much expecting.
Very much expecting. What's your wife's name?
Lauren.
So you and Lauren move in. She's expecting. You're. Where were you working at the time?
At that time, I was working at American Airlines.
And you lived close to, so you can be close by for your grandmother.
Yes, we have meals together and, you know, hang out on the weekends.
Tell me a little bit about your grandmother. What was she like?
She was,
I'm sorry, at this point, that's not really relevant.
Well, I can rephrase that.
Thank you.
Was she a healthy individual?
very much.
Prior to January 30th, January 31st, had she had a little spell of sickness?
Yes, she did, she came down with a cold, you know, flu type thing.
Flu-like symptoms?
Yeah.
Things like that, okay. And so for a few days, maybe a week before, had you all been separated while she was dealing with her?
We had. She was very conscious of Lauren's pregnancy and wanted to, you know, keep our family healthy.
When did you and your grandmother kind of have an arrangement about visiting each other, living so close to each other?
Yes. So one of her big rules was, you know, privacy, and so she, the arrangement was there's no surprise visits, no walk-ins. You always call and get invited or, you know, request to come over. You don't call and say, hey, I'm on my way over. And you certainly don't just show up. And so she honored that, her end of the bargain, we honored ours.
At some point in time, did you get a call from your mom about going to check on your grandmother?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was the night that I found her,
January 31st?
January 31st.
And was that early, late?
Late at night, it was dark.
And how were you feeling about having to go and do that?
I was very frustrated, very annoyed, because, you know, I know that my grandmother was healthy, and that if she wasn't answering a phone call, that she unplugged it, and she just wanted peace and quiet. So I was frustrated that at, you know, I don't remember the exact time, but 9, 10 o'clock, that I had to walk over there and go do a wellness check.
But your mom asked you to do something, and you go ahead and do it.
Go ahead and do it.
Okay. Permission to approach.
You may.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 238 and 239. Does this look like your, or a picture of the front area and the walk-up area?
Yes, this is her unit in her courtyard.
Block 238, 239.
Okay, you're right.
All right, State Exhibits 238 and 239 will be admitted.
So first dealing with 238. Is this the gate that leads into her condo?
Yes.
And then what is this right here?
This is a carport, and which belongs to her, or belongs to the unit, and the garage next to it.
Okay. And where would she typically park?
In the carport.
And this gate right here, would she keep that open or closed?
She would keep it open if, as a lot of the people do in the community, you leave it open if you're awake and wanting people to stop by or expecting someone to come by, and you close it if you're, you know, want privacy.
At night times, how did she keep that gate?
She always kept it closed at night,
What about her front door? Did she keep that locked?
all the time.
So when you walked up there that night, was that gate open or closed?
The gate was propped open.
And I can see that it looks like it's propped open right now. Is there something that helps keep it propped open?
Yeah, it's a frog, a stone frog.
Okay. All right, and then was that what was keeping it propped open?
Yes.
As we go through the gate, do we see this in 230? Is this the view we see at 239?
Yes.
So, is this the path that you would have taken?
Yes, this is the path, and then the brown door over to the right, behind the pillar is the front door.
Am I pointing to it right here?
Yes,
All right, and is there a glass door there and then the brown heavy door?
correct.
When you got up to that location, were those doors unlocked?
Yes, the doors were unlocked, and also the room on the left, which was her office, the light was on.
Okay, was that odd to you?
Very odd. I knew something was wrong when I saw the gate open, and as I was approaching, I saw the office light on.
So what did you do when you got to the front?
When I got to the front, the glass partition was not shut all the way, which, you know, is common for a screen door, just popped it open. I knocked on the hardwood door as I was opening to, you know, announce, say, you know, grandmother, it's me, I'm here. And knocked a little bit, opened it up, and that's when I saw my grandmother on the floor.
Where was she?
She was on the floor right, just a few feet past the entrance, laying on her side, her face facing, on her left side, her face facing the fireplace.
And what did you do at that time?
At that point in time, I tried to, well, I went to check on her, so I rolled her over, and as she went to her back, she let out a big amount of air kind of came out, and so I thought, oh, she might still be alive, and so I checked pulse and whatnot. Realized she wasn't, started doing CPR, also at the same time calling 911 on speakerphone.
And did you get a hold of 911 and
I did.
and alert them? Shortly thereafter, did an officer show up and talk to you?
Yes.
What did he do when he got there?
They came in, they searched the house. They
Well,
did.
directly with you?
Oh, they pulled me outside to the porch and,
He started talking to you?
Calm me down and calm my nerves.
Did that begin a very long night for you?
Very long.
Had the fire department show up,
They did.
and then other police officers show up?
Yes.
And did you have to contact your mom, or do you know who contacted your mom?
So at that point in time, I called my mom, back with the unfortunate news that it was not just a wellness check, and my grandmother was dead. And then, alerted some other family via text and whatnot, and the ones that were in town were able to show up to, help me through the night.
Did Lauren show up as well?
Yes.
Okay. And then, did you have to start helping to make arrangements to move her and to get her to a funeral home and all that?
Yes, we needed to have, a funeral home show up and take her away.
Do you remember them giving you a chain that was on her neck? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. The next day, did your mom, or that night, I guess, where was your mom at that time?
My mom was in California, and she flew in on a red-eye to Dallas, to Richardson.
And then, did she take over kind of dealing with the estate and the property and all that?
Yes, she took over.
Do you remember coming over the next day and talking to a police officer about missing jewelry from your grandmother?
Yes.
All right, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Warren, any questions?
No, no, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cudahy, you may step down. Can this witness be released?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may call your next witness.
We'll call Officer Harris. Or, I think I've given you another officer's name, Judge. We're going to skip that.
All right, thank you. Officer was like, where do I go? Where do I go? Over here. Will you raise your right hand for me? You so solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can have a seat for me right there. And you are welcome to testify in your mask, or you can take it off.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Be careful of that chair, it doesn't really move well. All right, Mr. Fitzmartin.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name?
It's Shane Harris,
And Mr. Harris, how are you employed?
as a police officer with the city of Richardson,
How long have you been with the city of Richardson?
29 years,
And what division are you assigned to now?
patrol.
We heard from Detective, or I guess now it's Sergeant Pagel, who's a supervisor in the patrol section at the Richardson Police Department. You do basically what she does as well, is that right?
Well, I'm an acting sergeant, so when there's not enough supervisors scheduled, then I'll be a acting sergeant. Like tonight, when I go in, I'll be acting sergeant tonight.
Okay, but if there's a call for service 911, you would be the type of person that might come help out that person.
Yes,
All right. Back on January 31st of 2018, were you working in that capacity as well?
yes,
And did you respond to a call for service in 777 Custer Road?
yes,
And were you the second officer that arrived there?
yes,
Sergeant Ray, was that the first officer that arrived?
yes.
And after he, did it turn out to be your call though, where you generated the report and did the thrust of the investigation on this call?
Yes, it was Sergeant Ray, Officer Harsha, and myself. I was the designated call officer, so it's my responsibility to write the report.
When you arrived, what was happening on the scene when you arrived?
So Sergeant Ray arrived just prior to the ambulance, to the paramedics from ambulance 31, and I arrived after that. I'm not sure how many minutes after that, but I contacted Sergeant Ray, and he kind of briefed me on what he had done, and then I spoke to Ms. Brooks' grandson, David.
He managed to testify.
I obtained his information and interviewed him while Sergeant Ray did a walkthrough in the house. And then once I finished getting the information from David, then I went with Sergeant Ray, and he pointed out a number of things inside the house.
Did y'all find some Walmart receipts inside the house?
Yes,
And that was from January 30th?
yes,
11:45, 11:46.
yeah. There were two receipts, two Walmart receipts, and one was 11:45, the other was 11:46.
Did you notice anything in the kitchen about the groceries?
Yes, there were groceries that were on a flat stovetop, Walmart bags of groceries, just adjacent to her keys that were left on the countertop. The groceries matched up to what was on the receipts, and there was like refrigerated and freezer items that weren't put away, that had been left out.
Okay, so it appeared to you that someone had brought those in and left them down and never got to the point of putting them away in the freezer or the refrigerator?
Correct.
Did you also go into all the different areas in the house and look around the different areas of the house?
Yes.
Did you find a blood pressure machine and a notepad next to it?
Yes, there was the sleeve, the blood pressure monitor. They were in the living room on a table, or the living dining room type table, and then on a desk adjacent to that, there was a pad which it had days and then 2 columns, and appeared to be like an AM and a PM column, 2 columns for each day. And the last entry was for the first column on the 30th.
Okay. Later, did you go out and look at the car outside, and was it all locked up?
Yes.
Her white car? Commissioner Approach.
You know,
Did you have body worn camera that night?
Yes, I did.
To show you State's Exhibit number 240. Is that a copy of your body worn camera for that night?
Yes.
And then I came out and showed you some clips that I wanted to play from your body worn camera. Is that in 253?
Yes.
Did you, were there some photographs taken of the scene out there?
Yes, the crime scene came out to take photographs.
I'm going to show what's marked as State's Exhibit 241, 243, 44, 45, 246, 47, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252. 254, 255, 256, and 257. Are these all pictures taken either at the scene, these first, or from your body worn camera? Clips from your body worn camera?
Yes.
Judge Walker, 253, the full body worn camera for record purposes. Walker, State's Exhibit 240 for all purposes. 241 for all purposes. And then .243 through 252 for all purposes, and then 254, 255, 256, and 257 for all purposes.
okay, let me make sure I have this, because at
Yeah.
first I had 241 through 252 at first. And then now I have 243 through 52 for all purposes, and then I have 54, 55, and 57.
So what threw me off is I missed the 242.
Oh.
Okay? And so my numbering is just off. So 241 is a photo, and then 243 through 252 are photos from inside the house.
Okay.
And then 253 is the clips.
The body cam.
I think it's 253 is the entire body worn
Yeah.
camera for record purposes.
Yeah.
He's still thinking, but I thought that was 54.
Okay. It's just a long day, Judge, I'm sorry. 240 is for record purposes of the full clip.
Okay.
240, 253 are just the body worn camera clips.
Okay, so that's the one that's all purpose.
Sorry, Judge.
Okay.
And then 254, 255, 256, and 257, 257 are photo stills from the body worn camera.
All right. Okay. So I have 240 entire body cam for record only. Then I have 241 crime scene photo. Then I have 243 through 254, which are crime scene photos, and then we have 55, 56, and 57 as still photos.
And I believe 254 also there.
As a still photo, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And no objection.
All right, so all of those items will be admitted for all purposes. The only one that is not admitted for all purposes is 240. That is for record only. All others, 241 through 257, excluding 242, will be admitted for all purposes. Those are photos. And then 253 will be the body cam clips that are admitted for all purposes. Did I get that right? Did I check my math? Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, when we go inside Miss Miss Brooks's house, we're looking at 241. What are we looking at here?
Okay, that's the master bedroom, and that is her bed, the Walmart bags, and her purse.
Okay, and there was some dry goods, other purchases that are on her bed, and then the groceries are in the kitchen. Is that right?
Correct. I think there was some clothing.
Okay, maybe some baby clothing, things like that.
Yeah.
243. Are we now looking inside her kitchen?
Yes.
And these are the items that you detected should have been, some of them should have been placed away, like those eggs, maybe the waffles. You expect those to be put away in the freezer or the refrigerator.
Yes.
You had mentioned there was a blood pressure cuff, a detector machine.
Yes.
Is that in 244?
Yes.
And then you had mentioned in 240 and 245, there's a notepad talking about the dates. There you have what looks like January 29th, and then January 30th, you've got one column but not the other column.
Correct.
State's Exhibit number 246. Is this Miss Brooks, as you saw her that night?
Yes.
You notice that she's wearing a blue jacket, red scarf?
Yes.
.247, it appeared that she was wearing a wig at some point in time that had been dislodged and moved over to the side.
Yes.
248, another piece of cloth or something maybe having to do with that wig.
Correct.
249, feet kind of up underneath the chair.
Yes.
250, kind of looking from the top of the chair towards her body.
Yes.
We see in 251, is that her left hand?
Yes.
And 252, right hand?
Yes.
And then we have, and 254, some stills from your body worn camera. This is the master bedroom.
Correct.
255, let's see, is that Sergeant Ray?
Yes.
Judge, do you mind just turning the lights off for 1 second, please? And it's not really big enough for that. We'll see if maybe anybody wants to handle it. You see that there's a dresser over in that back left corner there.
Are you? Yes.
256, your body worn camera, and you're taking note of the groceries there in the kitchen.
Yes.
And then 257, she has kind of like an office study area. Is this that other bed? It could be a bedroom, but it could be an office study area as well.
Correct.
There's some additional things she bought from Walmart.
So at this point in time, y'all just trying to figure out what, trying to find out what any kind of historical data you can about how Mrs. Brooks found herself in that condition.
Yeah, anything that would lead to like a timeline, like the receipts.
Is this that study area?
Yes, it appeared to be like maybe it was a bedroom that wasn't used, and I just called it a sitting room in their report.
Okay. Are you taking us into the kitchen?
Yes.
Does it appear like there might be some Bible study or some sort of work on the kitchen table?
144.
Yes.
Now, did you make a call to the medical examiner's office?
I did.
And is that part of the protocol that you would do when you have an unattended death like this?
Yes.
And when you make that call, what's the conversation like that you're having with the medical examiner's office?
So the ME has like several pages of questions that they ask to determine, I guess they have some kind of protocol to determine if they're going to send a body recovery team out or release the body to a funeral home. It depends on if they're going to do, I guess, an autopsy or not.
And by the time you called in, have you already had you or some of the other officers out there already tried to make contact with her primary care physician and trying to get a medical health history on her?
Yes, because sometimes the ME will want to talk to the primary doctor, so we try to do that. Her doctor was unavailable to be spoken to.
And all of this is just trying to determine what's the next steps to be done. Like you said, either does the body need to be taken in for an autopsy, can it be released to a funeral home, does it look like she's died of natural causes? All of those types of determinations are trying to be made at this time.
Yes.
So when you get off, what does the medical examiner's office, did they decide to come out there or not?
No, they released the body to the funeral home.
So when you heard that, prior to you being in this position, what roles had you had at the Richardson Police Department?
Well, I started in patrol like everyone else. I became a field training officer and then an acting sergeant, and I was selected as a detective and went to investigations where I worked burglary and theft unit, auto theft, fraud, forgery, identity theft. Most of my time I spent 12 years in CID. Most of that time was as a narcotics detective. I was selected to go to HIDA, North Texas HIDA, which is it's a state, local, federal drug task force. I was out there for about 7.5 years. I worked for an FBI intelligence group and then a DEA major case squad where I was sworn in as a federal task force officer. In addition to those primary jobs, I had a secondary assignment where I was a member of the SWAT team for 10 years. Okay. And now, of course, I'm a senior officer on First Watch, which we call Deep Nights, and a drone pilot for the drone unit.
Okay, and so you have a long history of doing investigations and trying to make sure that everything is covered when you're involved in a scene.
Correct.
And so when the ME's office said they decided they're not going to send anyone out, what did you decide to do when it came to Mrs. Brooks?
I just wanted to do a thorough body exam just to make sure, like paramedics or, that nothing got missed, that if there was anything suspicious trauma to the body.
I want to show you this next clip.
I was just gonna do one last look at her just to make sure I didn't see any suspicious wounds or anything. Can you just shine a light for me?
you can do the lights, Judge. And based on everything you saw that night, there wasn't anything that stood out to you that was suspicious or anything like that?
No, and Sergeant Ray and Officer Harsha, they both spent considerable time in CID as well. And the crime scene guy was our senior criminalist. So you probably had like 80+ years of police experience looking at that scene, and nothing stood out to be suspicious. I think it might be important for me to say.
Well, I don't know if you can say anything without being asked a question, so. Here's State's Exhibit number 243, it's the groceries from the kitchen, right?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Warren, any questions?
I'm sorry, Judge, can I have one moment? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't think I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, may this witness be released?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. You may step down.
Thank you.
And Mr. Fitzmartin, do you have one last witness you would
I
like to?
have one last witness, Judge,
Okay.
if you wouldn't mind.
All right. You may call your next witness.
Thank you. Calling Ann Brooks.
Good evening, Ms. Brooks. Good evening.
Good evening, Judge.
If you could please raise your right hand for me. Do you so solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. And you can either testify with or without your mask, okay?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Fitzmartin?
Thank you, Judge. Will you please state your name?
My name is Ann Brooks.
And do you know or did you know a Mary Brooks?
She's my mother.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to your left there. May I approach you?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 285, is that your mom?
That is.
Okay. And how many siblings do you have?
I have two brothers and two sisters. One sister predeceased my mother.
And do they live in this area or?
One brother lives here. One brother has recently moved back to North Texas. I live in the Houston area, and my sister lives out of state.
And so we met David earlier, and that's your son.
It is.
And we learned that he lived close to her there at 777 Custer Road.
He did.
Did your family grow up, you and your siblings grew up here in the Dallas area?
We grew up in Richardson, just a couple of miles from where my mother was living at this time.
I want to direct your attention back to 2018, and January 31st of 2018. Did you get a call from your son about your mom? Well, first, did you call your son about your mom?
Yes, my sister and I hadn't been able to reach my mother for a day, and we were, at first you think, oh, she's out running around doing something, but the longer it went on, the more nervous we got, so.
Is that uncommon for you not to have had contact with?
Oh, yes.
Either you or your sister or someone in the family have contact with her every day?
Right.
What was she like as far as her physical ability and her mental ability?
She was very active she did use a cane. She had arthritis, but she didn't always have to use the cane. We were kind of honored to use it more because it gave her more mobility.
Okay.
She handled all of her own affairs. She was very organized. She had been an officer in a number of different civic organizations. She was still active in those. She was very active in the church. She was in Bible study. She a friend of hers started a program to provide pre gowns down at Parkland, and she was doing that. She just enjoyed getting out. She drove the car. She could even drive at night, which, was a point of interest.
How old was she at that time?
She was 88.
Okay. When I was a kid, 88 was 104 or 5 these days, but nowadays, 88, people are still pretty active at that age.
Yes, and I always thought she was in good health. She went to the doctor regularly. My father was a physician, so she didn't obsess about it, but she
kept up her health.
She kept up her health.
Okay. Now she had, right before this, had a little illness, flu-like symptoms, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
And were all aware of that.
We were. I had been in on, I think, the 15th,
Okay.
weekend of the 15th, and she got sick right after that. It was about 10 days. She did go to the doctor and I think was taking Tamiflu, but she had gotten better and she was starting to get out, because that's what we talked about, was that she was feeling better and she was ready to start living her life again.
Okay. And was she pretty adamant that while she's sick, she doesn't want to get anybody else sick, so stay away, let her just deal with herself?
Correct.
Okay. And so I guess on the 31st, did you get a call from David or from someone about your mom's situation?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Well, we had called to get my son to go down and look, and it was getting kind of late. He didn't really want to do it, but he did. And then he called to tell us that she had passed. And so
where were you at the time?
I was in California. My husband was working out there, so he got on the phone to get me a red-eye flight back here while I was talking to him.
To David?
To David. And
did you get on that flight?
I did, and I was here, as the sun came up here.
Okay. So the next day on February 1st?
Yes.
And are you the executor of your mom's estate?
I am.
And when you take this role, when a parent dies, you start getting affairs in order. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What was one of the things you were looking for that day?
I was looking for the will.
And where did you expect that will to be held or stay kept in the house?
I just couldn't find, she had a safe in the front room that she had put in when she moved, and the keys to the bank safe deposit box were in that safe. And the safe was not there. And but there were books there and different things, and I kept looking for the safe.
Okay, so a little safe, kind of that you would have, maybe a firebox type of safe?
A firebox safe,
okay.
about the size of that little top box there.
At the top box, okay. And she would keep some important items to her and the key to the safe deposit box in there?
The keys to the safe deposit box were in there. She kept a little bit of cash in there. And she had a transfer on death for her car. And I'm not sure why in the world it was in there rather than in the safe box. And there was nothing else that she kept in the safe box.
Okay. And you're real familiar with her house, and when you came to stay, you stayed with her when you were in just a few days before this?
Yes.
So State's Exhibit number 257. You see this area, is this that front sitting room that we're talking about?
This is the front sitting room, and
Do you see that? Well, is there, what are we looking at there in 257?
so to the right of the lamp is bifold closet, and she redid that so that it was some shelves. She didn't use it as a closet particularly. It was, that's where she kept the safe, the vacuum cleaner, and the air mattress that I blew up when I slept at her house.
Was there also the printer in that room?
There was a printer also in that same
In
area.
that same closet?
Mhm.
Okay. And you see that there's like a rubber band or something like that
Yes.
on the door. Tell me about that.
Well, it just didn't stay closed, so that was her solution. It was very high-tech.
Okay. And so in order to keep those doors closed, you would have had to put that rubber band on there.
Right.
And then, so when you went to go look at the safe, you would have had, this is from the body cam that night, so those rubber bands, the rubber band is on there. You would have to take that rubber band off to look inside that closet.
Correct.
And was the safe inside that closet?
It was not.
Did you ever find that safe?
No.
Is it something that you believe to be too heavy for your mom to have moved around?
Yes, and that's,
Okay.
I can't believe I looked for it as long because I couldn't pick it up, and my mother certainly couldn't have picked it up.
Previous to when you were in to visit, was there an issue about her Bible study and being able to print her Bible study?
Yes,
Did you help her to print that Bible study?
I did,
Okay, in that closet.
in that closet.
Would you have noticed, do you think, at that time if that safe had been moved or was missing?
I think I would have, I didn't notice it, but I certainly noticed when I came back that it was not there.
Let me ask you this, do you think your mom would have noticed that safe wasn't there?
Oh, yes.
So, the safe is missing, that has the keys to the safe deposit box. And then, while you're looking for the safe, did y'all realize that other things were missing in the house?
Yes, the house was really neat, but we kept looking, and I'm looking for something the size of a safe box. So I'm not looking for something really tiny, but after a bit, we realized that there's no jewelry around. And then we started looking in the places where my mother kept her jewelry, and most of it was gone.
.254, is this your mom's master bedroom?
It is.
And where in here would you expect to find some jewelry?
Well, in this picture, on the right-hand side, that was her side of the bed, and she kept a lot of jewelry, especially, can I call it antique, things that she had inherited from her mother and other relatives were in this, and some of her jewelry. And then
That's like a little like an end
a bedside table.
bedside table, okay? And then if we look around the corner of that room, it doesn't really show too clear there. There's another dresser over here in that corner.
Right. So that's if you were looking at the bed in the previous picture, that would have been behind your left side
Okay.
in that corner.
And would you expect to find some jewelry there?
Oh, yes, she had 3 jewelry boxes. They weren't locked, they were just little boxes, and she kept the good jewelry that she used regularly in those. And then in the top drawer of that dresser, she had mainly costume jewelry in a little plastic bin sort of thing.
I'll show. State's Exhibit number 285. The necklace that she's wearing in this picture, tell me about that necklace.
That was her favorite and our family's favorite piece of her jewelry, and she wore it all the time. It looked pretty on her. It was angel skin coral. She and Daddy bought it in Hawaii, and then over the years she bought some more pieces to go with it, but that was the one everybody admired and told her how beautiful it was all the time. She wore it every single day.
Okay. And would you have expected to have found that necklace?
Yes.
Did you find that necklace?
No.
Was there a funny story about the necklace?
Yes, I don't know exactly how we started, but one night somebody said, well, yes, I'll do this for you, Mom, like do the laundry, take the dishes, if you leave me the coral in your will. And so then we all glommed onto that, and that coral was, supposed to change hands like 3 or 4 times a day. Whoever did something.
Whoever did the last nice thing for her was supposed to get the coral in the
Was
end.
supposed to get the coral in the end,
Okay.
so.
She's wearing in this picture, she's wearing her wedding ring?
Yes, this was her second wedding ring, same husband, but about their 30th wedding anniversary, Daddy bought her this new set, and it was a big round cut diamond, and then it had 3 marquee cut diamonds on a second ring, like a ring guard off of it.
And did she wear that all the time?
She always wore that.
And did you ever find that ring?
No, it was 2 rings.
2 rings. Did you, let me show you. State's Exhibit number 237. Are you familiar with this ring?
This is my grandmother's ring, my mother's mother. This was
Okay.
her wedding ring.
That was your mother's wedding ring.
Correct.
And where would that have been kept at your mother's house?
In the bedside table.
The one close to her where she slept at night?
Right.
And how do you know that that's your mother's ring?
I just know it so well. The center diamond was part of her engagement ring, and near her 50th wedding anniversary, they decided to reset it. So she took it down, and that's the center, and then it has 4, can I say, spirals like a nebula that come out from it. So they were coming out counterclockwise on it. There's 7 on each side in the middle, and then I think 9 on the outer band. I remember the 7 because there were 7 of us in our family. The little diamonds, they look like they're marquee cut, like that's a cat's eye kind of look, but they're not. They're little round diamonds, and they have a dot of white gold on each end. It was very sparkly. It was really big. It was really splashy. My grandmother wore it all the time. She'd tell us about it, so we all knew about it. When she got sick one year, I was out of college, I was working, but was up there and took her to the hospital. They won't let you leave anything valuable when you're sick. So she gave me this ring and a topaz ring and her diamond earrings, and I just wore them for the week because I didn't want to leave them, in a box somewhere. And then when she got better, I gave them back to her, but I wore it. And the other thing is, this ring is, it was fused or soldered together at the bottom. So where my mother's ring would come apart into 2 rings, this was 3 rings that were soldered into one. And it was a big chunk of ring.
Okay. You're very familiar.
Yes.
When you got to your, the safe deposit box.
Right.
Did you ever find the keys for the safe deposit?
No, they had to drill out the safe deposit box.
Okay, and did they do that maybe 3 or 4 weeks after all this?
They did not hurry. Yeah, it was about 3 weeks later.
When you got inside the safe deposit box, did you find some documents inside the safe deposit box?
They were just exactly what I expected. My mother had gone through them with me. She had all of her daughters on the safe deposit box. And when we signed originally, she went through it, but her will was there, trusts were there, old trusts and wills from my grandparents were in there. There was some deeds. Her car title was in there. And all of the appraisals that she'd ever had for this jewelry and that my grandmother had ever had were in there, and they were always in there.
She's kind of a meticulous person as far
She
as
was very meticulous.
permission to approach.
You may.
Did you find State's Exhibits 281, 282, 283, and 284 in that safe deposit box?
I did.
And are those appraisals for jewelry that your mom or your grandmother at one time had owned?
That's correct, and yes,
And were they kept in the place that you would have expected to have found them for your mom's important papers?
yes,
And are all these pieces of jewelry that are listed in these appraisals, is all this jewelry missing?
it's all missing.
We'll offer State's Exhibits 281, 282, 283, and 284 in evidence.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections to State's Exhibit 283. We do object to 281, to 282, and 284. There's been no connection made between this jury and Mr. Shamir. We believe that, so therefore, it's not relevant, as well as 403 objection.
Let me see, State's Exhibits 281 and 282.
And 4, Your Honor.
So you objected,
All except for 282, I believe, Judge.
so no objection to 283?
Yes, that's correct.
So you're objecting to 281, 282, and 284?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Fitzmartin, do you have a response?
Well, Judge, we will have evidence that'll come in that there was 2 sales made on the 30th and the 31st regarding jewelry. And so I believe that some of these might be the jewelry that.
So are
contained that.
281, 282, and 284, are you admitting those for record purposes at this point, if you believe, did you say
They're already in for record purposes.
Okay.
So I'm at this time offering them for all purposes.
And what is your link to, in response to his objection?
That there will be evidence coming in that shows that sales were made by Mr. Chamirmir of other jewelry items on the 30th and 31st.
So at this time, we will allow them to still be record until they can be proved at another time. So at this point, 283 will come in for all purposes. Yes, 283 will come in for all purposes. 281, 282, and 284 are still record until such time that predicate and foundation can be laid.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Permission to publish?
You may.
So when we look at State's Exhibit number 283, is this the appraisal for the same ring that from 1989 that we see in State's Exhibit 237?
Yes, it is.
And so at one point in time, your mom had your grandmother's ring, before Mrs. Brooks, appraised
Yes,
at a company by the name of William Noel.
correct.
And at that time, in 1989, it was appraised for $9,800.
That's correct.
So there's your picture of your mom and a picture of that same ring
Yes.
that you would have expected to have been at 77, your mom at 777 Custer, and that ring as well.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass witness.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Long? All right. May this witness be released?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. You may step down. Thank you so much, ma'am. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a perfect time for us to stop for the day. I will expect everyone to be back in the jury room like you did today. If you can get there, you got there at 8 o'clock this morning, correct? If you can get there at 8 o'clock again, we will have that coffee waiting for you. Won't be Starbucks, but it'll be there. And we will start once you let us know that all of you are available in the morning. So, until tomorrow, we are in recess.
All right.